Hey everyone, getting ready to do another stream here. The usual, I'm gonna spread the link around and then I'll be right with you. Alright. Looks like everything's working. Getting ready to start here. I did not get my YouTube up. Let me do that real quick. Alright, that looks like it's set up. Okay, yeah, so here's what we worked on yesterday. This is the vertical cave level. You start here and you make your way up, avoiding the spikes and the flames. And you get up to there and that ends the level. So this is the next level we'll be working on. Well, the placeholder art. So should be pretty easy, pretty chill. Just using the same tiles that we used in the previous cave levels. I can pull up the other ones here. This one? Yeah. So we've got some lava we can steal. And that'll go down here and there. So yeah, we can just start that right away. Make a new layer for the art, pull up the grid, and we'll paste that in right here. Make a brush out of it and put it along the bottom there. Do the same thing there. The lava is taken care of. Alright, so what we'll do now is we'll make another layer. We'll put it underneath this one. We'll call it BG. We can figure that out. And I'll grab this color here. And we'll draw that there with the paint bucket. So now I've got a nice dark background to work with. I think next we should grab the fire. And the fire and the lava are going to be animated in the engine. Oop, went over there. So we'll do fire on all of these bottom spikes also. And then except for maybe the spot where it gets... There's like a lot of spikes there, so maybe we'll break that up again like we did before. And my hope is that it will just make things a little bit more interesting. Alright, now we'll grab the spikes. Oh, that's not a spike. I must have been on the wrong layer. There we go. And then we'll take this spike. Actually, I don't remember if we flipped them or not. So we'll just take this one so it's easier. Foreground. Oh. Total miss. Alright, so that takes care of the spikes and the lava and the fire. So next we'll do these little bridge doodads. Alright, we're zooming right along here. Next we'll do the lily pad. Looks like there's only one. There's a lily pad. Alright. So the only thing to do now is to start the art. Now I'm thinking the player starts here, but I'm not quite sure. There is a Pokemon in chat. So what we'll do now is we'll jump into GB Studio and we'll take a look at the level. So in order to see where the player starts, we're gonna go to this Show Connections. And you can see, just like I suspected, you start right between those two blocks. That's what that blue thing is. I've been getting weird random friend requests on Discord today. Not sure why. One of them was trying to sell me streamer assets. It's so weird when they do that. They're like, "Oh, are you a streamer?" I'll be like, "Yeah, I stream art and game development." And then they'll be like, "Oh, do you want to buy some art from me?" Like, no, I'm an artist. But honestly, I was just glad that they weren't trying to hack my account, you know how some of those people are. But they did have like an ArtStation link, which is like kind of sus, right? I mean, not that ArtStation is sus, but like just getting a link from a random DMer is always kind of sus. So I didn't click on it, but what I did do was I searched their name on ArtStation, and I did find that they actually do have an ArtStation, and it's probably a legit link. Still didn't click on it, but I saw their stuff and I was not impressed at all. It was all very watermarked, which is weird for ArtStation, and very not good looking. Not sure why you would even try to show that to people. But also, weird thing is they have an AI profile picture and their name is like so and such art. They have art at the end of their name and a profile picture that's AI. Like, if you're an artist, why do you have an AI profile picture, right? I mean, that's kind of weird. But yeah, so this level looks pretty straightforward for the most part. I'm not sure how you get up there, but oh, it looks like there's a wall slide. You can do wall jumps once you get this pickup, so we'll need some type of sprite for that, I'm thinking. Not sure what. Maybe like a frog paw. I don't know. But yeah, let's go back to this thing and we'll just do some cave art. So this level has the cave here, so we'll take this, copy that, and throw it here, just like that. And then we will do the foreground here. So we'll start with this corner down here. I don't know why that was so difficult. And we'll take all of these And these. And this. Might as well take that too. We weren't on the right layer. Now we are, and we'll go to this layer and paste it. And that looks pretty good. Now we want this corner. Might as well take these as well. Oh, I screwed that up. I'm like 1 pixel off. But now this looks funny. There we go. Yeah, so we actually want this one right there. And then we can go ahead and make a brush out of this. Now, I'm not sure, but I think we have a special tile for this, so I'm gonna take a look at these other ones. Yeah, we do. We've got this like straight edge one. So we'll just take that and we'll use that instead on these. Were we not on the right layer? That's gonna look a little bit better on where there's like fire or where there's spikes, so that way there's not this like weird gap. Of course, we're gonna need a corner piece there. Yeah, we're gonna need corner pieces for those as well. But yeah, those look good. Let's go find those corner pieces. Actually, those might require those corner pieces too. These are the pieces I'm talking about here. Before we forget, let's go and fix this. I'm gonna make a new layer so that way I can just paste it on top and not have to worry about things. Yeah, it looks like these ones got that treatment. Those ones did not. Those ones also did not. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. That works. It blends nicely into the other tiles, but it makes it look like the spikes are attached a little bit. I do kind of wish that these had like this inside pattern, so I think we'll take that. I'm not sure where it was. I think it was like that, yeah. So, where did that go? here. So that's gonna make these tiles separate. I'm gonna merge these layers. We don't need them to be separate. I just wanted them to be separate so I wasn't going over any stuff. But what we can do is then use these tiles instead, so that way we're not using or creating excess tiles, right? Actually, let's put this on a new layer again, because I don't want to like. I mean, the dither's on a separate layer actually, so we can just throw it here for now, and then just move them separately. Yeah, we don't need another layer. But it does add a little bit more texture to the corners, so I think that looks better. And then we could do the same thing down there. So yeah, that's looking good. Alright, so now we're here. And this corner could use that this treatment here. And then we'll need like a sidewall that edges to the lava, which we've got here. That looks a little bit funky, and since we're only gonna need one, I might as well change it to match the art. Or to match the rest of the level, right? That way it doesn't look as funky. This one there on top doesn't look as bad. But I do think this line here should be connected there. We'll do that. And there, now it looks like it blends in a little bit better. This one we can use that tile, so... actually let's use this one. Hey, welcome in, Kixie. Hope you're doing well today. And if anyone's watching, hasn't checked out Kixie yet, definitely check Kixie out. She has an awesome stream she does on Saturdays. Hey, hope you're well. I am, I'm doing well. Having a good day today. Got my exercise in early. I woke up kind of late because I was up till like 4 a.m., which is not what I was expecting, but it was a fun stream, a fun, productive stream. And then we raided into someone who was doing assembly language development for a Game Boy game, and that was really interesting. So it was hard to go to bed. But yeah, I also didn't learn a whole lot because it's like really deep end code stuff. Also, it's like the Z80 assembly, which is different than 6502 assembly, which is the only thing that I've messed with. So and I haven't gotten far with 6502 assembly anyways, so and yeah, 6502 is the like microcomputer that they use to make the NES with. So it's actually pretty common from the 80s, a pretty common microcomputer. But thank you for the shout out. You're absolutely welcome, 100%. Thank you for dropping in. I hope you had a great day today at work, if you worked, and yeah. I've been pretty chill so far. Made an awesome sandwich. I went grocery shopping yesterday, so I had like all the goods. Goods are important. Oh, that looks funny. Let's fix that. Let's do this instead. That'll look better. Yeah. But yeah, we're just going down the road. This is the last of the cave levels, so it'll be exciting to see what comes next. We haven't quite decided on the theme for the next one yet, but we've got some ideas. There's a Pokemon in chat if you want to try to catch that. Can't complain too much today? Good, good. I mean, I don't think you're one to complain hardly ever, but it sounds like you have a stressful job from what I understand, so I'm glad that you have no complaints. Yeah, my day has been stress-free. I've been getting weird random friend requests on Discord, but other than that, it's been pretty uneventful. I mean, I guess that's pretty normal. I got a chance to play this really cool Game Boy game. I actually posted it on your Discord. Stressful job indeed. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I'm glad today wasn't too bad then. Stressful jobs are the worst. Like, why do they even make stressful jobs? And like, and when they have to make them, why don't they make them pay better? You know what I mean? Ooh, game. Yeah, it's a puzzle game. I don't know if you like puzzle games, but it's kind of like a match 3. It's a lot like Columns. I don't know if you've ever played Columns, but yeah, I can actually show it to you. It doesn't have like a full screen mode, and it doesn't have a ROM yet because it's like a demo, but it's called Hellbreaker, I think. Yeah, 2 words, Hellbreaker, by Techno Fantasy. I can show it to you real quick here. It's got really awesome music though, so I gotta turn off my music. But I'm very impressed with this game. I really wish I could make it full screen. But yeah. And this is a Game Boy Color game. So and it's made with GB Studio, which is mind-blowing because like that's like a lot of tile swapping to be able to do this kind of thing. But I'm a big fan. So it's like Columns where you can't go sideways, but you can go up and down. But the cool part is that you're like fighting someone else, which I don't think was a thing in Columns. So they drop trash on you, which makes the game like so much more interesting. Also, it's really hard. It took me a couple tries to beat this person. I'm actually pretty good at these games, so I was surprised that I lost the first time. But yeah, I can't wait for them to make difficulty levels and for them to have a ROM to play on like the Mii U Mini or something like that. They're actually adding link cable support. So if you had like 2 copies of the game and 2 Game Boys and a link cable, you could actually play against someone else. I think that would be freaking awesome. Yeah. But I love the art style, I love the music, and I love the gameplay. So it's like right now it's one of my favorite new match 3s out there. But yeah, I was very impressed. I've been like reposting their stuff for a while, just because the art is so good, but I hadn't had a chance to play it until today. And I was like, man, I really want to play that. I should just play it. And then I played it and I was like, I need to play it again. Oh man, what do I do? I think I screwed up. I think I screwed up again. Oh, there we go. That wasn't so bad. But yeah, I love all the design choices. Like the whole package. The gameplay, the music, the art, the colors. Uh-oh. The trash is fun. It adds like a challenge to it. Every 6 matches you get in a row clears all the trash also. Which makes it a little bit easy, but like I said, I kind of play these games a lot, so it's a little bit different than like the Candy Crush style match 3, but you're still matching 3 things, so it's still considered match 3. But yeah, it's definitely more like Columns. If you've ever played that, it's kind of a classic. Yeah, I'm a big fan of match 3s. There's another one I really like called Mixolumia. And that one's interesting because there's a Pico 8 version of it and a like PC and Switch version of it. I actually paid like 15 bucks to have it on my Switch, but I also have the Pico 8 version, which was free. So it's yeah, and they're like the same game. Or no, the Switch one definitely has more content to it, actually. It lets you like put your own palettes in and stuff like that. Mixolumia was pretty great. But yeah, I like this game a lot. Oh. Oh, I screwed that up. There we go. It's like we're in an ad, but that's okay. I'm just playing this game, so no one's missing anything. Oh, you're missing me make mistakes. That's about it. I don't think I'm gonna win this time because I keep making mistakes. Ah, I screwed that up. I'm getting my butt kicked. But it's not terribly hard. Like, I did beat it on my second try, so yeah, I lost that time. But yeah, the second time I played it, I beat it, so it's not terribly hard. It looks like they're adding more difficulties. So it's coming soon. Character select, endless mode, revised scoring system inspired by character action games like Devil May Cry and Bayonetta. So, like, bonus type stuff, combos and stuff like that. A leaderboard, which would be totally cool. So that way you can at least see your high scores, and difficulty options, which I'm very excited for. Hard drops, so that means like you hit the button twice and it like zooms down kind of thing, I imagine. And then link cable support, that sounds really cool. So yeah, it looks like primarily a 2-person development team, but then also 2 people making music. So 4 people all together, made in GB Studio, which is mind-blowing, because these have to be background tiles because you can't fit that many sprites on the screen as far as I know. Yeah, because sprites have to be like 2 by 8, or I'm sorry. So if this is 8 pixels, it has to be 16 by 8, even if it's got transparencies. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you can only have so many in a vertical line, but you can also only have so many sprites on the screen. So like, if filling the screen would break the sprite limitations, unless you like converted them into background tiles, which is a possibility. But either way, you got to keep track of all of that stuff so that way it knows when to delete them. And yeah, even just having them slide down from the top would be difficult. But yeah, all of this stuff has to be background tile swapping, because there's just no way you could get that many sprites. I mean, these could be sprites up there. The dice. Honestly, I'm not sure what these dice even do. Maybe that's how... that's it. The dice roll is when they attack. I don't know. But yeah, super fun game. I definitely recommend it. We'll throw my music back on. Oh, where did my music? Super impressed though. I mean, I love seeing anything get made in GB Studio, but when there's stuff that I don't understand how they did it, like that's always the best for me. A lot of times I think like, oh, they must have ejected the engine and like recoded the engine, which could have been the case, but like, yeah, I don't know. I almost want to ask the developers like, hey, how did you do this? But that's kind of a weird thing to do too, because it's, you know, trade secrets and all. Some devs are more open to that kind of stuff, and when they are, they usually are like really open about it, where they like talk about it before you ask. So I don't want to impose. But this level should be interesting. A nice shift from the last level. Did I mess up? I totally did. So yeah, I'm just kind of flying through this level. So I'm not sure what we're going to do next, but we're definitely going to finish this one today. If I don't spend forever making the background tiles like the last stream. Which is a possibility. But yeah, I was thinking I might try to do some more editing of the podcast, which is a little bit boring, I think, but it needs to be done. A lot of people are excited for the podcast, and I am too. So that in itself is exciting. Yeah, because that's like, this is the first podcast where we had like what I've been calling a round table, where we have like 5 different people talking about just random topics. And I mean, not completely random. They're all kind of pertaining to game dev and even some content creation stuff in there, because one of the people is a content creator that does QA. And it was really cool to get like their insight with like a group of devs, because you know, devs can kind of get tunnel vision. There's a Pokemon in chat, a wild Emolga. And yeah, so it like when you got a content creator who also like does stuff with like knows a lot of developers and like you know, plays a lot of games obviously, and does testing on not a professional level, but on a like a amateur level, like that's even though they're not like getting paid for it, they're still very valid opinions. Let's see, yeah, we'll take from here. We'll put that here. I'm gonna sip on my tea for a second here. Got the organic Earl Grey today. We've got like 3 or 4 different types of Earl Grey. Yeah, this is the Steep brand, which I think is the organic version of Bigelow. But I also have Bigelow, but I also have Twinnings, which is another Bigelow brand. Bigelow's got a lot of tea brands, apparently. They're like a tea conglomerate or something. I don't know, they're like a big tea company, but I like their Earl Grey. Can't complain, free tea, you know. Oh, I don't know why I didn't put these tiles there. Oh, probably because I had the whole shebang. Same with this. This is that song that I was heavily influenced by the Last Starfighter soundtrack when I was working on this. At least for the verse. The chorus, not so much. I think I can just take this tile and then flip it. Yep, that'll look fine. And then for the wall, I'll take these. Throw those there. And for the ceiling, I've been doing this, like, this funkiness with this stuff. So we'll keep doing that until it causes problems. If it ever causes problems. V. My brain was like, do you want to hit B or V? But also the C and the V are completely like destroyed on my keyboard, so let's put that here. So that way we don't have to fight with the tiles that are already in place. Yeah, I've got this, it's like it's an MSI laptop, but it's a SteelSeries keyboard because it says SteelSeries right on it, and the SteelSeries paint hasn't chipped off at all. But it's like a LED keyboard, right? It has like fancy colored lights underneath it, which is pretty cool. You can like program it to do different things. I've got it so it's like a cyberpunkish kind of color. There's like a magenta and a cyan, and they kind of like wave in between in like the slowest possible setting. So like if you just glance at it, it looks like it's just like two colors, but if you stare at it, you'll see that it's actually slowly transitioning between the colors in like a wave pattern. So it looks pretty cool. You get some purples in there, you get some turquoise in there, but you also get cyan and magenta, and I dig it. But at the same time, like it's like black paint over the keys, and then where the black paint isn't, that's where the light shines through. Well, the black paint is all starting to come off, so the letters are disappearing. Specifically the C and the V, but also whatever's next to K. Is that the L? Oh, the L and the O. I type LOL a lot, apparently, because those are like completely gone. P is starting to get gone, I'm not sure. And then the period also. And the S. And the D. And enter is starting to chip away. And the shift key has a nice gouge in it. I think it's from having like not trimmed my fingernails and typed on it, or maybe eating food and typing, I don't know. I'm not like terribly unclean, but sometimes I tend to eat and type. I'm usually pretty good about keeping like debris out of it, but sometimes my hands will be like greasy or whatever. And then I go and clean the keyboard, and that probably makes it worse, right? But yeah, one of these days I'm gonna just buy a new computer. I don't know. When I was in Phoenix, there was this store that used to like make computers for people. They would like buy the parts and like put them together and all that stuff. And part of me wants to do something like that. I don't know if they have something like that here. They might. I mean, it's not a terribly small city. I mean, it is a really small city, but oh, you know what I realized yesterday, or not yesterday, but 2 days ago, is that, or a few days ago actually, because I was like, I'm opening up to the idea of leaving the house, right? Because I've already been here for a few months and I haven't really left the house. And there's this retro pub that has like, I guess there's no cover during the week. And then on Fridays and Saturdays, it's like a $5 cover, which isn't terribly crazy considering I won't be buying any drinks. Well, I don't know. I might, if they have like ginger beer, I might like buy that so I don't feel weird not buying anything. Because like I can't really eat bar food either, you know what I mean? Like there's not a lot of gluten-free bar food out there. And I don't know, I would feel a little bit weird being like, oh yeah, I'm new here, but I'm not gonna spend any money here ever. Like, I don't think bar owners want to hear that. They might not be the most friendly to me if I never spend any money ever. But they've got a killer queen cab. The only killer queen cab in Oklahoma is what they advertise. But it's not on the Killer Queen map, so I feel like I gotta talk to the bar owner and be like, hey, put this on the map, bro. Otherwise people are just gonna continue to not stop and play Killer Queen on the way through. I mean, I don't know, most Killer Queen players fly. They fly everywhere, unless they're like within driving distance. There was actually a Killer Queen tournament that I was invited to on Saturday. But I wasn't in the mood to do that. It seemed like a pretty small tournament, which isn't a bad thing. It'd probably be better for me, but I don't have like a team, especially like in Chicago. Like in Phoenix, I knew more people that would probably be like, oh yeah, let's play on a team. But in Chicago, I only went there once. I mean, don't get me wrong, I did know people from Phoenix that moved to Chicago that were there, and I did meet some people, make friends the one day that I was there. And I also played in a tournament in LA where like some Chicago crew had flown out to. So I met a lot of the Chicago scene before, and like the Chicago scene and the Phoenix scene are kind of tight knit because the person who started the Phoenix scene actually came from Chicago. It's weird. There's a lot of crossover between Chicago and Phoenix. Like even the food. Like there's a lot more Chicago food in Phoenix than you would expect. Like there's a Portillo's and there's Rosati's, Luminati's. Of course, I can't eat any of that shit now. But yeah, I'm happy with the vegetables and stuff. They got tired of the cold mood to Phoenix. Probably. I think a lot of it is they get tired of the taxes in Illinois also. But Phoenix has like really high like car bills, right? Like registration and insurance are really high, which is crazy. It's because of Scottsdale, because Scottsdale has all of these like fucking Lamborghinis. Lamborghinis are like normal in Scottsdale, and they have like concept cars and shit. Like they have like cars that they only make 100 of and shit, like driving around in Scottsdale. Like Scottsdale makes Naperville look cheap, which is kind of funny because Naperville is like probably one of the more richer cities in the Chicagoland area. But yeah, on Fridays in Scottsdale, all of the freaking business owners that are rich, they all bring out their fancy cars. I saw one that looked like it was painted in chrome. It looked like they just dipped it in chrome. I don't know how they got the paint to be that reflective, but it was like a mirror. Yeah, I've been driving around a bit more around here. Honestly, I just go to the grocery store and back. But, you know, like I went to the DMV thing, whatever they call it, the driver services, the safety services they call it. Really strange name for a DMV. And that's kind of in downtown-ish area. But yeah, what I see a lot here is like really big trucks and like weird paint jobs on like normal cars and like a lot of new cars, but not like really fancy new cars, just like new cars. I don't know. I'm not a car person. I've never really have been. I mean, don't get me wrong. My dad hands me down his Dodge Charger, his '68 Dodge Charger. I would definitely keep that around. I wouldn't sell that. But that's gonna be a tough call for my dad to decide who gets that, and probably give it to his wife. I don't know, my dad can be kind of weird about giving stuff to people. You would think he would give it to his sons, but he likes to give stuff to his grandkids, or his step grandkids, which isn't terrible. Like, one point, oh wait, Pokey Cat. That's not a thing. One time I wrote Pokey Cat Catch. But yeah, there was like these, because I had a full stack and my dad had a full stack, but I didn't need the full stack, right? A full stack is like a 16-inch woofer on the bottom, or no, I think for a bass it's 16-inch woofer on the bottom, but for a guitar it's like 12-inch. It's 412s on top and 412s on bottom, which is just loudness at that point, right? Because you've already got 412s. So adding 4 more 12-inch speakers is just adding loudness, like amplitude. And you don't really need that when you live in an apartment. But now, honestly, I could have it now, right? But I'd still have to like keep it turned way down. Really, you only need that ever for live shows. So I was asking my dad, I was like, oh, do you still have those other 412s? That were mine, that I let you have because I didn't need them. He's like, oh no, I gave those to the grandson, which is his step grandson. And I was like, oh, okay. What about that Les Paul Black Beauty custom with the gold Bigsby hardware? Oh, I gave that away too. Like, really? You just gave that shit away? Like, I would have taken that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm happy with the Gibson SG that I have, and honestly, I played as Black Beauty, and it's like really heavy compared to it. SGs are like super light, and like switching to the Black Beauty was like, whoa. But yeah, Les Paul's got a nice tone to it. I do prefer the SG tone though. But yeah, I played my SG for like the first time in like years, actually a couple weeks ago, and I was having a good old time. My fingers were crying, but oh, I guess I can't use that there. Yeah, my fingers were not happy, but I'm slowly but surely building up my calluses again. I've been playing bass pretty much every few days, because that's in my office here, and I don't have a hard shell case for it anymore. I had a hard shell case, but it got, I left it at a friend's house and went on vacation. And then when I came back, my friend's house had flooded and the bass was flooded as well. So the bass was actually fine in the case, you know. It's probably wasn't good for it, probably messed up some of the internals and stuff a little bit, but nothing that like broke it, but it definitely messed up the case. It was a nice hard case with like I don't know what you call that upholstery on the inside, like a fuzzy upholstery, and that shit was all moldy by the time I got it. And they're like, oh, you can have it back. I was like, yeah, I'll take it, but I had to rip out all of the upholstery and it smelled funny afterwards. And then someone stole that, which is crazy, but someone stole it. Alright, probably do that there. It becomes a bit of a game towards the end where you're like, alright, what tiles do I need? Where can I put these tiles that I already have? And let's get 2 of those. But yeah, I love playing bass. I don't even need to plug it in. I'll just you know, start playing it. I'll even record it on my phone. I've been low-key writing an album on my phone of just like raw, chill recordings to go through and be like, I'll re-record this. But yeah, I kind of want to come up with like a concept for it. And then like write some new lyrics, because all of my lyrics kind of suck. Like, I have no problem admitting that. I've always tried to write things that don't work well in a song. I mean, not always. Sometimes I finally understood how to do it, right? And I don't know if anyone else does it this way, but what I do is I'll sing a song in gibberish. And I'll make it sound interesting in gibberish, right? And then I'll write lyrics based on the gibberish. Once I've got it sounding good with the guitar or the bass or whatever, with the beat, then I'll work on making lyrics for the gibberish. And that makes it a lot easier, because if I try to write the lyrics first, I end up like everything gets too technical, like with way too many syllables, and like it doesn't even make sense. And like as a poem it works. I'm definitely more of a poet than I am a lyric or lyricist. But for a long time I was just like, oh yeah, these are lyrics, when really they were basically just poetry. Which there's nothing wrong with poetry, it's just there's definitely a difference between lyrics and poetry. And I don't think I realized that when I was young. But I do love poetry. When I was in college, we had like a creative writing class, and we had a choice of what we could make for the final, and I chose to do poetry, and I was the only person in the class that chose to do poetry. But it was like a 10-page poem. And the teacher liked it. Teacher really liked it. I wish I still had it, to be honest. I don't know what the hell happened to it. A lot of stuff I like thought I had saved just didn't get saved when I was in college. Like even like 3D modeling stuff and like digital art and stuff like that. Like that short film I made. I don't know what the hell happened to that. I have like pieces of it, but I don't have the rendered version of it. And like I'm definitely missing pieces of it. Where did I want to put this? I wanted to put this somewhere, didn't I? Ah, here. There was a music video that I made. I actually made 2 music videos around the same time, and I have one of them, the one that I made for someone else, but not the one that I made for myself. I don't know what the hell happened to that one. Yeah, the radio show that I made, I don't know what happened. I had the pieces, but I didn't have the full rendering. So I tried to recreate that one the best I could with the pieces, but it's different, you know? Although I did find the Little Caesars commercial. The one like that wasn't good I saved. Like that doesn't make much sense to me. I did a project for, I can't remember what, I think it was the art philosophy class, but I don't know. I can't remember. Maybe it was art and society. I think it was art society. That's what it was. Or was it? Shit, I don't know what it was. It was a non-studio class. So for the assignment, I don't even remember what the assignment was, but I was like, well, I have this crazy Halloween decorations at my house, and I'll make that my art assignment. It was like an installation, and because it was basically for this Halloween party. I was like, you know, my band was playing the show with a few other bands, and so my bass player spent like, I don't even know, probably $100 on fucking fake cobwebs, and I had these indoor balconies, right, with like railings. They were like really intricate, like wrought iron railings, super cool railings. But what we did was we took the web and like stretched it all the way across the balcony, like over and over and over, and so like the entire, there was like a ceiling of webs between the balconies, and yeah, we kept it up for like a whole year, and like by the end of it, there was so much stuff that was thrown in it, and there was like real dead spiders in it because the spiders like got caught in it, tried to make a web in it, and died because there wasn't enough food, and yeah, it had like yellowed because of all the people smoking weed. Because I didn't allow people to smoke cigarettes in there, so it couldn't have been cigarette smoke. Oh, this is not what we want. And then, can we do that? We might be able to do that. Although that looks weird, doesn't it? Let's, well, let's take a look. It looks a little weird, but it looks like it'll be okay. This, right? And, or we could probably take that, yeah. That's not what I wanted. Might have to make a new tile. Or let's do something with this rather. There. We've got this we can put there. Well, this actually looks kind of funny there. Let's take this one and put it there. And same with this, we'll take this one and put it there. But also, now this looks funny, so... that works. But yeah, those spider webs stayed up, and like the next party we had, oh, that one's got that dot. The next party we had was a New Year's Eve party, and so we ended up just like throwing Christmas decorations in, because there was not a whole lot of New Year's Eve decorations, so we had like snowflakes, like glitter snowflake ornaments, and like plastic reflective ornaments, and we like threw all that stuff in there. But there was a bunch of Halloween costumes that people like didn't want after Halloween, so they threw them into the spider webs. And there was like a skull beer bong that didn't work very well at all, so they threw it in the cobwebs as well. So by the time that like the next year rolled around, it really was an art installation, so I got a decent grade on it. Maybe a little bit lazy though, considering that didn't actually do anything, but like I think I had to write something about it or something. Oh wait, we want this one. We need corners. Well, we got this corner. We need a other corner here. I don't think we're gonna find one in this level. Here's a corner. Although honestly, that's not even like a corner. But we'll do what we did there. We'll take this tile. Alright, we'll do the same thing here. And then I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I guess we'll have to make a new tile here. Oh, that didn't work. Let's see. That doesn't look too bad. We need like a flat bottom, but not a corner. Ah, here's one. That actually doesn't look too bad. What happened to that corner? Oh. This is what the one we want. And then there was another corner somewhere. I don't know. This? No. Maybe there isn't. I could have sworn there was, though. Oh, right here. Oh, there. Like that. Alright, we're getting somewhere now. All we need is this now. Everything else looks done, at least in the foreground. Background still needs work, but so we can start with this piece. I think we have, yeah, this. That doesn't look too bad. Yeah, so now we're gonna need a vertical one. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take both of these and kind of combine them. And that doesn't look good. So let's fix it a bit here. I don't know how I feel about that. Alright, I think this will work. But yeah, now we need this bottom angle. Alright. What else do we need? This. That looks weird, doesn't it? We can use this maybe. Yeah, that actually works. And then I think we have this. That's what if we use one of these? Oh yeah, that works perfectly. Nice. Maybe we can get away with that on the other side too. Wallace Lovecraft, welcome in. How you doing today? Keep up the good work. I will. I will. Thanks for joining us. It's always appreciated. Ah, that doesn't look good. I think maybe this one. Oh, because that one doesn't have a straight top on it. Also, this doesn't look right. That'll work. Yeah, it looks weird. All right, we'll throw some pixels in there, and we'll make a new tile here. But yeah, we're powering through this level today. I need to make another tile here. Oh, that's not what I want. Yeah, so if we take off this reference layer, everything looks pretty good. So the next step would be the dithering. And we can take from this level just like before. So yeah, I'm working with the largest pieces first, so that way we can kind of fill in the gaps. Kind of like if you had, like, I don't know, a bucket of stones, you know, you could put in larger pieces and then fill it in with gravel to fit more stones in the bucket. Not that you would ever need to carry stones in a bucket, but that's the same logic here. We can fill in the gaps with the smaller pieces. That way we can fit as many big pieces as we can, because the big pieces are harder to place. And since it's on the layer behind, we can put it behind, and it should still look okay. And we can take smaller chunks of it and kind of do the same thing. I wasn't paying attention. There was a Pokemon and it got away. So that's a pretty good starting point. We can do some of these bottom pieces now, the stalagmites. Oh, I wasn't on the right layer. So here's a good spot for it. If we get rid of these pixels, then we can put that there. Also, this is off by a pixel. Can't have that. And this one's off by a pixel too, so we're gonna have to delete more pixels. There we go. I wonder if I can get away with that if I do something like this underneath it. I think that works. Looks like there's an ad starting a little bit. We'll take a little break when that happens. And then we'll get right back to this. I'm gonna hydrate for a second here. Alright, that ad started. We're going to take a little break here, and I'll be right back. Alright, we're back from the ad break. Gonna finish what I was doing here. And yeah, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. If I'm going to work on the next level, or I'm thinking I might I might start or go back to editing the podcast. I'm about like, I'm not even like a quarter of the way through yet, or maybe a quarter of the way. But yeah. Like I was saying before, I'm really excited to get it finished. The interview was a lot of fun. Got some really good opinions on a bunch of different topics. So we don't want it to go behind those top things like that, because that's gonna make like a whole new tile. So what we can do is just bring it all down, and well, that's not gonna work. We'll put that there for now. We'll delete these. And yeah. Something like that. So that way it looks like it's all one piece. We can get rid of those. Yeah, we'll do that on pretty much all of them. So for this one, we'll repeat these ones. Oh. That way it looks like it's hanging down from the ceiling there. And then we will take these. So it looks like there's more than one. Oh. That's a pixel off. So if it's just one pixel off, it creates a whole new tile. So you gotta avoid that. Sometimes it's hard to tell when it's just one pixel, but it makes a difference in the engine. There's a wild shield on in chat if anyone wants to try to catch that. Man, I had the weirdest dream last night. So I was like at some nature preserve camp thing that I was like working at. It was kind of like Yellowstone. It was kind of like when I was working at Yellowstone, but it wasn't Yellowstone. It was more like an Illinois forest. And at some point my dad came to pick me up, but it wasn't my dad at first. It was like someone that I worked with, and we were like going to do something for work, but then it turned into my dad taking me to go get food. But we weren't going anywhere in a normal car. It was like a future car. This car was like it was almost like one of those old school Thunderbirds with like the fins, but it was a flying car, and it was much like thicker and larger than, it was taller than a Thunderbird, but it was about the same length as one of those older Thunderbirds, and it was wider, and it looked like a sports car, Thunderbird sports car, like an old school Thunderbird, but it had like no like roof. It had like a windshield, but it had like I don't know, it was a flying car, right? And there wasn't a lot of flying traffic until we got to the McDonald's, which had like a spaceport opening out of the side of a building, and it was a McDonald's only for like flying car traffic. And there was like a few cars in there, and it was really weird, like, because he just like hit a button and it like navigated automatically and like landed like inches away from the car that was in front of us, and then we were like on this like maglev track.
Whoa, break it up, guys, and listen to me. Love's a wondrous thing, but there's more to it than the physical experience. Like love. Oh, hell, I don't know. She has some tickle bitties, didn't she?
Welcome in, Easy Perp. Thanks for the redeem. I love Meatwad, so it's always good to hear that. So yeah, we're on this maglev track, and we get to our order, and I can't read the menu because I don't have my glasses, because I'm not wearing my glasses when I'm asleep, right? And my brain knew that, but then like I like leaned in closer and I could read it, but like there was nothing on the menu that I wanted because it's McDonald's and I don't ever eat McDonald's. So like but at some point I ate a French fry, which is really weird because I'm like not supposed to eat French fries because they're like, the batter contains wheat, and then they're like, well, do you want any sauce? And I was like, for some reason I told them, no, I can't eat sauce because I'm lactose intolerant, which is weird because I can't eat sauce because most sauce contains gluten. But then I said, do you have anything that doesn't have gluten? And then they're like, well, I don't know, let me check. And that was the end of the dream. It was a dream about not being able to eat at McDonald's. But there's this song that came on like when I was on the way to Oklahoma from Illinois. And it's by the Germs, and I like the Germs. I don't like all of their songs, but I like a lot of their songs. And it's this song, I think it's called "Go Into My Tunnel," or that's what the lyric is, like, "Go into my tunnel." But like in my head, it sounds like "Go into McDonald's," and it's just like, it makes me laugh like so hard. And I was singing it in the car, so that's probably why I was dreaming about McDonald's. Go into McDonald's. It's too good. If I was ever gonna do a live rendition of that song, that's what I would say instead of the real lyrics. But the Germs have had some good stuff. A really strange story with the Germs. They started a band before they knew how to play any instruments. And when they had two members, the singer who had the lyrics, he was a really good songwriter, and the guitarist who didn't know how to play guitar yet recognized that and was like, when he asked him to start a band, they're like, all right, yeah, let's start a band, but we don't know how to play any instruments. He's like, that's okay, we don't need to. And then they're like, but we don't have any other band members. Like, well, that's okay, we'll just find some new ones. And so they made a flyer, and I guess they only asked for women who didn't know how to play instruments. So they needed a drummer and a bass player who had to be women and didn't know how to play instruments. And so they found a couple people that like actually fairly quickly that wanted to play with them. And I think they ended up going through a few different drummers. And they never really learned how to play. Like, they only knew how to play their own songs, and they were like known for like making a mess on stage, and like the singer was like known for cutting himself on stage, and so like they weren't allowed to play at a lot of clubs because everyone found out that they were just gonna like make a mess and like trash the mics and stuff like that. And yeah, there was a movie that was made about this, and you know, it's one of those historical fiction-esque ones where they kind of make up their own like details. So I'm not sure how accurate all of the information is, but it was a good movie. It was, what was it called? I think it's called What We Do Is Secret, which is one of their songs. What we do is secret, secret. But yeah, the singer Darby Crash was the name he went by. He ended up killing himself, actually, which is crazy because he kept on telling the guitarist that he had a 5-year plan and that everything was going to work out in the end and that they would be famous. And they did get famous. And yeah, I guess around that time he offed himself with someone else that wanted to kill themselves. They like hung out together and killed themselves together. It's strange activity. But yeah, I found out about them through this movie called The Decline of Western Civilization, which was pretty good. Let's remove the top off of this. We could probably go like that. Why does that look so weird? Like, the dithering is getting off. But it... Oh, I guess it's like that here too. I don't remember what other bands were in the Decline of Western Civilization. I want to say that Fear was in there, and Fear is a strange band too. They're like They're like one of those like neo-Nazi punk bands, which sucks because that's like not cool at all. But they did have one good song, kind of like Pantera, where it's like just like really shitty politics, and like I don't know, Pantera pisses me off because everyone overlooks their shitty politics because they put out good music. People be like, oh, but you know, it was only the singer, it wasn't like the guitarist was the good member. It's like, you mean the guitarist with the Confederate flag on his guitar wasn't a racist? Yeah, he is a racist. They're all racist. I can't overlook that. When I was young, I didn't understand. You know, I had no idea that they were neo-Nazis. But eventually, when I was in like high school, someone showed me like a backstage, or no, it was like, well, it was like just like a collection of footage. Some of it was backstage, some of it wasn't, and he was definitely doing like Nazi stuff like on stage, and that was kind of appalling to me. But oh, yesterday when I was at the grocery store, I saw someone wearing a NoFX t-shirt, and like I should have like said, hey, I should have been like, hey, what's up? You like NoFX? And like made a new friend. But I'm like so bad at doing that. I didn't think about it until like after it was already passed. And then I was thinking about it because like when I'm in the moment, I'll be like, oh, that's cool. People here like NoFX. But the reality is he's probably the only person here that likes NoFX. And I just missed my opportunity to make a new friend. The only time I'll probably ever see him. Unless he shops at the same grocery store on the same days that I do or something. But also, like, I'm not like the world's biggest NoFX fan. I used to be when I was a kid. And there's still songs that I like, and like songs that like if it comes on I don't skip it, but there are songs that I do skip because I don't really like it as much as I used to, kind of thing. Oh, I don't want to do that. No, get rid of that. There's a wild P-dove in chat. P-dove? P-dove? Oh my god, I watched this video before bed last night. This person was changing pi in Doom. So like, Doom uses a lookup table for pi to calculate a approximation of pi. And it relies on that to decide what to show the camera in the the graphics renderer, right? So when you change it, it makes Doom become like non-Euclidean. Like the walls do different things, and the colliders stick with the walls still. It's very strange. He showed how to do it, but it's also like really technical. You need to like recompile the game and change the code, comment outlines and stuff like that. But it was an interesting talk that he did. It was like part of a talk, and then he like had examples of like what it was like changing Pi. And they were pretty funny. The audience was even laughing. It was pretty good. I'd never heard of that before. Yeah, not too long ago, someone randomly, someone who liked a Pyrotoad post that I made in like a random Discord server, was like asking me about the game. You know, they're like, "Oh, it looks like it's for NES." I was like, "Oh, it's actually for Game Boy Color." They're like, "Oh, really? That's crazy." And I was like, "Yeah, you know, we're using GB Studio," and they're like, "Oh, that's cool. I grew up with retro games too." And we had like a little conversation about it, and they ended up adding me on Discord, and then you know, DMing me, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. And they were like, "Do you know how to mod Doom?" And I do know how to mod Doom. They're like, "I want you to mod the game for me." And I was like, "Oh, well, that's kind of a big ask." He's like, "I know how to make pixel art on my phone, but I don't have a computer, so I can't mod the game myself." Because I was like, "Yeah, there's like tutorials to do that. Like, just, you know, go look it up online. It's much easier than it sounds." And they're like, "What are you talking about?" I'm talking about someone on Discord who wanted me to make a Doom mod for them. But yeah, I was like, Discord, yeah, on Discord. Yeah, so I was in like a random Discord server and just posting instant block. Yeah, I get a lot of weird Discord stuff. So like this was like the least of the weird. I'm not gonna block someone just for not understanding mod etiquette, but you know, I let him know, like, hey, that's kind of a big ask. You can't just, you know, like, what I did was I showed him a tweet that I put out where I was showing what I had done in a Doom mod, which was like very limited and just for fun, you know, no money or anything. Just I changed the Doom guy's face. You know how he looks around and he gets killed and stuff. I changed that. I changed the chainsaw to be like, well, you know, I could probably just find the post. Was it this guy? Yeah. I don't know why it's not loading. Probably has something to do with this. Huh. It's going, just real slow. Wonder if they're being doxed or de-doxed or whatever they call it. What do they call it? DDoSed, right? It was working earlier. Oh wow, yeah. Apparently X is down. I'll call it X when it's down. I'll call it Twitter when it works. Oh, here it goes. It's not completely down, it's just completely slow. So yeah, this is what I made. We'll turn off the music so you can hear it, because I did change the sound effects too. Where is that? So yeah, real quick, if you look, I changed the chainsaw to be like a book, like a spell tome. You pick it up and now you have green hands and you have a green face down there too. I don't know if you can see because of the line. Oh, I moved my mouse. Yeah, so if you can see the little face down there, I made that. I made the chainsaw with the animation, the sound effects. And then I made a staff that shoots green puffs of smoke. You can't really see the puffs of smoke, but when you hit the wall, when you hit a wall, instead of a regular bullet hole, it does a green puff instead of a regular puff. But yeah, and this took me like pretty much a whole day to do. Oh, there's an ad in progress. I didn't even realize that. It took me like a whole day to do. And it's, you know, just the few different sprites that I did. So I showed him this and I was like, you know, like it's kind of a lot of work to do this. Not to mention you kind of need a computer because unless you have the exact sprite dimensions, it's not going to work. So you can't just like, you know, well, I don't know the word. You can't just make whatever willy-nilly. That's what I'm trying to say. You can't willy-nilly make sprites. They have to be the exact same size to make it work. So yeah. We'll watch it again once the ad is over, just in case anyone was stuck in an ad wanted to see that. It's about over here. So yeah, you pick up the book, you get the magic, which is now the chainsaw. You get the staff. Your hand turns back to the normal hand, because I didn't change that. Oh, and you can see his face down there if I stop moving the mouse. Yeah, so you can see he took some damage. He's got like a bloody lip now. But yeah, there's actually like a bunch of different sprites for that face down there. I mean, granted, you don't have to like change them completely. But yeah, when I die, you'll see that I made a dead sprite too. Yeah, see, look how bloody he is now, and then he's dead. But yeah, I do like doing that stuff. I'm just not gonna do it for someone that I barely know who like, you know, I mean, I'll chat with someone who wants to talk about retro games and stuff, but I won't just like make a whole mod an entire game for free. I mean, people literally pay me to make mods, so I'm not gonna do it for free, unless it's for me, for fun, you know, that's what I was doing there. So, but looks cool. Thanks, Easy Perp. Appreciate that. Yeah, there's a link for Easy Perp stream if you want to check out Easy Perp. He's longtime follower of my stream. He's actually the first person who subbed on my stream, and yeah, I think everyone should check out Easy Perp. Absolutely. Oh, and the music is off. But yeah, I do like modding Doom, and honestly, like talking to that dude made me want to like get back into my own mod. But I'm not gonna struggle with someone else's pixel art who doesn't even have a computer to like try to learn. Like it'd be different if it was like someone who was like, oh, like let's make what you want to do and what I want to do kind of thing, or something like that, or like they were willing to learn how to do it themselves, or like, you know, at least had a computer maybe. Nothing wrong with not having a computer, but it's going to be hard to mod a game without a computer. Like, it's a computer game. But yeah, modding Doom is actually what got me into game dev, I think. Well, I was modding other games before Doom. So, there was actually this, it was Duke It Out in DC. My buddy gave me the CD-ROM for it. And it came with, like, demos for other games, and, like, they were like not they were like DRM free. Like they had the project files. It was like the source code was there on the disc. So I was just playing with that, you know what I mean? Not the code, but like the files. I was into file swapping. Like I would take the audio, I would manipulate it in different ways, like turn it backwards or slow it down, change the pitch, whatever. Or put in my own audio and just, you know, give it the same name, and it would play it in the game. And I thought that was, when I was in like, you know, 7th grade, I thought that was the coolest thing ever. Like 6th and 7th grade, I was like, hell yeah, that's super cool. Actually, I think I was in 5th grade. So that was my very first modding experience. But by the time I was in high school, I was learning about mod tools, Doom Builder, and that kind of stuff. I was downloading prefabs and like putting them into levels, making my own levels, trying to make the art. I never actually got as far as I did what I just showed you, but I was trying to do that kind of stuff back in high school. But it's actually pretty easy to do. Like, there's a lot of resources now. A lot more than there was when I was young, that's for sure. But it's funny because it's like one of the like oldest mod communities. I mean, not the oldest. I'm sure there's mod communities that are older, but it is very old now. You know what's super cool is that the developers, or one of the developers of Doom, John Romero is his name. He went on to make what he called Sigil and Sigil 2, which are it's not even a mod. It's basically like a free DLC for the original Doom, right? There's 3 episodes in the original Doom. It's two more episodes that he made, and they're freaking awesome. They're like 10 times better than the original because, you know, he's been doing it that much longer. But it's cool because it uses the exact same hardware. You don't need to download any like extra stuff except for the WAD file, they call it, which is what the episode is. What happened there? And if like I have it on Switch, And you can put it on. You can put Sigil and Sigil 2 on the Switch. There is a wild tadpole bulb in chat. And like Doom and Doom 2 go on sale for like freaking $1.50, $3 or something like that. And on Steam, on the Switch, probably on any platform where they sell games. And I mean it's owned by Bethesda now, so it's like, you know, and I think they want you to like use their launcher or sign up for a Bethesda account or something like that, but it's worth it to play the original Doom game. And you can still mod those because all they are is the WAD file. Obviously the Switch is a little different, but if you get the Steam version, you can mod that as well. And there's a port for Doom on the Mii Mini, which is really cool too. Yeah, if anyone's not familiar with the Mii Mini, it's a retro handheld console. It's for ROMs. It doesn't like it's not a recreation of the actual Game Boy hardware or anything like that. But because that it's not, you can play PS1 games on there, and Sega CD, Sega Genesis, NES, Famicom, yeah, TurboGrafx 16, TIC 80, Pico 8. There's just so much that you can do on that little handheld. And there are ports also. Mostly open source games, but also there's some non-open source games. Like there's a port of Mario 64 that works on the Mii Mini, which is crazy because the Mario 64 has like, they had to make a lot of changes to it to make it work, but it works, and it's actually a lot of fun. It's really cool. I don't think it's 100% legal because it's Nintendo, but it's available. I'm actually surprised that it's available with the way Nintendo is about that stuff. But as a developer, I had to check it out. I really want to get into that actually, but I don't think I will. It's just one of those things that I want to do and probably won't. Like porting games to the Mii Mini. It's kind of a niche thing. And I would want to port my own games. Or like, something like Retro Spaceball would be so cool, but honestly that would probably be too difficult or like impossible, or wouldn't run very well, or there would probably be all types of issues. So what would be more likely would be doing something like Barbie Seahorse Adventure. Like a game that's open source that someone already made and allows you to port to consoles like that. We're moving right along here. Going a lot faster than I was yesterday. But I had a lot of fun chatting with people yesterday, so it's all good. Not often that I get like 15 people in the stream chatting all at once, so that was a lot of fun. Well, I guess not all of them were chatting, but it was still fun. So I like this. I think it turned out pretty good. We'll save it. Probably a good idea to export them and put them in the engine before I switch gears. I saved that as a PNG. That's not what I meant to do. It's not a big deal, we still got the backups, so... but yeah. And then I made changes to this one, so we'll export this one as well. And this one also. Wait, 21 AG? Oh, okay. Yeah. Alright, so those are all exported. Alright, so we'll open up this folder. And then we need to find the art folder. Alright, so now we need to make sure we get the right one. So 35Q is the first one. 21 AG, 22K, and 23. So 21 through 23, and then 35. Alright, so we've got 22K, 23U, 21 AG, and then 35. Why are there two? Shit, one's P and one's Q. QRS. CUV. I think Q is the one we want. Yeah, Q. So we'll copy that. And paste it here. Now we're gonna delete the underscore color on each of these so we can overwrite the files. Alright, so that should fix the issues on these. And so this one we need to change the color palette to be automatic. And everything looks okay. Same thing here. Color palette to automatic. I'm just checking the lily pads to make sure that they worked alright. This balloon is going to need to be changed. Also this arrow. Let's take a look at these. Alright, so we do have the lava animated on these. On that one at least. This one has fire now. Oh wait. I think we added... Did we add fire to this one? I could have sworn we added fire. Yeah, there's fire here. Oh, this is labeled P. Well, that's weird. Well, let's grab the P one then. Although I think it's supposed to be Q. Oh, it's this. This is the one. I grabbed the wrong file. The test one, because I was having trouble with the colors, so I had to do some testing. So we'll paste this one here, and we'll remove that. Oh, and the underscore. All right, yeah, now it's got the fire. Oh, I wasn't clicked on it. All right, so we've got this loop index 0, 0. So we actually want it to not be 0. So one of these is for the fire. So maybe we do want it to be 0. We need to find the background tile swap scene. Alright, so yeah, it's actually supposed to be 6. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But, oh, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 is what it's supposed to be. Yeah, see how it's 4 there? Alright, so we'll change this one to 4. We just have to remember that it's loop index 1. And then we'll go down to this script here. And we should be able to just enable this event. And then yeah, we gotta change it up a bit here. So we will remove that, add reference, variable, it's called loop index. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna copy that and paste it over that. And then the next thing we need to do is find the fire, which is at 816. So we'll change this to 16 instead of 13. And that should fix the fire. Yep, because this is going to be the same. Oh no, we need to change this to regular loop index. And this. Yeah, that should fix the fire. So what we'll do is we'll actually take from this one, because there's no wind on the next level. We'll paste this here, and we can leave all of that the same. There's no lava on this level either. So what we'll do is we'll just take the background swapping event here, copy events, and we're gonna paste that event. Oh, that's the wrong one. Control Z. We want it here. Alright, so we've got the lava top, which we can actually disable. And the fire, which is using loop index 1 again, so we don't have to change that, but we do need to change that number. So we'll change it to 626. Oh, and we need the lava also. So we'll enable that. And we'll find the lava at 5412. And yeah, that one should be set up fine. So that should fix all of the fire and lava on that level. This level doesn't have any lava, but it has fire. So we'll grab the set loop indexes event. We'll copy that. And paste that at the top, and those are good, but we want the fire, so we'll grab we'll just grab all of them because it's got the timer, copy events, paste events, and then we're just gonna turn off the ones we don't need. So we don't need the lava, so we'll disable that, and then we need to set the fire to work, right? So we'll go to 1693. And the loop index should be fine. So that should fix that. Yeah. Gonna hydrate here for a second. All right. So now we need the fire for this level too. Yeah, if we click this, we don't have that yet, so we'll just clean this up a bit. All right. So we'll go to this level. We'll take the set loop indexes event. Head to this level, paste the event, we'll throw it at the beginning, and then we'll go here and take the background one, copy that event, and we'll paste it here. Alright, so now we need to set the fire, and that's 2023. And the loop indexes should be fine. So that should fix the fire. And like I said, oh, there is lava on this one, so we need to do that too. So we don't need to play with the loop indexes, but we need to enable this and give it a lava tile, which is 108.31. So yeah, when you hover over a tile on a selected scene, you can see the coordinates in the bottom left corner just above where it says debugger. And it's 108.31. If I go over here, it's 126.31. So the X is changing and the Y is staying the same. If you go all the way to the upper left corner, that's 0, 0. So the further right you go, the higher the X coordinate goes, and the further down you go is the higher the Y goes, which is a little bit weird. In most situations, Y is, or 0, 0 would be down at the bottom left, but the way the Game Boy works is it starts at the upper left. So one of those weird discrepancies that's particular to the Game Boy, and other things too, not just the Game Boy. So there's other hardware that works like that too. But yeah, that should fix those. I do think we should make an icon for this though. So let's whip something up real quick. There's an ad starting soon, so we'll take a short ad break when that occurs. But yeah, I was thinking like a frog thing. So we'll start with the green for transparency, and then we'll do like a white outline, I think, first. Oh, and the ad starts. So we'll do that when the ad is over. Alright, we're back from the ad break. We've got our transparency layer. I've got some gummy bears in my mouth, so give me a second. I've finished chewing. Alright, so I've got a symmetry line here, and not really sure the best way to draw a frog toe thing, but maybe, I don't know, I kind of think I should look at a reference. Here's a good reference. We've got this tree frog foot. Yeah. So there's actually 4. So that's good to know. So we can turn off symmetry and make some adjustments. So what we'll do is we'll grab all of this, throw it down there, we'll grab this, move it over there. We'll shrink this toe. We'll shrink, or we'll shrink that toe also. And then we need that like thumb looking thing. And then we need like a dark outline so that way we can see what it is. We could probably scooch that over. Yeah, let's change that up a bit. I think it kind of needs like a toe looking thing, so that way it's like obvious, but maybe it won't be. It's so hard to do with pixel art, right? And then we'll do like this green color on the inside. It looks less like a frog toe than it did before when I started, huh? Alright, first of all, let's see what it looks like with the outline. Alright, where's that reference at? I'm gonna throw this on the other screen so I can see them both at the same time. And this one might be a better reference, actually. Yeah. So this should be more chunky, and then this line should be more inward. And then this one should be more out if that other one is in, and this should be like further that way. I don't know if this is gonna work. It hardly looks like a frog foot. That looks a little bit better. Kind of looks like a peace sign. But, you know, in the 90s there was all those frogs giving the peace sign, so maybe there's something to that. I think this needs to be chunkier. Oh, that's not gonna work because of the outline. Do that maybe? I don't know. It's better than the arrow. I can't remember if we talked about an icon for this. I could check my notes, but I don't think there's a note about that. Well, let's export it. And if we don't like it, we can always change it later. Welcome in, Indie Maniac. Thanks for checking in. Appreciate that. How you doing today? Oh, and you're first. Look at that. Heck yeah. Congrats on being first. We made a frog foot. Indy, do you think this looks like a frog foot? I should have asked you before I mentioned what it was. What do you think this looks like? If you aren't first, you're last. It's true. If you saw this in a video game, what would you think that it does? It does look like a frog foot to you. Okay, good, good. And if you were playing a frog game and you picked this up off the ground, what do you think it would do to you as your character? Jump higher? It's actually to help you climb walls. But it should be fairly straightforward because there's nowhere else to go. It's what this arrow is going to be, the frog foot. Yeah, wall jump. So yeah, we will go into assets, sprites, and we'll add it there. Ah, that makes sense too. Cool, cool. Yeah, hopefully it's not too confusing and looks okay. But if there's any issues, we can always change it later. What did I call it? Frog foot? Frog foot. But how you doing today, Indy? Hope you've had a good day. Yeah. So now we can change this to Frogfoot. Although it's the wrong color. So we're going to go to the sprites view. We're gonna find Frogfoot on here. And we're gonna change the colors to be this green color. Oh. Cool. What's this? Transparent. Oh, it moves an enemy, apparently. So this one I think we're gonna need to change. I think I have a prefab for maybe I don't. We've got a balloon, but we don't have a short balloon. But I know we used one in another level. Not that level. Here's one. Balloon short. So we'll just copy this sprite. Control C. And which level was it? This level? No. This level. And we'll just paste it right there. Yeah. And then we'll just delete that one. That should fix that. But yeah, I hope you've had a good day today. Hope it was good and uneventful in the right ways. Or eventful in the right ways. Either way would be cool. What is this? This is a keyboard. What is it? What does it do? Pop the top steam. Oh, so it kills the player. So we want that to be. What does it do? Does it move? It deactivates when you shoot. So this is actually going to be brambles. I wonder if did we make brambles that were long? Big bramble. Is that right? I think that'll work. Although honestly, I don't like that they're not connected. Because then it makes you think that you need to like shoot 3 fireballs. Where like, if it was this one, maybe we just use that one instead. Alright, so it's time for me to test these levels, but I don't know the passwords. So I'm gonna have to figure that out. Actually, I think they're written down in Discord. Gotta scroll up quite a bit here. You know, I think I actually copied them. Yeah, I pasted them here. Okay, cool. That makes it a little bit easier. So we want levels. Now I gotta scroll here. Level 21 through 24. So 21 is muck. 22 is burp, 23 is arbit, and 24 is zaps. Hopefully. Alright, so we'll do a build, we'll save it. And then we'll hit this button here. And we'll wait for it to build. We can throw up the build log so we can see what it's doing. This will take just a minute here. I'm gonna munch on some gummy bears because they're freaking addictive. Still building. We're at trigger 400. Trigger 500. Trigger 600. So it's actually moving fairly quick here. Says it's packing data now. These warnings, I believe, are because of the platformer plugin that we're using. It's not made for this version. This version of GB Studio allows for slopes, and the platformer plugin does not. But we're not using slopes, so there shouldn't be any issues, as far as I understand. So it's linking. That's the last step. Alright, it gave us that weird errored out. So we'll just try it again. And because of the build cache, it shouldn't take nearly as long. Still giving us this error on level 8. I think I might need to change the tiles so we don't go over the limit. There's a wild Sudowoodo in chat, if anyone wants to try to catch that. Sudowoodo. So yeah, it's already linking, so thanks to that build cache, it's nearly done. And fingers crossed that it doesn't error out this time. Alright, looks like it worked. So we'll go ahead and use the password. Oh, I can turn off my music then. Alright, so the password for level 24, or no, I'm sorry, 21 is muck. Alright, it did not work. So let's take a look and see what the actual password is. Oh wait, no, maybe those were just ones that I thought of. Maybe I'm just not using the right passwords here. Let's see. Oh yeah, this was ages ago. I could have sworn that I like copy and pasted them, but maybe I did not. Oh, here they are. So I am gonna copy and paste them, so that way I don't have to find them in Discord again. All right, what did we say? 20. Okay, 21 is dive. All right, that sounds familiar. So we did already test that one. Let's just go straight to 22, which is lure. Oh, that's not the right one. Password okay. Alright, so the fire is animated, so that's good. Got the balloon. Oh, I didn't get the thing. Alright, so I think we have to be quicker. Oh, I jumped into the fire. Oh, the spikes. Oh, I got ahead of myself there. Oh, you gotta like run right off after that jump. Ah. Yeah. So someone asked me today if the game was like, if the game was like Super Meat Boy. And at first I was like, no, it's not like Super Meat Boy. And then like the more I thought about it, I was like, it kind of is like Super Meat Boy. I die a lot. And like the further you get into the levels, the more difficult they get. And it starts becoming more like Super Meat Boy. I gotta stop dying there. Oh man, I just keep dying. Oh, you jumped too late. I hesitated. I was like, oh no, the fire is coming. What do I do? Alright. Oh, I was supposed to do that. Whoa. Hey, that's so hard to reach. Yeah. I'm not getting very far here. I guess they call it a precision platformer for a reason. Oh, shit. I don't have the precision required, I don't think. And the mouse was bothering me. Hey. Oh. Ah. Just keep jumping into that same fireball. Alright, I made it over the fire. I made it over the... I didn't mean to jump there, but I did. Go. I missed the thing. Yeah, this is the first time I've played this level, by the way, so... If it looks like I don't know what I'm doing, that would be it, the reason why. Jumped right over the platform. I feel like the platform, if it was just moving just a little bit slower, it would help me a lot. Like, that'd be one of those things that like an easy mode would maybe change, I feel like. It's so hard to land on it, it's moving so quick. Maybe I'm just old. I got the fireball, but couldn't get back on the platform in time. Yeah, that's tough. I killed the bramble, but I did not make it to the platform. You gotta like do it differently than how I am. Oh, if I would have just been able to jump, I like walked off the edge. I hit the button, but I don't know. It didn't let me jump. Oh, I did it. I got past the thing. Now the next thing's gonna kill me, isn't it? Oh, I didn't die there. I don't know what you're supposed to do there. Jump over the fire, probably. Did I make it? I beat one. Oh, this is cute. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's tough though. Alright, I think I need to skip this level. There we go. And then the next level is Pond. Yeah, I haven't played this level yet either. Oh, I made the jump. I hesitated at the last second. My guess is you gotta go back for this. Oh shit. I thought it was gonna squish me against the lightning bolt. I was like, no! Oh, I guess you don't need to be on fire there. I went through the key. That was weird. Got the key that time. Oh shit, I didn't see that one. Oh shit, you're still on. Yep, still on. It's only been a few hours here. Going on 3 hours now. But welcome in, Puke7. Everyone, if you haven't checked out Puke's stream, you should go give him a follow. He does retro stuff on Fridays, and then he's been making a port of what's that game called? I can't remember. Something Orange Island. There it is. Sorry, I should have that down by now. But yeah, everyone should check out Puke. Oh, he's an assembly wizard. That's the 6502 assembly wizard, in my mind. Oh. Oh, do I have to race that one? Because that would make this level like so much harder. I think I have to race that lightning bolt. I'm never gonna make it. Oh. Yeah, but if you guys think this game looks cute, you should see Orange Island, because it looks a lot cuter than this. I jumped into the lightning bolt. There's a wild golet in chat if anyone wants to try to catch that. Those textures are real nice. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I've been doing on stream is putting together these cave levels. A lot of the sprites were already made. I did make one new sprite for this set of levels, for the next level actually. Oh. Yeah, I think I have to race a lightning bolt in this level, so I'm not gonna win, but I want to get as far as I can. Mostly I'm just testing things. Looks like I got the key. Oh. Alright, that's enough of this level. Let's test the next level. So that one was pond, so this one's pool. Alright, so there's the new icon I made. It's supposed to be... Well, let me ask chat, what do you guys think that looks like? And what do you think it would do? And maybe I should make it flash. But I don't know, the white outline kind of makes it look like a pickup. So you pick it up and then you can bounce off walls. Or you can wall jump. I've never done this before, so I'm just getting used to it. Hell yeah, wall jumps. Hey. All right. Oh. Oh, into the spikes. One thing Ted didn't include in Orange Island, yeah. I imagine doing something like that on the Nintendo would be kind of difficult, judging by how difficult it is in all the Nintendo games that have it. I think Ninja Gaiden had a wall jump, right? But it was like super hard to perform, so hard that like people didn't realize that it was even like part of the game. Unless I'm mistaken. But also even on the Super Nintendo, what was it? Super Metroid had a wall jump that was like really hard to do. And this isn't the world's easiest wall jump, but it's actually not too bad. But it's part of a plugin, so it's not like Johnny coded this himself, as far as I know. Alright, so you gotta like... Yeah, there we go. Ninja Gaiden was hard to climb a single wall with the wall jump, but jumping between two walls was pretty smooth. Okay, yeah. Oh, into the fire. I always pronounced it... Oh, interesting. I always pronounced it Ninja Gaiden, or Ninja Gaiden, but I remember watching, what was it, The Wizard, where they call it Ninja Gaiden, and the guy says it real funny like that, and so now I wonder if that's like the correct way to pronounce it, like the actor was like, I don't know how to pronounce this word, and so they're like, ask Nintendo, you know, like, how do you pronounce this word, since it's like a game, you probably want to pronounce it, and they were probably like, Gaiden. But that's just a guess. Oh. You pronounce it right, but with a dumb American accent. Okay, yeah. Batman has this delay before he jumps off the wall. I vaguely remember that. I think I only rented Batman, though. I really like the art style in Batman. Oh. I don't think I'm going to be able to beat any of these levels, if I'm being honest with myself here. Hey, welcome in, Sarzak. How you doing? Everyone should check out Sarzak's stream. He's always playing retro games. I'm not sure if he even plays anything else. Oh, I made it to this weird spot, but I'm not on fire. Hi Rick, I'm doing okay. How are you? I'm doing all right. I had a pretty kind of crappy week last week, so I'm having a good week this week, so that's good. I am stuck now. Good. Hope this week is better for you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And it is. It's much better already. Oh. But yeah, we've been working on these levels, and I wanted to test them, even though I'm terrible at this game. The levels look nice. The artwork turned out good. The new icon that I made looks good. All the background tile swapping is working as expected. But the levels are just so hard. there's a wall jump mechanic on this level, and this is my first time doing it, and it's not easy. It's pretty difficult, to be honest. Week to week roller coaster, I know that business. Yeah, well, and not to get like too into it, but my mom has had a bunch of health issues, and you know, my last week she was in the hospital, and then we had her, and because she's been battling brain cancer for like 4 years now, and she passed away on Friday, so it was pretty rough. Oh, I missed. It's pretty rough on me. Even though it was kind of expected, it all kind of started to happen really quick towards the end, and that's always rough. Oh goodness, sorry to hear. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's, you know, no one lives forever, but yeah, it doesn't make it any easier. I keep doing the same thing there. In a way, I feel like I'm grateful that I was kind of given warning, because me and my mom didn't always get along so well. So the wall jump flipped me the other way. So when I found out about the brain cancer, I kind of took that opportunity to just like pack up and move in with my mom. And so I was living with her for a good 3 years or so. And it gave us a chance to kind of bury the hatchet and make up for lost time, and you know, make everything right. And I think that was a good thing, you know. I'm very grateful for that. My brother wasn't able to do that since he works a lot. He's got 4 kids and stuff, so I mean, he'd spent as much time as he could, but you know, I was able to just like move in and stop what I was doing and just move in. And you know, I work from home, freelancing, so I was able to slow down my workload completely, and just focus on what was important. Totally, yeah. But you know, I think about what would happen the other way if she would have just died suddenly with no like warning whatsoever. I would have been, you know, it would have hit me a lot harder, I guess, you know, having not you know, having an issue between us or whatever. Oh, I'm really bad at this level. I'm really bad at most of these levels at this point. This is like level 24, so, and there's only like 10 more levels after this, so it's definitely like at a hard point in the game. Oh. But yeah, I don't think anything could make this week worse than last week, so I think I'm in the clear. And yeah, I'm happy to be home. You know, it was okay to see my brother and my mom's husband and all that, but I don't really get along with them that well, and it was more stressful being around other people, I think, and the whole family thing. Like, you know, I'm okay at grieving by myself, but I'm not very good at grieving with others. So that was like that didn't make it any easier for me. Yeah, man. Yep, no, I'm back home now, and I like it here. Got a fridge full of groceries, and yep. I was actually thinking about going out this week. There's this retro bar in the city, and they've got Killer Queen Arcade, which is a really dope modern arcade game. It's like a 5 versus 5 game. It's got 2 monitors and 5 joysticks, 5 buttons. I'm sorry, on each side, so 10 joysticks, 10 buttons. But I doubt there's gonna be like a whole lot of people there to play with. But oh shit, that was the furthest I've gotten though. But yeah, I kind of want to just check out the bar, see what they got there as far as the games. I don't drink, and I can't really eat bar food because of the whole gluten allergy thing. So I don't know, maybe they'll have like ginger beer or something, some type of mixer that I can pay for and not feel like a freeloader. Or I guess I could go on Friday or Saturday, pay the $5 the cover. But I also worry that it's gonna be like a bunch of young people and like too loud, and like my age will start to show and I won't feel comfortable if there's like a whole lot of people. But yeah, you know, like Wednesday, like right when the bar opens, like, you know there's not gonna be a bunch of people. You know there's not gonna be a freaking party. I love them barcades. I do too, but it's always weird going to a new one, right? Because you never know what it's gonna be like. It's always better to go to one that you like know, right? I'm like, I don't know, I can be kind of like a not antisocial, but like I get like social anxiety sometimes, and I can be kind of quiet. But yeah, oh, and when I was in Phoenix, there was this one that I really liked called Bonus Round. Unfortunately, it closed because of COVID, but it was dope. You know, it had a bunch of free games, and then pinball wasn't free, and then Killer Queen was free like 2 days out of the week, and they had the league nights on those nights, so like there was always like enough people to play with on those nights, and we would go until close, and that became my like friend circle when I was in Phoenix, was the Killer Queen thing. Actually, I started going to that because there's this really awesome convention in Phoenix called ZapCon. Actually, it's in Mesa, which is like a suburb of Phoenix, basically. So in Mesa, they've got a convention center, and they fill it with like over 300 cabinets and pins, and they have ZapCon, and it's so awesome. So I heard about it, and I was like, well, shit. And they have volunteers, right? Because I didn't have a lot of money at the time, so I volunteered, and it was so cool because like anyone who's like a donor or a volunteer, or anyone who's like part of the crew, gets to go in on Friday when they're setting up, when there's no crowds, there's no lines. There's a whimsicott in chat if anyone wants to try to catch that. And yeah, so like most of the cabs are set up already on Friday night, but they don't let anyone in. There's no tickets being sold, only like the people who work there. So it gives you a chance to meet people and play the games without waiting in lines. That way, you know, because they do want you to work for like 8 hours or something like that as a volunteer. And yeah, it was actually quite a bit of work too, like, because they wanted me to like walk the whole time, so which isn't too terrible, except that like my legs were hurting after Saturday. I didn't even go back on Sunday because I'd already played all the games and my legs were killing me. And then the second year that I did it, I actually got really sick from someone, probably from playing Killer Queen. But yeah, that's how I met the Killer Queen crowd, because they had like a ZapCon night at the barcade where like all the cool people on the email list for the ZapCon thing, the volunteers and stuff, were hanging out playing Killer Queen for like just like a low-key Killer Queen tournament. And I actually was on the winning team for that. And the captain of the team was like, oh, you should come. Oh, I made it this far. The captain of the team was like, you should come to league nights. And I was like, hey, Big Lumpy, how's it going? Welcome in. It's going all right. It's going pretty good, actually. This is the furthest I've gotten in this level, so that's cool. We were just making these levels today and yesterday and a couple weeks ago. They're the cave theme levels. What up, Lumpy? Yeah, Great to see you here. Thanks for joining. Oh, and then I jump right into the lightning bolt. I feel like I need that, right? Cause like, what's that even there for if I don't need it? I think I need it. Oh. Liquid television. Did you guys watch that? You guys know what liquid television is? I know Puke's probably old enough to remember it. I don't know if he had cable back then. I knew about it and what it is. Nice, nice. Yeah, that's where Eon Flux and Beavis and Butthead got their start. Saw it at a friend's house. Nice. Yeah, I didn't know about it until after it came out. I started watching MTV animations during the oddities because I think I had cable during while Liquid Television was on, but I was too young to stay up that late. And then before long we didn't have cable. Yeah, I remember seeing like a few music videos on cable. It's crazy how many cartoon incubators there were. Liquid Television was what a cartoon. Oh yeah, etc. I don't know what a cartoon or oh yeah, but I watched the MTV oddities. Were those both on MTV or were those other channels? Or maybe, you know, I might, cause there was what I'm trying to remember something the duck, something about a duck, and then there was the Max. Was the Max on oddities? I can't remember now. There was a lot of weird like cartoons back then. What a Cartoon was Cartoon Network. Oh yeah, cartoons was Nickelodeon. Duckman, yeah, I remember Duckman. But that wasn't on MTV, right? It was on something else. Max was MTV, okay. I love that show. The Head, yeah, The Head was a good one too. That was MTV Oddities, alright? But eventually I downloaded a torrent of all of the Liquid Television. And it's funny because it's like a rip from a VHS. And so like it's got some of like the, you know how like the VHS would have like the issues with the tape, or like the head wouldn't be properly calibrated or whatever. So it has like all of those like weird wavy line issues and like little bits of commercials before it starts and ends and kind of stuff like that. What was the one that looked like crayon scribblings about the one skateboarding secret agent again? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember. Was that on Liquid Television? I've rewatched quite a few of the Liquid Television ones now. Or watched them for the first time. It was around college that I downloaded the torrent, but since then I've actually loaded them all on my Miu Mini. And so like anytime that I'm like, you know, bored in a waiting office or something like that, I'll throw it on there. I am not getting any further on this level whatsoever. I'm getting better at wall jumping. Into the spikes. Oh. Yeah, I shot the fireball, but it's a little late. Just a little late. Ah, right into the spikes. I want to say yes, I feel like it was one of them. Interesting. Yeah, I can't really remember. There was the one of the ones that I remember the most was the it was like soap operas, but it was like soap. All the characters were different types of soap. There was like a microphone on a rope that was, his name was Soap on a Rope. And then there was what, like art school girls from hell or something like that. There was this one where it was all postcards, but there was like this weird Australian narrator that was like describing the postcards. Oh, there's an ad here, so we'll take a little ad break, and we'll start up again after the ad break. Alright, we're back from the ad break, and I pulled up the Liquid Television Wikipedia page, and it's got all the titles at least. So yeah, soap opera was hilarious. Invisible Hands was so weird. It was like a noir mystery type thing with like a really distinct animation style. Stick Figure Theater, I remember that. That was pretty fun. Art School Girls of Doom, that's what it was. Not from Hell. Art School Girls of Doom. That was pretty weird. It was like live action, like blue screen, with like animations behind the blue screen stuff. And Psychogram, that was the one with the postcards. Super funny. Those were nice because they were short. A lot of these were really short, or they would like the longer ones they would cut up. Like Invisible Hands was like a bunch of different shorter segments that like fit together into one long story. Yeah, I don't remember a lot of these. I feel like the puppets one was funny. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, the soap opera one was freaking hilarious. Faith No More, epic. What is it? Look at that, there's a Pixar one on there. That's interesting, I didn't know that. You imagine that? Pixar was popular on MTV before, well, I guess it wasn't popular, but Pixar was on MTV before it was in films. Let's see. The thing what lurked in the tub, that sounds weird. Yeah, some of these seems like one-offs, which is pretty cool. Face like a frog, Mystic Knights, don't go in the basement. Cut up camera. I think that's supposed to be a take on Candid Camera. Miss Lydia's makeover to the stars. They might be giants. Istanbul, not Constantinople. That's a good song. I didn't know it was out way back then. That's freaking crazy. 1991. And then season 2 was 1992. That's when Beavis and Butthead got on there. Frog Baseball, that's such a raunchy episode. Like, you couldn't even produce something like that these days because of like animal cruelty and stuff like that. Because I'm sure there was probably kids that did that, you know, which is sickening, but that's you know, it is what it is. Office Space by Mike Judge. That must have been the Milton. Yeah, Milton is a series of animated shorts by Mike Judge. I actually have a copy of Milton on DVD from the animation show, which has like a bunch of Don Hertzfeldt stuff. I don't know if you guys know Don Hertzfeldt, but I've got a Don Hertzfeldt alert or redeem.
My spoon is too big. My spoon is too big. My spoon is too big.
I am a banana. Bob the Frog and Burp. Sounds like it fits the stream. Oh, there's a third season? I think I only have 2 seasons. Oh, 4? I don't know if I have all the episodes then. Although there was only 5 episodes in the 4th season. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in the 3rd. So maybe I do. There's a wild Venonat in chat. If anyone is interested in trying to catch that. Oh, look at that. Okay, it came back out in 2014. I had no idea that there was Liquid Television in 2014. Season 4 was 2014, so I definitely don't have that. But now I'm kind of interested. We're talking about Liquid Television, yeah. I had no idea that they had a reboot of it. But that must have been around the same time that they rebooted Beavis and Butthead. I'll have to check that out. I bet I could find it somewhere. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get any further on this level. I mean, I can keep trying. But yeah.
For the love of God and all that is holy, my anus is bleeding.
Oh. Ah. I haven't figured the best way to do that yet. I hesitated. Yay. Game looks hard. It is hard. It is hard. Ta-da! Yeah, no, the game is quite difficult. I'm also not great at these types of games, so I make it look harder than it is. But this is like level 24, so at this point the difficulty curve is very active. And it just introduced the new mechanic, the frog foot. I'm not sure if that's what we're gonna do. I kind of just guessed and used my own judgment on that. I'll have to ask Johnny what he thinks. Hey. This isn't your game though, right? You were just making the art. This is his game. So this is a team project. So I'm making the art and helping out with some of the programming, but mostly Johnny Manjuro is doing the programming. And this is his first time using GB Studio. So whenever he needs a hand, oh, I got back up there. Ooh. Whenever he needs a hand, I'm able to help him out. But he's actually really proficient. He's another ASM wizard. He's actually made this really cool game called Palooza Saga: Kaji's Trials for NES. It's like a Zelda-like that's like a roguelike. ASM fuck the world. Oh wow, a GB Studio game. Yeah, this is a GB Studio game. So yeah, I've been helping out a little bit and doing some of the stuff like the tile swapping and stuff like that. It's a little bit of the troubleshooting where the art doesn't, you know, this is my first Game Boy Color game, so things like needing more palettes and stuff like that. I'm optimizing the palettes and optimizing the tile counts and stuff like that. So it's not like I'm only doing art, and I'm also doing the music, but yeah, mostly Johnny's doing the programming and the design. So he designed the concept, and then we came up with the theme together, and we've been kind of working out the kinks together. And I've been giving some ideas, and mostly he's been coming up with the ideas, which is actually great for me because there's been a whole lot of other stuff on my plate during the development of this game, so it actually works pretty well for me. And art is something that I'm like very comfortable with. I studied art in college, so and I've actually done some art on other team projects and stuff like that, so I've never made it this far before. This is a new one. Oh, and then I jump right in the fire. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, so actually this French blogger is interested in interviewing me and the other developer for this game and our other games, and he was asking if it's like Super Meat Boy, and at first I was like, no, it's not like Super Meat Boy, but the more that I think about it, like it is kind of like Super Meat Boy. So if you ever played Super Meat Boy, it's kind of similar to that in a way. Oh, I did it again. That you gotta like stick to the wall for a second before you can jump off. Just for like a split second, not even like a full second. Oh, I thought I could be cheeky there, but I could not. Yeah. You gotta wall jump at like the top of your jump to get past that. But yeah, after I get sick of dying on this level, I think I'm gonna start editing that podcast again. I've already started, and yeah, Puke 7 is actually on the podcast. It's him and a number of other people, 5 of us all together. So me, Puke, and 3 other people. How long did that wind up going? So I think we finally stopped recording at like 4 hours or something like that. But a lot of the end is just us talking, and I'm gonna end up cutting off a lot of that because we were just kind of shooting the shit towards the end.
Get that crap out of here.
Oh, nice. I love how the random redeems kind of line up with like the stream. Like even though it's like randomized, like it still like usually works. But yeah, it was about 4 hours after everything was said and done, and like I said, I'll probably cut it down to about 2.5. Because it wasn't long after you left, Puke, that sequel had to go, and then me and Just Wall and Michael Electric, we just kind of started talking about all types of stuff. So not all of it was is like as interesting, or it was a little bit more personal stuff because we all kind of know each other a little bit at this point. Because me and Michael go back pretty far, and then Michael and Just Wall go back even further, and I've known Just Wall for a while now too. He's been on the podcast before, so we just kind of took that opportunity to like catch up, and then it happened to get recorded. So maybe I'll be able to pull some stuff out of that, but mostly I think it's gonna get the cut. Oh. But yeah, unfortunately, editing a podcast on stream isn't all of that exciting. I think last time when I was doing it, it kind of, I like started it with like quite a few people at least lurking, and by the end of it, I think a lot of people were dropping off because it's editing a podcast, you know. It's interesting the first time you hear it, but then after like the second or third time you hear it, it's like, okay, I heard this 2 or 3 times. And then you move on to the next section. It's like, okay, that's interesting. And then you do it over and over again to get the cuts in and stuff. And we got, I mean, all the EQing and well, I guess I really haven't done much EQing on it. I don't think it really needed much EQ, but I got all the noise gates and the limiter and all that stuff. It's all sounding good. Every once in a while I'll have to increase the gain on certain things, on like little cuts where someone says something like a little bit further away from the mic or something like that. But other than that, it's mostly just getting rid of like any silence in between, or like tightening up things, or sometimes if we like talk over one another, it like in a way it's easy to just like scooch things to make space for everyone so we can hear what everyone's saying. But I'm not doing too much cutting yet. I'll probably, like I said, the end will probably get more cut, but pretty much everything that we talked about is gonna get on there. Everything important, everything that you were a part of for sure, Puke. Oops, looks like that first on-screen firefly is unnecessary. Laugh out loud. I'm going to have to do some de-designing there. Yeah, I was wondering about that. I was like, what do I do with that one? Do I need that one? I haven't actually gotten it yet. The random redeems that somehow line up are the best kind of redeems because you don't see it coming. Yeah, no, I like that. And they're all redeems that I made and I chose. So like, oh, you like the frog foot? Cool. But yeah, like the redeems are never gonna be like not good because I like put them together and you know I like them all, so they're always gonna make me feel good, whether or not they actually go well with the stream. It just seems like they always do, but I assume that sometimes they won't. I don't know. That's the fun part about like out of context like memes, is that like when you know it's out of context, sometimes it like creates its own context. I think the Star Trek ones don't work as well.
Stop whining.
There you go. Hey, Cryptic, welcome in. There's some work I don't stream because no one wants to hear. Oh yeah, I hear that. Sometimes I just nice. I just think of it as like a way to chat, you know. But with the podcast, it's a little bit hard to chat because you're like listening and stuff. But when it comes to coding and stuff like that, or debugging, sometimes I'll just use that opportunity to like show people playtime is over. Show people that it can be difficult and it can be boring and it can be grueling, and you just kind of make the most out of it. And it's more fun with people, I feel like. Oh, I did it again. Jumped right into the fire. I'm getting to the point where I really want to beat this level now. Yeah, everyone should check out Cryptic's stream. I was watching him play Make Good Choices. It was interesting. That's like a rage game. He played it a lot longer than he needed to, and then he raged about the fact that he overplayed it. But it was good. It was a fun stream. He also does art. So yeah. And it sounded like you were going to be doing more joint streams with your sister, so that's cool. She seems cool. He also tried to speedrun Little Screamies, but he didn't come close to the world record. He was about 10 minutes off of the world record. But there is a really quick world record for Little Screamies now, which is fucking crazy. I never thought that someone would make a game that would have a small speedrun community, but there it is. Your Go Follow pop-up is awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I made that and mix it up. Do you think we need a sprite for wall jumping? It kind of seems fine as it is though, but to be honest. Do you mean like a special like animation? So like you're actually on the wall? I don't know if it's needed, to be honest. We could do that though. Like just a single frame. So that way you can see. I mean, it kind of turns you the other way. So like you can kind of already tell. Powdered toast, man, there you go. Oh, there's a wild Sliggoo if anyone wants to pokey catch. Doubled world record, but now I know the path, so new attempts live soon. Oh, cool. That, yeah, I'd be down to watch that. And yeah, if you watch the, there we go. If you watch the world record video, you can definitely see that there's room for improvement. Of course, that might spur them to make another refined version. Like if against the left wall, left arm, leg are against the wall with the character facing right, if that makes sense. Yeah, no, I get it. I get what you're saying. That's if I was gonna do that, then that would be how I would draw it for sure. But yeah, I don't know if it's needed. I mean, it might be worth it. Yeah, we can give it a shot. Although I don't know how difficult it would be to program, so it's kind of up to you. If it's good for player feedback, when Mario starts to wall jump, it feels more intuitive because of the way he slides on it. I didn't even know Mario could wall jump. Which Mario are we talking about? I know he can wall jump in Mario 64, but I don't think there's like a special animation for that, is there? I guess he kind of kicks the wall, doesn't he? Yeah, Johnny, thanks for following Cryptic. He's actually a mod here. So if you don't follow him, he could boot you. I'm just kidding. For sure, looking forward to checking out the stream. Yeah, awesome. Hey, oh. Yeah, I'm excited to get like a demo or like a beta test version of this game out to some people. Oh. So I discovered this this really awesome Game Boy Color game recently. And I finally got around to playing it today. It's called shit, I can't remember what it's called. Let me find it. I think no, I can't remember what the hell it was called. I had it up earlier. But yeah, Johnny, you might be interested in this. It's made with GB Studio, but it's like mind-blowing. Hellbreaker, that's what it's called. I'll pull it up. So yeah, there's no ROM for it yet. But it's made in GB Studio. Looks like four people total, and it's a match 3. Gotta be at AFK for like 15 minutes. Be right back. Right on. Well, I'll show it to you when you get back because it's super cool. But I'll throw that off to the side for now. We'll go back to trying to beat this. Oh, I did it again. I got up there that one time. Hey. Oh. Ah. Fuck. Yeah, sometimes it feels like that wall is harder to jump off of. I don't know why, but this wall seems easier. I guess it's because you don't have to switch directions. I don't know how to get past that. I sometimes I do it, but I'm not sure what I'm doing differently. Oops. I think I need to be at a higher point in the jump when I wall jump. Yeah. Well, I'm not getting any further on this, so we'll put that away for now. I don't know if we made any changes, but we'll save it anyways. N64 is the first where it shows up, but it's in most releases after that. Oh, okay, yeah. I was picturing like a sprite of him trying to wall jump, and I was like, I don't think you can do that in Mario 3. But you could like slide and fly. In Super Mario World, you can run up the walls. You can wall clip, but that's cheating. There you go. Yeah. So I can actually bust out that podcast now. I'm meaning to get back to work on that. I know it's not the most exciting thing in the world, but got to get done. Let's see. Oh, we got ad break, so that's perfect. We'll load this while during the ad break. All right, looks like we're out of the ad break now. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn down the background music a little bit, so that way it's not completely silent. But we do want to be able to hear things, and you can tell this is the entirety of the recording. So this is where Puke left. This is where Sequel Jesus left, and then this is where we were chatting. And I think this end portion is mostly just banter. So I'm probably gonna end up cutting a lot of this, but this is about 160 minutes to here, so, and then 180 to there. But we've only cut up to like 25 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. Yeah, probably more like 25.
Play it on an emulator just because I'm lazy.
That's probably pretty standard or pretty common these days.
Yeah, so my box I sell for $70.
Right.
The ROM itself is just name your own price. On
Cryptic, you said there's custom sprites made for it. I'm not sure what you're talking about. If you mean, do you mean the 3D animation?
Make it available to as many people as possible.
I like how the suggested price was $4.
And Wallace, you said you don't like to run up walls.
Yeah,
I always thought that felt weird too. It was like an interesting novelty at first, but yeah, it game design wise, it didn't feel
great. I find
great.
it really interesting though. To actually put something on a cartridge, it's pretty cool. I'm old, so that was like my childhood.
I'll send you a pic on Discord. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm probably still the oldest one here. Do I win? I'm 45 years old. Do I win?
Oh, I'm turning 47
Oh,
in May.
you win! Look at that. Congratulations.
I'm just glad I'm not the oldest.
Yeah, I got to the game real late, man. I didn't start. I mean, I knew I wanted to make games and stuff, and I love making music, and always drew them as a kid and tried to do pixel art. But it wasn't until 2017 that I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna do this, damn it. And then just like started learning. You know, you guys know the process, right? You get in there and you know, but it like took a really long time for me to think I could do it.
Yeah.
Right. And then you get out there, and that's what I love about devs and talking with devs is everyone has their own story. Some people have been coding since they could, you know, pull their own diaper up, and other people just started yesterday. And with the tools we have today, it's kind of crazy the speed that you can get up to speed. I always feel like I'm living in a world where 20-year-olds are just gonna crush me for sure. Like my skills are just weak potatoes compared to 20-year-olds today. Like,
Well, yeah, they have all that young energy, and the internet is, I don't know, all the answers are there.
it's all there.
Like,
Yeah.
I tried and failed as a teenager to make video games. Like, I was programming and I could get stuff on screen, but like, I had no one to ask anything.
Right. Yeah, you didn't.
I think a big thing is time too. When you're younger, you have a lot more free time.
That is true. That's how I learned how to play guitar really well, was that, you know, I could only play Star Fox for like 2 hours a dime before I had to turn that crap off and do something else, right? Like, now,
If you have a lot of free time now, you're either young or unemployed.
that's true. Do something else, right? Like, now,
If you
So
have a
that
lot of
he kind of cuts himself off there, so we'll cut that. If it doesn't crash. It probably won't. It usually doesn't. I don't think Ableton likes working with huge files like this. Alright, so it cut it.
often do something else, right? Like, often do something else, right? Like,
if you
often do something else, right? Like,
if you have a lot of free time now, you're either young or
something else, right?
if you have a lot of free time now, you're either young or unemployed.
That's true. That's true.
It's gonna do this every time I try to make a cut on a new file.
I've been.
But once it does it
itching to
once,
talk
it won't
about
do it
generative
again.
AI, and I feel like that kind of leads into that, right? Because
I could
so,
tell.
and I'll be straightforward. I am pretty much completely anti-AI at this point. I mean, I can see maybe in the future it might be, but obviously anyone who has different opinions, I'm totally fine with that. In fact, that's kind of the point of this, is to just get everyone's opinions. But yeah, I think that kids these days are like looking at AI like, oh, well, now I can just use AI and that'll help me. And a lot of coders in particular are saying, oh, but it's great for coding. It might suck for art. It might not be.
This is what Cryptic sent me.
for art, but it's great for coding. And then
what
they
is
always
this
say the
from?
same thing.
Is
They're
this
like, all
is
that
this like
boilerplate
someone
code, you just don't have to write it
showing
anymore.
what
It's
it
like,
what it would look like?
all that
Because I
easy
don't think it's like
boilerplate
that in the game.
I think those are people who don't know how to properly use AI. I don't know where people got this idea.
That's
that
interesting.
It's just a one and done thing. I think for me, I'm for AI as long as it's not used lazily. Like
Yeah, it's custom, not official. Right on, right on.
Of what the code could look like.
There is a
using AI,
Pokemon in
but I
chat
think
if anyone
in
wants to try
order
to
for it
catch
be
that.
good,
A wild
it always
Halo.
needs human touch. Like you always need to go through it and all that. These people who just do it and it's done, it's almost always a mess.
I
from what
agree.
I've seen.
Yeah, it seems
I
like.
actually have a funny story. Yeah.
Go for it. You got a story? Let's hear it.
I do. It was just from like this last week. I decided, hey, I work in Game Maker, and I know it now. I've done it for many years. And so I was like, I wonder, because I don't know if I'm on the AI train or not either.
Alright, so those finally
can't-
finished
I
loading.
don't think I am. But I went and I just said, write me a Game Maker language script
Now we gotta wait for this
for
one.
player movement. And 1 second later, I had a list of instructions of what to do in the engine. And then I put the code in there, and it made my red block move with collisions.
So it worked.
So it worked, yeah. And so I don't know that I like it, but I do agree with you that I feel the younger generations, like my youngest child, who's, just 12 now, and when they get older, yeah, they're just going to use that. it's the easy way, right? Like, but it blew my mind that it worked to begin with, right?
There's some bad AI code out there.
But I think this is where Rick was talking about juice. So even though it might work, I still think anyone who uses that as a tool, which is what it is, it's a tool in my mind, not a solution. I think if you treat it as a solution, it's lazy implementation to me, and I oftentimes don't like it. But if everyone's using the same generated way to do it, everything's going to feel the same. So someone should still get in there, mess with it, make it juicy, and use it like that.
I completely agree, because the code worked, right? It did what it was supposed to do.
I think
but
it has to
wasn't
build it
perfect,
to
and
RAM
you wouldn't
before you
know
can
it.
really
You
start
still need
editing
that
it.
knowledge of the engine and the language.
It doesn't
like,
build it to
caress
RAM
that
until
into
you're
a
like
true player who can swing
actually
swords,
editing
whatever
it.
you're trying to do, right?
So
Like, you still have to put your hands in there.
But I found it, I kind of looked at it a little bit like as a tutorial. Like there was a time when I started looking to see at how good it could write like a poem or something like that. And I have always treated kind of generative AI like this, and I hope that people who use it for stuff like game dev do as well. But it can also kind of just show you different ways of doing things. So if you're so focused on, for example, making a movement system with collision, and there's one way you kind of always know how to do it, I think it could be beneficial to even people who are using it as a solution. Once they see the code, I'm the type of person that would always
Oh, you like
look
this
at it and
jam,
try and
Kixie?
learn,
I
like,
just turned
what
it down a
kind of-
little bit.
was kind of going on. Like, I think it'd be really interesting to ask it to give you 5 different
To
ways
do the same thing.
to have a movement system with collision, and then just see kind of what it does. 'cause that could
That's
be a
what we
great
actually
learning.
used it for, because I showed Wirehead this, and then
Yeah,
after that
I
was
recently
a
updated my
conversation
stream
about
playlist
how
with a
they
few
achieved
songs
it
that were on a
and
different
how it's
hard
different
drive
than
when I
what
made
I've
the
done,
first playlist.
and also different than what
So
he
it's actually older music, but
So
still
that was
good.
the benefit of it, right? The conversation that happened from it, but it can be abused to just be used to.
If you have a lot of free time now, you're either
Alright,
young
so that's
or unemployed.
better.
That's true.
This is a big gap here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that brings up. I've been itching to talk about generative AI, and I feel like that kind of leads into that, right? Because
I could
so,
tell.
and I'll be straightforward. I am pretty much. Yeah, I mean, I think that brings up. I've been itching to talk
Let's
about.
just take all of
generative
that
AI,
off.
and I feel like that kind of leads into that, right? Because
I could
so.
tell.
And I'll be straightforward. I am pretty much completely anti-AI at this point. I mean, I can see maybe in the future it might be, but obviously anyone who has different opinions, I'm totally fine with that. In fact, that's kind of the point of this, is to just get everyone's opinions. But yeah, I think that kids these days are like looking at it, oh, but it's great for coding. It might suck for art.
That's true.
I've been itching to talk about generative AI, and I feel like that kind of leads into that, right? Because
I could
so,
tell.
and I'll be straightforward. I am pretty much completely anti-AI at this point. I mean,
I'm
I can
remaking
see
my
maybe
Twitch
in the
layout.
future it might
Is
be,
it
but
cool if I
obviously
send you the
anyone
progress
who
pack? Yeah,
has
no
different
problem, man.
opinions, I'm totally fine with
Thanks
that.
for letting me
In
know.
fact, that's
Otherwise, I
kind of
might
the
not
point of
see the
this, is
Discord
to
chat
just get everyone's opinions.
because it's not the front of my attention
But yeah,
here.
I think
But yeah,
that kids these days are like looking at AI like, oh, well, now I can just use AI and that'll help me. And a lot of coders in particular are saying, oh, but it's great for coding. It might suck for art. It might not be, ethical for art, but it's great for coding.
and we've
and
already
then
listened
then
to
they always
this.
say
It all sounded pretty good.
Almost always a mess
I
from what
agree.
I've seen.
Yeah, it seems like.
I actually have a funny story. Yeah.
Go for it. You got a story? Let's hear it.
I
We
do.
can
It was
cut
just from
this off.
like this last week. I decided, hey, I work in games.
Who just do it and it's done. It's almost always a mess from what I've seen.
I actually have a funny story. Yeah.
Go for it. You got a story? Let's hear it.
I do. It was just from like this
Cool.
last week.
I'm looking
decided,
at.
hey, I work in
Do you mind if I share it
and I
on
know it
stream,
now. I've
Cryptic?
done it for many years, and so I was like, I wonder, because I don't know if I'm on the AI train or not either. Like I don't know. I can't. I don't think I am. But I went and I just said, write me a game maker language.
They just make it easier
script
to talk about
for
it. I
player
think.
movement. And 1 second later, I had a list of instructions of what to do in the engine, and then I put the code in there, and it made my red block move. with collisions.
So it worked.
So it worked, yeah. And so I don't know that I like it, but I do agree with you that I feel the younger
But yeah,
generation's
it's
like
good progress for sure.
My youngest child, who's, you know, just 12 now, and when they get older, yeah, they're just going to use that. It's
I
the
like
easy
AI
way.
for inspiration, but don't trace, you know. Right
But it
on.
blew my mind that it worked.
Yeah, feel free to share. Okay, cool.
There's
Yeah,
some
so this is what
AI
Cryptic
code
shared
out
with
there.
me.
But I
And
think this is where
so
Rick was talking about juice. So
I
even though it
imagine
might
something's
work,
gonna go down
I still
here,
think
right? And
anyone
then
who uses that as a tool, which is what it is.
maybe
it's a
something right
tool
there.
in my mind, not a solution.
Do you have
I
like
think if you treat it
ideas
as a
for
solution,
where
it's
you're gonna
lazy
put stuff?
implementation
And is
to me,
this
and
like
I
is this like a
oftentimes
background
don't like it.
for
But if everyone's using the same generated way to do it,
it's
everybody's
liminal
going to
backroom
the
style
same.
with
So
brutalism architecture?
someone should
I
still
get
in
that.
there,
I like
method
like
it, make it
that.
juicy,
It's kind of got this
and use it
non-Euclidean
like
I
that.
completely agree
like
because
vibe,
the code
which is cool.
worked, right? It did what it was supposed
So,
to do.
I
but it wasn't
imagine this is
perfect,
going to be
and
for
you
like
wouldn't
a
do it. You
BRB
still
screen
need
or
that
something,
knowledge
and the
of
video
ancient
would go
language
over the top
to,
of
like,
it,
caress that
or something
into
like
a
that.
true player who can swing swords or whatever you're trying to do, right? Like, you still have to.
I'm just trying to
But
visualize
I
where
found-
where
I
things
kind
would
of
go.
Looked at it a little bit like as a tutorial.
But it's a
like
great
when
starting point for sure.
There was a time when I started looking to see at how good it could.
And yeah,
write, like, a
you said
poem or
that
something
you like
that.
AI for inspiration, but
And
don't trace it. So
would-
the way I see it, and there's nothing wrong
And
with
I've
that,
always
you know,
treated
like
generative AI like this,
anyone
and
can
I
use
hope
it
that people
any way
use
they
stuff
want,
like me
right?
that do as well. But it can also kind of.
I mean, there are some there are some ethical concerns about the training of the AI and stuff like that, and all that. But when it comes to just like using it for inspiration, I feel like personally it doesn't help me. It actually makes it harder for me. But other people, it has the opposite effect for, where it helps them to come up with ideas and stuff like that. For me, I feel like it hinders my ideas. And then it's even worse if someone says, "Can you make something like this?" and shows me an AI piece. And I was like,
That's what we actually used it for, because I showed Wirehead
I
this.
could, but
and then
it wouldn't be as fun.
After that was a conversation about how
I want to
they
hear this
achieved
because it sounded like we're kind of talking
what
over
was
each
kind of
other.
going on. Like, I think it'd be really interesting to ask it to give you 5 different
to
ways
do the same thing.
to
Yeah,
have
yeah,
a
yeah.
movement system with collision, and then
Alright,
just
it's
see
still
kind
audible.
of what it does. 'cause that could
That's
be
what
a
we
great
actually
learning
used it for, because I showed Wirehead this. And
Right,
then,
but at
and
the
then
end there,
what-
it's not
what
as
ensued
audible, so
after
I'm gonna
that
move
was
everything
a
over.
conversation about how they achieved it, and how it's different than what I've done, and also different than what he's done.
Yeah.
So that was the benefit of it, right? The conversation that happened from it, but it can be abused to just be used to.
So I'm just
to
gonna
get all the
move
basics
everything
done.
over,
and
and
to
then
get all
I'm
the
gonna
basics done.
remove that and
in my
drag this
day
back
job
out.
where I'm developing.
to have
That
a
way we
movement
can hear the
system
end
with
of what he's
collision,
saying.
and then just see kind of what it does, because that could be a great learning tool.
That's what we actually used it for, because I showed Wirehead
Yeah, that sounds
this.
better that way.
And then what ensued after that was a conversation
Yeah, BRB,
about how they achieved it. and
AMD
how
starting
it's
soon.
different than what I've done,
Then
and
there will
also
be a
different than what
second
he's
version for. Oh, and
so
starting
that
soon.
was the benefit
Then
of it,
there will
right?
be
The
a second
conversation
version
that
for a
happened
game
from it,
border
but
and
it
Twitch
can
chat.
be
Okay,
abused
cool.
to
Yeah.
just be used to get all the basics done. And in my day job where I'm developing softwares that process transactions than what he's done.
Yeah.
So that was the benefit of it, right? The conversation that happened from it, but it can be abused to just different than what he's done.
Yeah.
So that was the benefit of it, right? The conversation that happened from it, but it can be abused to just be used to get all the basics done. And in my day job where I'm developing softwares that process transactions, it's huge there, right? Everyone's using it if they can.
Interesting.
For coding, that kind of stuff, right? It seems more socially acceptable to, like, because development's so expensive for a company, to just go out and use a single line of command.
Bottom area
is
is for stream avatars. Okay, that makes sense.
To massage it, right? So.
Yeah, as an artist, that
But
seems
the
weird.
more corporations that take it over,
Because
right?
you get
Yeah.
the generative AI art, and it's like you pretty much need an artist that specializes in massaging this AI.
I want to massage it.
Yeah, as an artist, that seems weird.
but the more corporations that take it over,
Because
right?
you get
Yeah.
the generative AI art, and it's like you pretty much need an artist that specializes in massaging this AI art. Like if you ask it to spit out content,
to massage it.
yeah, as an artist, that seems weird.
But the more corporations that take it over, right?
'Cause
Yeah.
you get the generative AI art, and it's like you pretty much need an artist that specializes in massaging this AI art. Like if you ask it to spit out concept
Right.
images, they might look okay.
I lost internet yesterday, so I
but
couldn't
how do you
stream, so
actually
decided
turn
just to
that
draw.
into a
That's
3D
pretty
model?
cool.
It's like, give us a side
It
view
always
and a
sucks
top
when
view
you
and
when
a
the
front
internet's
view.
not
The
working,
AI isn't
especially if you
capable of
plan
that
to
right now.
stream or something like that. Plan to use the internet.
That's the big thing
But
for
yeah,
me when it comes
That's
to
that's
generative
awesome
AI
about
in
drawing
games,
is
and I
that you
find
don't
where I
need the
often
internet to do
have
it.
The most issue is I find people are laziest.
My job
with
uses AI in an
art.
unethical way.
Like
There's- yeah.
that's where I kind of
I've
grew
definitely
this
had
opinion
jobs
that
where
it
they wanted
needs
me to do
be
unethical
work
art.
done by a person. In order
Not
to be
necessarily
proper. A
with
big one
AI,
is
but
I would
like
start seeing
making
Steam
bootleg
capsule images
logos and
with,
stuff like
like
that.
a hand with like a half of a
Or a
fifth
whole
finger
sixth finger.
on it. And I mean, to me, what that says is I have a dev who doesn't really care about the details of what their half of a
Or a
fifth
whole
finger
sixth finger.
on it. And I mean, to me,
I kind of want to hear what's going
what
on
that
there.
says is I have a dev.
So he's just laughing, but it kind of makes it hard to hear because there's three people talking at once.
Like a half of a
Or a
fifth
whole
finger
sixth finger.
on it. And I mean, to me,
So
what
we
that
can
says is I have a dev.
we can put that we can keep that
doesn't
laughter,
really
but we'll
care
we'll
about
space
the
everything out so we can
details
hear
of what
everything.
they're
Is what we'll do.
putting out there. And I have ignored games that I've noticed that in. But then again, there's other games I've played where they have stated that they used AI for these different things, but it all looks good. At the end of the day, for me, generative AI in games is the game good? Because even if that game with the capsule image, let's say Vampire Survivors had a capsule image where someone had like a fifth finger, the game itself would carry people past that, I think, because it's just an addictive
So
game.
I
Like,
think
it's a good game.
that's kind of what's happening with Call of Duty. Is that people are kind of like they don't care that it's got six fingers on the AI images that they're using, but it's very disheartening for me. I actually used to
A
apply
hand with like a half of a fifth finger
or a whole sixth finger.
on it. And I mean, to me,
That sounded better,
what
I
that
think.
says is I have a dev who doesn't really
I
care.
gotta get
about the
5 streams in to get
details of
affiliate.
what they're
Friday is
putting
full
out
8 to
there.
12
And
hour
I
stream.
have
Yep, right
ignored
on.
games
How are you
that I've
doing on
noticed
your
that in.
average
But
viewer
then
count?
again, there's other games I've played where they have stated that they used AI for these different things.
Oh, we got a
but it
wild
all
polywog in chat.
looks Good.
Polywag,
At the end of the
sorry.
day, for me, generative AI in games is the game.
That's the first gen
Because
one.
even if that game with the capsule image, let's say Vampire Survivors had a capsule image where someone had like a fifth finger, the game itself would carry people past that, I think, because it's just an addictive
So
game.
I
Like,
think
it's a good game.
that's kind of what's happening with Call of Duty. Is that people are kind of like they don't care that it's got six fingers on the AI images that they're using, but it's very disheartening for me. I actually used to apply for Activision back in the day. I don't anymore. But now they don't even have artists to fix a six-fingered Santa Claus zombie, you know?
Right. They're just
Well, they do have artists. They just aren't going to put them to work on that. And that's like lazy implementation of AI. To me, what the message that sends me as a player is that
It's crazy how people accept AI
Activision
errors in
is-
art, but if a human does,
They're just
so
trying to
they're
push
called
games
bad
out.
at drawing.
they're not
Yeah.
trying to make like an actual good game. They're just keeping the recipe, pushing out the next dish.
well, it's
And
Let
the
me
bigger
check.
companies.
I know it's good
They're the
though.
ones that see cost savings in like, oh, if AI can do all this for me, then I don't need to pay these employees.
And I will say this is actually a turning point for me. This is where I draw the line. I don't agree with any form of generative AI in a AAA game. I am purely of the mind that it's great for indie developers who may not have the resources or may lack the skill in certain areas to kind of get a jump start into it and start learning it. But a AAA dev that's making billions of dollars a year, like hundreds of millions of dollars a year, they have no excuse to rely on something like that. I get it's money. The answer is always money, but it's disheartening to me to see that they have all these resources available to them and can't be pissed
Yeah.
to put in the work. on it.
Hasn't the sales on AAA games been like plummeting
It
over the
has.
past couple
Oh,
years
yeah.
too? Is it?
A big price of that has, a big reason for that has been price for me, honestly.
For everyone.
There-
I mean, the games just aren't worth how much they charge.
Yeah, and can't be pissed
Yeah.
to put in the work. on it.
Hasn't the sales on AAA games been like plummeting over the past couple
Oh,
years
yeah.
too?
It has.
Is it?
A big price of that has, a big reason for that has been price for me, honestly.
For everyone.
There-
I mean, the games just aren't worth how much they charge.
A big price of that has, a big reason for that has been price for me, honestly.
For everyone.
There-
I mean, the games just aren't worth how much they charge.
Yeah, like in Canada, I was just looking at Final Fantasy VII Remake, and it's $94.
Well, 94 Canadian, but
Yeah,
yeah.
so it's like 80
Still,
bucks, 80
and I'm
US.
not doing that.
That's just like a reskin, right? Like,
It's a full,
No,
it's a
it's
full
more
remake.
than a reskin.
But
Final
still,
Fantasy-
though, it's the regular price.
It's damn, yeah. It's
Well, and
damn
then they're
near a
talking
sequel.
$100 US for Grand Theft Auto. There's rumors of that. Then that would.
A big reason for that has been price for me, honestly.
For everyone.
There-
I mean, the games just aren't worth how much they charge.
Yeah, like in Canada, a big reason for that has been price for me, honestly.
For everyone.
There-
I mean, the games just aren't worth how much they charge.
Yeah, like in Canada, a big reason for that has been price for me, honestly.
For everyone.
There-
I mean, the games just aren't worth how much they charge.
Yeah, like in Canada, I was just looking at Final Fantasy VII Remake, and it's $94.
Well, 94 Canadian, but
Yeah,
yeah.
so it's like 80
Still,
bucks, 80
and I'm
US.
not doing that.
that's just like a reskin, right? Like,
It's a full.
No,
it's a
it's
full
more
remake.
than a reskin.
But
Final
still,
Fantasy-
though, it's the regular price.
It's damn, yeah. It's
Well, and
damn
then they're
near a
talking
sequel.
$100 US for Grand Theft Auto 6 or 6, right? There's rumors of that. Then that would be 150 in Canada or whatever.
I just checked. They have,
10 viewers average.
like
That's
in
really good,
Canada,
actually.
I was just looking at Final Fantasy VII Remake. And
Yeah, it'll
it's
be hard to ruin that.
$94.
You could always do really
94
short
Canadian,
streams too.
Yeah.
So it's like 80.
Of course.
80 bucks.
And
80
I'm
Short
not
streams
doing
doesn't
that.
give you a
That's
whole
just
lot
like
of
a
time to
reskin,
get
right?
raids or anything like that. But if you're already
It's a full-
above the
no,
viewer
it's a
count,
full
then
remake.
Still, though, it's the regular
you can kind of
price.
game the
It's
system a
damn-
little bit
yeah,
that
well,
way
Well,
if
and
you
they're
need
talking
to.
$100 US for Grand Theft Auto 6 or 6, right?
It's $94. And it's $94.
Well, 94 Canadian.
It's a little
but yeah.
So
early.
it's like 80.
We'll
80
throw that in a
bucks,
little
80
I'm
later.
not
US.
doing that.
that's just like a reskin, right? Like,
Fantasy VII Remake, and it's $94.
Well, 94 Canadian, but
Yeah,
yeah.
so it's like 80
Still,
bucks, 80
And I'm not
US.
doing that.
that's just like a reskin, right? Like,
It's a full.
No,
it's a
it's
full
more
remake.
than a
But-
$4.
Well, 94 Canadian, but
yeah,
yeah.
so it's like 80
Still,
bucks, 80
And I'm not
US.
doing that.
that's just like a reskin, right? Like,
It's a full.
No,
it's a
it's
full
more
remake.
than a reskin.
But
Final
still,
Fantasy-
though, it's the regular price.
It's damn, yeah. It's
Well, and
damn
then they're
near a
talking
sequel.
$100 US for Grand Theft Auto 6 or 6, right? There's rumors of that. Then that would be $115 for you up there in Canada or whatever.
I just checked. They have a bundle for both the Final Fantasy remakes, and it's $147.
And then
So it's
the
a
games
big
that get me
cost.
are the ones that do that. Like what was that, Skull and Bones or whatever, Ubisoft, whatever.
I just checked. They have a bundle for both the Final Fantasy remakes, and it's
Up there in Canada or whatever.
I just checked. They have a bundle for both the Final Fantasy remakes, and it's $147.
And then
So it's
the
a
games that
big
get me
cost.
are the ones that do that. Like what was that, Skull and Bones or whatever. Yeah.
$147.
And then
So it's
the
a
games that
big
get me
cost.
are the ones that do that. Like what was that, Skull and Bones or whatever, Ubisoft. You had to pay that $70 to get in, and then there was still additional stuff you could buy. It's like, oh my gosh, when are we stopping?
Yeah, that's nonsense. Another big reason for me is because there's a much bigger $147. So it's a big cost.
The games that get me are the ones that do that. Like what was that, Skull and Bones or whatever, Ubisoft. You had to pay that $70 to get in, and then there was still additional stuff you could buy. It's like, oh my gosh, when are we stopping?
Yeah, that's nonsense. Another big reason for me is because there's a much bigger.
It's like, oh my gosh, when are we stopping?
Yeah, that's nonsense. Another big reason for me is because there's a much bigger variety.
Gosh, When are we stopping?
Yeah, that's nonsense. Another big reason for me is because there's a much bigger variety and often better indie games coming out that are half the cost
Oh,
of a
I'm on.
AAA
See, that's where
game.
I'm on board. Things like Necess and Core Keeper and these crafting survival games are so good. There's just so many great ones.
There is this argument I like. It's like you can't expect video games to be $50 forever.
Right. But they have been though, haven't they?
Exactly.
Yeah, they have, and like it's because over time the boxes got smaller, and then they got rid of the boxes, and,
Right.
and now it's all digital, and there's nowhere to go. They have to at some point they had to start. I mean that's why I charge $70 for.
So good. There's just so many great ones.
There is this argument I like. It's like you can't.
We're gonna have an
expect
ad
video
break here,
games to be
so I'm
$50
gonna
forever.
stop
Right.
and use the bathroom. I think I'm gonna make some tea also, so it might be a little bit longer of a break here. So just give me a moment, and we'll get back to it. Alright, I am back. Sorry about the break there. I got my tea. And yeah, I didn't get my tea kettle from my mom's. Unfortunately, I could not find it. I don't know where it is. It's disappeared. Someone's taken my tea kettle. And using a saucepan takes a little bit longer to boil the water. So that's the thing. All right, where were we?
Games are
About here?
so good. There's just so many great ones.
There's this argument I like.
Turn this down a bit.
It's like you can't expect video games to be $50 forever.
Right. But they have been though, haven't they?
Exactly.
Yeah, they have, and like it's because over time the boxes got smaller, and then they got rid of the boxes. And,
Right.
And now it's all digital, and there's nowhere to go. They have to, at some point, they had to start charging more. I mean, that's why I charge $70 for my NES game in a box. If you go by inflation, I should be charging like 110, 120, like against what games were sold for in the 80s for the NES,
absolutely.
and what that inflation
I'm
is.
pretty
so-
sure I bought an NES game in the
Physical
80s
releases.
that for that price for $70 or $60.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
The ones with the saving battery chip, you know, like
Yeah.
But also back then, weren't people making quite a bit more money than people are?
Oh, you mean like
Yeah.
salaries and stuff?
Yeah.
money was worth more back then.
I think people were more financially sound back then.
On
I
average,
think
yeah.
a lot of people are struggling now, and I know there's inflation and all that, but for most people buying games, I don't even think it's that complex. I think it's just they have a set dollar amount in their head that they will not go over on a purchase unless they really, really want it. And if it's every person's different opinion of if they think it's worth it.
I think most of it actually comes
I've
down to
also
your
seen
friends.
people talk about the dollar per hour
Oh.
thing, which doesn't make any
I
sense.
hear that a
to me.
lot too.
Of gameplay.
Yeah, dollar per
Yeah.
hour of
Yeah.
gameplay. But yeah, that doesn't make sense because you know I'm an indie game player. I play a lot of indie games. I was playing Peglin earlier,
Yeah.
but I was actually also playing Helldivers too, which surprises
Double
me.
A
'cause
game, right?
Normally I don't.
I think.
It's
Triple- that's
triple A.
I've been
Okay,
living
yeah.
Helldivers too.
Yeah, it's published by PlayStation.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
So it's actually a great game. Surprisingly, I was very surprised that it was as good as it is. But it's also really, really buggy.
Yeah.
Like really buggy. No
Yeah.
pun intended, because there's bugs in the game that you fight. But there's bugs in the games that you fight in a literal sense as well. Or yeah, metaphorically and literally.
Boxing
Yeah.
matches.
Yeah. But you know, I've put in over 200 hours.
Bugs
on
on
it. I'm not
bugs.
gonna pay $200 for it though. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I find that the last couple of years, most game purchases 30 or under have just been amazing to me. And I haven't bought anything really more expensive than that. Maybe Factorio, I think it's $40. Right?
And then there's the
I
whole
think a
race to
big-
the bottom with the indies, right?
Yeah.
What's up with that, right? In order to sell your game, you're like, well, I need to charge less. I remember when I first started making Retro Spaceball, I was thinking, oh, this will be like $20 game, and all my friends are like, you know, that game's only worth like $5, right? I was like, okay.
One thing I will say that's
Crazy.
turned my opinion on that sometimes and had me buy a more expensive indie game is when the dev has released small free games that have shown me like
Yum tea, yeah, no, I got
that
lemon ginger
their
tea
games are consistent
with a little bit of
games that I
coconut milk.
enjoy. At that point, they could put their next game out for like $20-$30, and I'd be like, I friggin' love this dev. Like, I know this dev makes good games. I will pay whatever they put up there for it because I know
Oh, that's
it's gonna
quite
be something
interesting.
I'm gonna
But how
love.
do you keep the lights on selling free games?
Well, it's not really about keeping the lights on. It's kind of like you're making a portfolio for the player. You're showing them what you can do, you're showing them what you've done. And I think you can gain, at least for me personally, I have become fans of devs before they've ever put out a paid product. But when they do put out the paid product, it's an instant buy for me.
Well, let's say that a free game costs about $100,000, which is give or take. How does one afford that without making any money off of it?
I don't know. man.
Passion.
I
That's how much time
I
you,
don't
you
think a
spend.
lot of-
And if your time's worth anything, then you're spending money.
Right.
I suppose so.
I don't
I
know.
don't know why some indie devs do it. I just know it's definitely had me purchase their next games.
I think it has a lot
I
to
was
do with
actually
passion.
thinking. Yeah. I mean, you have to have some reason why you are willing to put in the time. But I mean, that's the same thing with content creation. A lot of the times you're not seeing anything out of that. That's a ton of time you're spending without
Yep.
any kind of return. have to be passionate about it in order to keep doing it. Like for me, I've been doing it now for almost 20 years.
It's. I
So-
bet
or-
you're there. I bet you're. I bet you're
Yeah,
at 20.
years. But for me, like I look at-
Podcast.
so the developer who released Lethal Company, they released.
I need to make that a command.
free horror game called Dead Cedar. It was like one of the best indie horror games I've played, and it wasn't super complex or anything. Then they released It Steals for $5, and then The Upturned, which The Upturned is one of my favorite indie horror games because it's goofy and weird. And then all of a sudden they released Lethal Company.
I can do that right
And
now.
When Lethal Company came out, because I had played like Dead Cedar, The Upturned, they only charged $13 for Lethal Company, but if they would have made that game $20, I would have bought it right away. But they're a dev who made 2 free games that were
If I can find
available
the
to people
command.
and showed what they could do.
And do they have like DLCs or in-app purchases
No.
or anything like that?
No, nothing like that.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that's always been my kind
Sounds
of.
like
Ah, there it is.
Oh, go for it.
I was just gonna say, I mean, it just sounds like a pretty competent brand building.
I'm gonna pause
strategy.
there. Oh, yeah, we'll add podcast to that and save it. There, now typing in explanation podcast should work. But yeah, it sounded like there was some over talking here, so I'm gonna try to clear that up.
Made 2 free games that were available to people and showed what they could do.
And do they have like DLCs or in-app purchases?
Well, I
or anything
appreciate
like
the
that?
sub. Absolutely, thanks, Wallace.
No, nothing like that.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
on
that's always been my
Spotify
kind
and
of-
YouTube,
Yeah.
so
Oh, go for it.
always appreciate the subs.
I was just gonna say, I mean, it just sounds.
Nothing like that.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that's always been my kind
Sounds
of
like they,
motto. Oh, go for it.
I was just
So
gonna say,
we'll
I mean, it
remove
just sounds
that.
like a pretty competent brand building strategy.
No, nothing like that.
Interesting.
I was just gonna say, I mean, it just sounds like a pretty competent brand building strategy.
One thing I will do is I didn't see it as a DLC, but I guess technically nowadays it would be considered it.
Yeah.
They do have like, for example, The Upturned is $11. They have a
The
$13
Moonanites.
version where you can also get like the soundtrack for it. Which honestly, I love video game
man.
music. That's something I think
Inconceivable!
it's a low
Inconceivable.
Hell
work,
yeah.
low effort like thing you can do that won't take hundreds of hours. That will do it. Just taking the music from your game and putting it in a soundtrack. I love stuff
yeah.
like that.
That's a good point. I mean, I don't know exactly how difficult it is to do. I'm sure there's, ASCAP and all that stuff to make sure it's like copywritten or whatever. But then also like copywriting music and YouTube and streaming. I don't know. There's some logistics and planning in that, but
Strategy.
One thing I will do. I didn't see it as a DLC, but I guess technically nowadays it would be considered it. They do have like, for example, The Upturned is 11. One thing I will do. I didn't see it as a DLC, but I guess technically
We can fix that.
one thing I will do. I didn't see it as a DLC, but I guess technically nowadays it would be considered it. They do have like, for example, The Upturned is $11. They have a $13 version where you can also get like the soundtrack for it. Which honestly, I love video game music. That's something I think every dev should do. And this is, sorry if this is ignorant, but it seems like something that's kind of work, low effort. Thing I will do. I didn't see it as a DLC, but I guess technically nowadays it would be considered it. They do have like, for example, The Upturned is $11. They have a $13 version where you can also get like the soundtrack for it. Which honestly, I love video game music. That's something I think every dev should do. And this is, sorry if this is ignorant, but it seems like something that's kind of, it's a low work, low effort like thing you can do that won't take hundreds of hours. That will do it. Just taking music from your game and putting it in a soundtrack. I love stuff like that.
that's a good point. I mean, I don't know exactly how difficult it is to do. I'm sure
Who
there's,
considers soundtracks as DLC?
ASCAP
Steam
and all
does.
that stuff to make sure it's like copywritten or
Well,
whatever. But then also like
I
copyrighting
guess.
music and
I don't know. What do they consider it as on
streaming.
Steam?
I don't know,
Because it's not a
there's definitely
separate product, but it is. It doesn't get its own
logistics and
game
planning
page.
in
I'm
that,
pretty
but
sure they
I
think
you're
of it
right
as a
that the
DLC.
games do it, so it's a thing.
Yeah, I just
Because
use
it's
Bandcamp,
downloadable
like,
content. That's what
Bandcamp's my
DLC
jam
stands
that,
for.
is once I'm done with the soundtrack, it goes up there and it's free and ready to upload, and then can be.
I don't know.
Which
Maybe
honestly,
the
I
internet
love
can
video
tell
game
us.
music. That's something I think every dev should do. And this is, sorry if this is ignorant, but it seems like something that's kind of, it's a low work, low effort like thing you can do that won't take hundreds of hours. That will do
Well,
it, just taking music from your game and putting it in.
it
a soundtrack.
says-
I love stuff. Like
Yes.
That's a good point. I mean, I don't know exactly how difficult it is to do. I'm sure there's, ASCAP and all that stuff
Yeah.
to
They
make
consider
sure
it
it's, like,
DLC on Steam.
copywritten or whatever. But then also like copywriting music and YouTube and streaming. I don't know. There's definitely some logistics and planning in that. But I think you're right.
Yeah,
that
you can
games do it,
download
so it's a thing.
Yeah, I just use
DLC separate
Bandcamp,
from the
like,
game too. You just can't
Bandcamp's
use
my
it
jam for that, is
without
once
the
I'm done
game,
with
but
the
you can
soundtrack,
use the
it just
soundtrack. So yeah, it
goes
is a
up
little
there
bit
and it's
different.
free
But
and people can buy it. I mean, it's free to me, right, to upload.
if you go to like a
and
Steam
put
page,
and it's good quality and stuff. You can't stream it.
I don't have Steam open
But
right
I know
now.
I've jammed out to Demon Fish Dead Ahead's soundtrack
Thank you.
quite a bit.
I know it's hard to get it onto Spotify and Apple Music and all those things. That costs a little money and takes a bit of time, but
If you use
DistroKid is who I used to use. It was like a year payment that was actually pretty cheap, and they just toss it on everywhere.
Now they have it to
Let's
where
take
you
a
can
look.
keep releasing albums and singles for an annual price on most of those places.
yeah, I've used DistroKid for that. I've also
So
seen
yeah,
some
it's
people,
they kind of like this is
they
the
did Bandcamp releases,
the
and then
Blasphemous
somebody
soundtrack page.
grabs
So it does have its
the
own
audios or
page,
compilations,
but it's
actually.
under
They just
downloadable
They just
content.
ripped the Bandcamp and then uploaded
Right.
it
So if you go to
something like
Blasphemous,
DistroKid, and then they start
it's got buy Blasphemous, buy Blasphemous plus
copyright
Blasphemous
strikes
2
on
bundle,
videos
buy
with your own
Souls Like
music on it.
bundle,
Heard
buy the
YouTube.
sword and the whip
And
bundle,
because
and then it
they-
says content for this game. It's got the digital
That's
art
why I
book,
keep
the digital
everything. I keep
comic,
the originals of absolutely
Alloy
everything,
of
so
Sin
if I have
character
to
skin
impress
and the
someone, I can be
OST.
like,
So
"All
it's like
well,
right
have
next
this,
to a
you
character
provide the
skin.
original files,
So
and I'll provide all the original
and then
files.
add all
Yeah.
DLC
I don't-
includes the
I
soundtrack.
just go ahead and use DistroKid. Because it just
I think it's a technical versus
automatically
common
puts
use. Yeah,
you
no,
ahead of
it's
anybody else
literally
trying to do
just
that shit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Steam's
That
vernacular.
is
here.
unfortunate.
it's like an
But Steam
insurance
is
policy.
the,
You do
uh,
like a lot of chiptune stuff, right?
They're the guy
you're
making the
uploading
decision.
often, like,
What Steam says
Chiptune's my
goes.
favorite.
and so like, was that a chiptune
So,
that
actually
got
yeah,
stolen?
te-
and that happened
technically,
to you? Do you know, by
Steam
chance?
sells it as a DLC.
So there's this
since
group
Steam
called
is big
Staff
enough,
Circle,
it kind of changes the rules,
and,
I think.
they
Kinda
do
like how-
chiptune and,
How words change by depending
Digital
on
Fusion,
how people use it.
which is I don't. It's a funny name
Right.
for
Like the word
people
retro,
who make
for
chiptune
example,
who
doesn't
don't wanna
mean
be
what people
constrained
think
by
it
the
means.
sounds of
Right,
chips.
yeah, they can go outside.
But so many people have been using it that way that that's what it means now.
Windows MIDI.
Where did OBS go?
or
Oh, here it is.
Whatever. But yeah, so
Gonna try to
I don't
catch
know.
a
Yeah, that happened
Pokemon.
to them.
We got
I
a
don't
wild
remember how I found out about
Musharma?
copyright
Musharna?
strike stuff. I think I uploaded.
I think
was
that's a
trying to
mushroom.
Publish a track I had gotten on one of their compilations and instantly got a strike, and I was just like, "What?" I didn't get a strike. I got like, whatever shy of a 3 times you're out. But yeah, I don't know. It was just kind of creepy. I didn't
No,
like
that
it.
is
so
that is weird. That's not cool.
I just try and advocate people who are putting music online to just go the extra mile because it's probably worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Now, you do. You have like a site where people can put chip tunes up, and there. If I remember watching your episode correctly, and
Battle of the Bits.
yeah, Battle of the Bits. I love that stuff, but I'm so terrible at chip tunes. I've tried so many times, and I am absolute ass at making chip tunes. I don't know
It's
what the
intimidating.
magic is.
There's
yeah.
some real talent.
It is
on
yeah.
Battle of the Bits.
And I can
There's
play
some real
every
talent
instrument. I can play drums. I can play the piano. I can play the guitar well, right? Like, and I cannot make chip tunes. I just for the life of me. So,
There used to a buddy of mine. He goes by why am I blanking? Moot Booksley. He's a multi-instrumentalist. He's a super talented guy. We also have like what's called all gear battles, which just means you can do whatever. And he can compose chiptune, but he hates it because he can just sit down and play the stuff. So sequencing anything is like annoying to him.
Oh, I see. I love sequencing. Yeah.
Chiptune arpeggios is
I just
the air
can't give
I
it
breathe.
the good sound. Like when I listen to that, because I can tell if it's like this cool chiptune. Like for instance, the original Legend of Zelda, I can listen to on repeat forever, just forever, right? But I can't. I've tried to like emulate and create something in that same fashion, and it is really difficult. It's not easy. Like,
Funny story about Legend of Zelda. The soundtrack was actually heavily influenced by a Deep Purple song.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you listen to the song, I can't remember which one it was, but if you listen to it,
It's a
you
long
can
song.
hear
It's
OG Zelda
the
soundtrack is so
entire
good.
The Legend of Zelda soundtrack
That's-
in it.
That's
I
amazing.
think
gotta
they
listen to
cut,
the song.
like a third of the content too, because there just wasn't. There was a size constraint.
Yeah, it's a short soundtrack, right? Like the soundtracks back on those NES cartridges were not very long. Must be 10 minutes.
Especially
song
those
is
early
called
games.
April,
yeah,
by
it's
the
less than
way.
10 minutes for sure.
April.
April's the name of the song by
Deep Purple?
If anyone wants to look
I'm
it up.
gonna
Yeah,
go with that.
8 minutes and 40 seconds. But if you listen to it, within the first 30 seconds, you hear the intro, and then before long, you hear the dungeon music, and then you hear the overworld theme. It's all within that song. It's so
What?
crazy. And the person who composed the Zelda soundtrack was a huge Deep Purple fan.
Koji Kondo.
Nice. But yeah, that's a little bit of a side topic.
I realized the other day that most of my favorite like game composers are actually Japanese.
Yep.
Right?
A lot of the greats.
Like
There's
Inspiration is crazy. Yeah,
real
it's
specific
like
art to making
pretty borderline,
looping music.
almost
Oh, yeah. Those
plagiarism.
They're all like, between.
It's
30
not.
seconds and a
It's
minute
kind of
long
borderline,
loop. And like that is. There's one thing to just sit down and make a 2-3 minute chiptune song. There's another thing to make a.
But that
loop
happens a
that's
lot
of
in
that
music
length
these
that
days.
doesn't tire the player.
yes.
It happened less often
It
back
doesn't sound
then,
too repetitive.
but nowadays
It's
it
not-
happens
and
all
also
the
that it
time.
works well as game music, right? Because that's like a whole other thing itself. Like if you can make great music, but if it doesn't work well for the game, then you can't really. You can use it, but it's not going to sound as good as something that works well with that particular game.
Any old school action game from the 80s, I swear they were like Dragon Force inspired. You know what I mean? Like it all feels like this super power metal stuff, and it's amazing to me. Right?
I love that.
Get the
Yeah, I had so many countless conversations with friends like around the age.
amazing to me. Right?
I love that.
Get the
Yeah, I had so many countless conversations with friends like around the age of 1920 about how does this music have so much energy and power, and it's just these horrible sounds.
exactly. It's,
Sequence. Like,
it's all mashed together. It sounds great, man. But you hear them separately, you're like, oh,
Yeah.
that's weird. I don't like that separately. It's just like when you get those isolated vocal mixes. You're like, whoa, that's really
Oh, yeah.
weird to me. That's how it feels when you pull apart some of the chiptune stuff. But I do like a lot of the stuff that's chiptune, kind of what you were talking about, where it's like it is using chiptune, but then they're using modern like effects and things going on behind them. I've seen quite a few indie games like that now.
That's the type of music I enjoy
Yeah.
making the most.
Yeah, where it's like a blend of those two things, right?
Some people call it fake bit, right?
Fake bit.
I like this idea of retro, like Atari synths and modern synths speaking it out. I've
You
always
can have a
loved that.
battle. Yeah.
Yeah, I've done a song where there was a battle.
Right?
Some people call it fake bit, right?
Fake bit.
I like this idea of retro, like Atari synths and modern synths speaking it out. I've
You
always
can have a
loved that.
battle. Yeah.
Yeah, I've done a song where there was a battle, like a guitar battle between an Atari synth and a modern synth.
Yeah,
I
you've
love
made
stuff
some
like
really
that.
good music, and you don't. It's not showcased as much.
Bit, right?
Fake bit.
I like this idea of retro, Atari synths and modern synths duking it. I like this idea of retro, like
We got another ad starting
Atari
soon.
synths and modern
We'll
synths
take a quick
duking it
break.
out. I've always liked that.
You can have a battle. Yeah.
Yeah, I've done a song where there was a battle, like a like a guitar battle between an Atari synth and a modern synth. I love stuff like that.
Yeah, you've made some really good music, and you don't. It's not showcased as much. People should listen to your tunes.
I don't show my music because it's not good enough.
But
yet.
it's when you're on your waiting channel, it's you. I hear it every time. But yeah, you have some great great music, man. Like I've listened to a bunch of your stuff.
Oh, I didn't know you made that track. That's a really well done track. For some reason I thought
everything
that it
on
was
my
like
streams
purchased.
is everything in all my content is stuff I've made to avoid copyright.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he makes all kinds of cool music.
That stream starting soon song, the only reason we wait 11 minutes before starting a stream is because that's how long I made the song.
Yeah, Electric Mindset's really good at music. Every once in a while he'll do like a media share, and a lot of times he'll go through a lot of his music, and it's all really good. Very impressive stuff. Glad you're still hanging out, by the way, Kixie. Is that Navi? I like that one.
It was an epic.
So I looped it over itself, but I know it's going to loop after 11 minutes, so I always start the stream at 11 minutes.
Dude, you sent it to me like the day after you made that, because
You're up too late because you've been hyper focused on something.
That's a really
Well, I hope
good
it's
song,
something
and
good.
I'm always happy that years
Hope it's
later,
worth it.
it's
But also,
still
I hope
playing
you get
on
some
your
sleep. You were up
stream,
late
man.
last
I
night
make
too.
a song and then I've listened to it so much.
I don't know
by
how
the
you do
time
it.
I've finished it.
I know you gotta wake up
I'm,
early
like,
for work,
on
but
the road to not
know
if I
it
stay up
anymore.
late, I sleep
That's
in
game
late.
dev
And then-
too, just so you know. When you're making
I
a
just
game,
don't
you're
ever
like
feel like it's good
almost
enough.
ready to QA release.
It's worth
and you're
it.
like,
Nice.
Should I even release it? I don't even know.
The main reason is I know that I don't know how to mix my music. So even the game music I've done for people, it's been the only music I've tried to mix.
Yeah.
And until I know more about mixing, I'm probably not going to release any more music.
I love it. I want to find your stuff, so I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna share it with the world because everyone should hear your music.
But it's fun. I've looked back at that. What I was thinking of doing was doing remixes of like old game music with kind of like my own influence on it.
Yeah.
But that's something, I have too many projects in my head that I want to do and none of the time.
Tell me about it, man. I know that feeling.
Yeah.
Like if people want the superpower to freeze time so they can do nefarious shit, and I'm like, I'd really love to set up my computer for like 800 hours
Right, yeah.
for time to not move.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's not enough time in a day. to finish everything. But all of us devs pretty much try, right? Like after my 8 hours,
I have a saying.
you know?
I have a saying. It's every day I feel another half day behind.
That's very true. It's very true. I always feel like I don't get enough done, or like I haven't tried hard enough, but then you look back at a year's worth of work hours, you know?
I have a saying. It's every day I feel another half day behind.
That's very true. It's very true. I always feel like I don't get enough done, or like I haven't tried hard enough, but then you look back at a year's worth of work and you're like, oh yeah, I tried really hard and I got a lot done, you know? It's a weird thing. I deal with a lot of like imposter syndrome. I'm sure everybody's really familiar with that, and it's just brutal, right? You have to almost keep telling yourself.
Imposter syndrome, doesn't that require success in some way?
I don't think so. I don't know. I think no. I think you can never have had success and still feel like an imposter. Like, I'm never gonna do good enough at music. I'm never gonna do good enough at making a game. I'm never gonna be a good enough coder. And I'm probably right, but
well, part
I
of
think
that,
that's where it once again comes back to passion. You need to be able to have fun with it. If it's not fun for you to do, and you're just keeping working on it because you want to get better, I think you're going to drain yourself.
Yeah.
out.
Oh yeah, burnout's a thing.
Yeah.
You know what helps the most
also,
though is feedback from people like Michael here. Like and Michael's never heard me say this, but there's been times where we were like, we're not even gonna keep going, and then you would send us something and like have this idea, and it would spark us again, and we'd be like, oh, that's so cool, and then we actually did that. I think you helped us keep Terrain going twice. You probably don't know that, but like,
Has to be honest
just
feedback,
having
absolutely.
that clear feedback, and somebody who's actually playing and going, hey, this is cool, you could make it do this, or this is have them have a present and it blows, you know, whatever you're saying, like that shit inspires the developers, like, oh, somebody actually does want us to make this.
That means a lot, and it's actually recently Rick was talking about this, and then there was another time where I popped onto Rick's stream, but I was lurking, and he started talking about my reports to someone.
Oh, yeah.
And now to hear this from you, like, that was a big reason why I recently revamped the report. I think I sent you guys like the first kind of draft of the new one.
Was that the Hunter's Path? I thought you gave me one back in Terrain days. You gave me it was like the first one.
Revamping. And then and so it was for Hunter's Path that I sent out the new one.
That was great. It had numbers, and like I could track and I could talk to you about specific numbers in your
the index thing has always been big, but
100%.
I've started kind of getting into that more again, because I stopped doing them for a long time, because I was like, I would do them a lot for other devs, and then they would just thank me. They wouldn't say anything about it to me, and it kind of made me stop doing them, because I was like, I like doing this to kind of have a back and forth with the dev and stuff like that, but a lot of the time it was just like radio silence after I sent it. So I kind of stopped.
A wild Iron Valiant
Your
in
feedback's
chat.
great because it's positive and negative. It's all overarching. It's what developers need, right?
It has to be, man. No one will make anything better if you're just kissing their ass all the time.
Exactly.
That's a good point.
It's true. 100%. Like, and you have to know what is bad, and you can't let it get to you that somebody. And that's hurt me. Like, it hurt me with the graphics. There's a lot of people when you put a game on Steam that if you're not running high-end graphics and you're running pixel stuff, it's ugly or it's crap, and like.
Well, I think that's also important. It's not just being able to take criticism; it's being able to successfully sift through what is actual criticism and what is just kind of garbage criticism.
That's
like, not all
the
criticism is
hardest
good
part
criticism.
of being a designer is navigating the criticism.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, and you have to make those design choices too, because a player's coming to you, like Michael, you're coming to me and you're like, I'd like to do this. And we have to think about, like, well, how would we implement that? And is it worth the time, right? Like, yeah. And some of the stuff has been worth the time.
Some of the stuff I suggest is just not helpful to all the players.
You're like, hey man,
it's like, how can I block in more animals? We maybe
you were like, hey, you should put a search on the inventory, and my brain just broke. I'm like, no, but you have good ideas, and that feedback really helps. Your friend Jalen helped us on the Hunter's Path as well.
Jalen is a legend, that guy, and I know so little about him because he doesn't ever talk about himself. But if you go to him with something, he has always been kind of like my secret confidant, where if have something that's going on, I'll reach out to him, and he always kind of sets me straight.
Well, it was cool to like take your feedback and his feedback and compare them side to side.
You also got to
'Cause I do
determine
this
if the
for a
criticism
job,
is
right?
even
I
valid.
build products.
100%.
They're not games.
That's probably the biggest
they're
job of a
websites.
game
And so
designer, I
you
would say.
put you put all the feedback side to side, and you go, okay, which one's aligned? You know, if everybody's asking for something, there's probably something wrong with it, right? But if only one person's asking for it, then it becomes that opinion is like, do we do that or not, right? And it was funny, the things that you guys aligned on, and then the weird stuff that you had asked for and the weird stuff that he had asked for were totally different, right? Like it's very beneficial stuff to have as a
The
developer.
weird stuff that I asked.
That's why it's
for,
good to
like,
have
puts me on
a
the
large
spot.
sample size of testers.
We
So,
still
you've been
Lots of
pretty
variety.
quiet.
I mean, you usually want your,
because you've been doing tons of
your,
work
like,
on,
prime audience.
Metal GB, and it's gotten
But
lots of feedback.
if you go
right?
outside of
And,
that a
you've
little bit,
made
that's
lots
okay
of
too.
changes over time, and now you're also moving really fast on this Nintendo 64 dev. So I'm interested what you have to say about what we've been chatting on here.
No, I was just drinking it in, you know, following along. I actually, hilariously, I have received pretty sparse feedback on Meadow. I guess it was like 3 years ago, I did commission 2 different people to do playthroughs with notes, and I've taken those notes and implemented them slowly, you know, over the last like 2 or 3 years. But,
Man, I can't believe I drank all that
there's
tea
been
already.
some things it's funny. Every release I look at, and I'm like, okay, I'll do that next release. Like that's important. That was a good idea, but I'll get it in the next one.
But you are getting stuff in releases that people have asked for, which is awesome, right? Like
Yeah. There's definitely like you guys are saying, when you get the feedback, it's a real positive like upward cycle type of thing, where it's like, okay, we're getting the spiral going in the right direction here. But it's can be very challenging, I think, doing kind of a long form project to be able to find enough energy and enough feedback to kind of keep that going. You know, it doesn't come very consistently, kind of pop off for a little bit and then go quiet. And that's where it really gets tough, where it kind of loops back to what Just Fellow was saying about, like, you kind of gotta have, or I guess it was Michael was saying, you gotta have passion. You know, there has to be something else going on in there where you can lock into that.
Twitch is really good for instant feedback, being able to bounce off ideas in real time.
So
It
agree.
is.
It can't just be
It can
caffeine. I
come
mean, it
down
can
to the
be for a
streamer
while,
or the content creator sometimes.
then that runs
Sometimes
out too. But
I
content
also
creators
think
can
it's
be
important for you to know when to walk away for a bit.
Yep.
not as honest as you would
If you
expect them to
force
be,
yourself to do
because they
something when you're
either
hitting the burnout
want to
point,
present things
you
in a
need to go,
way
like, read a book or
that
something. You need to go, like,
help
go
their
start
content,
hiking for, like,
or
Outside, man.
present
then-
things in a way
then come
that
back to it.
is more positive than it should be,
Like, just taking
or
a walk, stopping thinking about
ignore
it, just take a walk,
issues
and you're like,
because
oh, shit, it's just A
they
equals
sense that it's an
Y.
issue and they
What?
don't
Get
want
the
to
fuck
bring
outta here.
attention to it. So you do got to be
But I will say
diligent
that's- and this is so
and
counterintuitive to,
kind of see
like, what I
through
do. I mean, Rick
the
had to talk
stream
me into
sometimes.
putting a donation link into the reports that I do.
Sometimes,
But I don't like
they're
people
just
charging
so
for feedback.
pleased
And
that
I
the
know
dev
that
isn't
that is
even
a
in
real
the
job. I know
stream,
that's something people
that
do.
they
If you
start
work for a
gushing
AAA company,
and they
that's gonna be
tell them that
presented
everything
to
is good no matter
millions
what,
of people.
like, kind of thing.
I get people paying for that, but indie devs,
Or sometimes just
I mean,
being
that's
there
what I kind of
is enough
why I
to,
started
like,
my reports, is because
ruin the
I
experiment,
want
kind of thing, right?
professional level feedback being available for free
Yeah.
to people who
I
need.
still think it feels
That's
it's
just-
similar to the game release concept you had, though, man. You gave me feedback for my very first game way forever ago for free, and then you gave me it for Turin for free, and now I trust your feedback, and I would pay you $40 for your game.
I just
You know what
I didn't
I mean?
grow up
Like,
with a lot of
yeah,
money,
yeah.
so I wasn't able to get a lot when I was growing up. And if I was an indie dev, and back when I was younger, I never would have been able to afford any of that stuff. I had no money. Like, we chose between getting food or having electricity on. So
True.
everything that I've done, I always want it to be available for free in case people need it. Like, if someone wants to donate, I guess they can, but it would almost make me uncomfortable.
Yeah, I get, like, I get
want
that.
to
Like,
be
I find it
able
hard to
help
criticize Little
people
Screamies, but
achieve what
it
they
does
wanna
have some
do,
big flaws. It
and I
definitely
wanna
has flaws.
Make sure that that is free.
We kind of
Well, thank
realized
you
that
for
even
While we're
as
on
we
this
were releasing
topic-
it, that we didn't
go ahead,
have
Justin.
I was just gonna say
the resources
I like to make you feel
to fix
uncomfortable,
everything.
So expect a donation.
So we fixed what was most important, and
So while we're on this
we
topic,
felt like we did pretty
Lingo,
good
how do you
compared
deal
to how it
with,
was in the earlier
feedback for
states of
Road
its
Blast?
development. So
Do you have like people that you rely on, that you've got trusted
But also,
individuals, or you have like
the
public feedback?
development stopped on that. We're not
Little bit
updating it
everything.
anymore. So
Most of it's public.
I mean, I appreciate the feedback
I do a lot
and
of
the criticisms,
conventions. I'm
but
doing less this year. But like last year, I did 11.
we're not gonna
conventions.
go back and change anything at
So
this
there's
point.
like a lot of face-to-face time, and during
Most
those,
importantly, is playable. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So you'll have the
For
game set up
Gunner,
for
I
people to
just-
play then?
Yeah. I haul CRTs and NESs out and stuff. Before I released the game, there was some speedrunner friends I have that would run through it, and some other I don't know. I was just letting anybody play it that was willing, and they definitely found some like weird laggy spots that I eventually figured out how to fix. And yeah, I don't know. I took it to MagFest 2022, I think, and like there's you have the two buttons on the controller, and they're both attacks, but one does a spread shot, and people just
And it's fun. Thank you,
didn't notice
Kixie.
that the spread
I'm
shot
glad
was
you had fun.
eating, like your health bar. It's a shield meter, but yeah.
I would love
and,
to see more stuff with that movement mechanism.
What I wound up doing was just disabling the spread shot
the player
for, like,
controller.
the first 5-10 seconds of the game, and that just
I think
trains them to use the other
I'm not
button.
sure exactly what went into the
But
player controller,
then
but the
following
basics of
March,
it, I
ran
think, are kind of
into
built
Ben
into
Heck
Unity.
at the Milwaukee Midwest Gaming Convention. He
I
played
know
my
we
game
made
for a bit. He's like, "I just
some
can't tell
changes,
I'm
of
taking
course.
damage," and the game was already done at that point. But somebody just directly said that. To
But
me,
yeah,
like,
that wasn't my line of
I would
work.
have started shaking.
In
the
fact,
HUD,
the
which
player
would've been
controller
really
was already
easy to
built
do.
for that project by the time I
game already
joined.
shipped, though, and it's an
Because I
NES
was
game,
working
it's
on a
done,
different
so-
project at the start of that, and then we
is
took
though, and you're
the
like,
team that I had and the developer that was working on that game and kind of merged them together.
Yeah, it's really
to
good.
try
man,
to
I like
speed
it.
things along.
See, I would get the same thing in my band. They'd be like, band's
Yeah, the
great.
floaty
I'm like,
controls.
"Was
Yeah, I
it
think a
though?
lot of that
Was
was
it a good show?"
the
Like,
Unity player
I
controller.
don't know if it was a good show. Can you tell me, like, for
But honestly,
real?
I
Like, know
I didn't
our
do
drummer
it, so
messed up
I
a couple
couldn't
times,
tell you
right?
for sure.
It sounds funny, but
The
that's
first
why
boss fight was still
sometimes I
my
try to
most favorite
be
part.
Really brutal
Right
in
on.
my reports.
Yeah, so I came
Like,
up with the
I'll go
idea
for
for
the
that,
throat every once
and
in a
then
while just to remind
I
you
let
that I
someone
did it.
else
It helps so
develop
much.
it.
It helps so much to know what people hate about a game. It just does.
But I also think that's a big thing too. You can't just say like I hate
No,
this.
no.
You need to get in depth with how much, like why you hate it.
But every player is
And
going
you
to
need to
dislike.
Spent a lot of
break
time
it down into
debugging it, but
crucial
I didn't actually
I
pieces.
even
develop it.
dislike things
That's another
about
thing I wish a
Minecraft.
lot of devs would get into their head is that you can't please everyone.
You can't.
You will always have someone who hates what you do, and you need to be okay with that.
Yeah, and I make niche games. That's how I always look at it. I'm not making something for the greater audience, right? I'm not going to have this crazy pal world success thing, right? It's just, and some people I think get fixated on that, but you have to realize who your audience is for, right? And the more niche your game is, the smaller your audience is, right? In essence.
Yeah.
And so then you have to market for just that audience. But if it's a smaller pool, then it's harder to get any traction from marketing. It's not impossible. There's people looking for all kinds of games out there. Even the weird ones that I hide from my Steam list. They're looking for all that stuff, right? But one thing I wanted to talk about, we kind of hinted on it here, is we were talking about testing, or not testing, we were talking about feedback, and then kind of about, I was going to bring it into QA testing, because in some ways Michael has helped me QA test some things, but he was not a QA tester. Like we QA tested our games, and it was rigorous, right? Like I'm curious if other people, what other developers are doing for what they call their QA testing, right?
A lot of what I do is I'll just play the crap out of my own games until I break them.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I just continue to break them until I can figure out ways to fix them.
Right.
I'll even if I can't figure it out, I'll just write down a list of all the ways that I broke it. And sometimes I cross my fingers and say, I hope no other players.
After the frog game, do you have any other game plans? Yeah, I have a lot of projects that are unfinished that I'm gonna try to finish up, like Retro Spaceball. I've got a lot of plans for that. Mostly cutting the scope down and finishing up the content mountain and releasing the demo and then releasing the game.
People who will do that, because those people can help.
Oh, thank you for that. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So yeah, Retro Spaceball is high up on that list. Also, I want to make Demon Fish Dead Ahead into a PC game, like a executable that I could sell on Steam. But it's got some bugs that I think are engine-related bugs that I'm unable to fix. So hopefully, eventually, they update the engine and those bugs get fixed, or I figure out how to fix them on my own. But
and just
I'd like to do that. Also, Source Hack, I feel like is due for an update. I don't know if I'll ever finish that one, but I've been kind of using it to just add things to and have fun with the engine. So, but we'll see what happens with that. Eventually, it'd be cool to again put it on Steam if it gets finished.
Was that when I couldn't actually?
And sell them for real cheap, just a few bucks, put them on sale for $1 kind of thing.
Version of it. And then you played like the release version of it, so I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
It was the release version, I think.
I'm not sure if I watched you play that, to be honest.
I destroyed it. Yeah, you did, because I tried to bring all the plushies with me to the end of the game.
I remember you telling me.
But then after that, yeah, it would be interesting to see
yeah, that
what next is in the works,
Although I don't think I kept the VOD because I didn't.
If things go well with Johnny, maybe there'll be another group project with Johnny. Who knows?
I'm wondering what you did.
And then there could be other developers that I meet a lot of developers, so there could be other people that I end up working something out with too.
Interesting.
I used invisible hitboxes for the cranes to move around the level and to launch myself into the air.
Yeah, I mean that's a thing for sure. On this video, not the speed run, but another video, this guy brought the axe into the vent. He took the axe and figured out a way to get back into the vent to break those pieces of wood in the vent. He thought that was the solution. I'd never seen anyone
like
do
that, dude.
Yeah,
I love that so much.
Now I feel bad that we didn't give him an achievement,
because I would love to see a speed run of that game.
Yeah, it was only like 13 minutes and 50 seconds or something like that.
That was before I found the current world record.
Has anybody done?
I also think that's really humbling for a dev.
Oh yeah, to
see that someone liked your game enough to learn how to speed run it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned a few things he did.
I got a small game idea I want to do on stream. Cool.
He liked it enough.
Yeah, my advice would be to make it even smaller.
Absolutely.
Because even a small game is going to be a massive undertaking, especially if it's your first game, or if you're still kind of new to it.
It sounds like I think a lot of us here kind of do a single game, get it done, and then are done. But I had the awesome experience of updating a game for about 3 years that was released on Steam. Yeah, we would do like multiple updates and different builds, and so each one of those.
A wild Swana in chat.
Yeah, we did some major overhauls. Yeah, but each one of those needed their own QA testing period, right? So like when we were doing major overhauls, I had this entire list, and I still have it, of every single feature and thing that you could do in the game.
Really small, like FNAF small, or FNAF small. I would say FNAF. People say FNAF though.
That we had just added, and then I would run the entire checklist.
I've never played FNAF, but I know that it's not that small. I know, like from a developer standpoint, it might be small compared to like a AAA game,
procedurally generated planets and stuff.
In terms of fixing all the bugs, testing it, making sure that everything works.
I got really good at
I'm sure that it took at least a year for that person to make.
Bugs. And so we always kind of patted ourselves on the back for.
I mean, it could take less,
releasing
but
such a stable product.
Depends if you got a job and the family and stuff, Which I know that you're a busy person. So
couch co-op,
It was so awesome.
Yeah.
You got to think about that too.
Co-op, man. I mean, with Parsec, you can play that co-op with anybody.
What I like to do is start with a prototype.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's like
and then test that, and if people like that, then
I'm
expand
the type of
upon
person
it.
that goes out of my way to break games.
I do what's known as the inverted pyramid
My favorite part,
method,
my favorite
where you
thing to
start
do
with
in Just
a
Walls
full
Space
product
Games
that's
is
really
to use
tiny
cheat engine to
that you can
change,
put
like,
new
my mining
slabs on
speed
top
to
of
something like
to
9
to
million.
continue it
Because
being
there's-
full
what I
but
love
making it
most
larger.
about his games is there's no limit on what you like. You can just keep
It took
raising the
Gun
limit
6
until you
months, so
start
I
breaking
assume
the game.
it will take
Like
me a
I
year.
had it so I was laying like
Is that the
1,000
developer for
mines every
FNAF,
second
or
across the
are you
entire
talking about the
map.
Gun
And
game?
blowing up the
Zero
planet.
is
I'm
what it
confused.
did. That's-
But like
What Gun is?
letting me do that, that's what I was talking about, like dynamic mechanics, like giving me a mechanic to play with.
'Cause there was a
not
game
limiting
called
me
Gun.
on it, and then just letting me
But
go
I know
is
it took
one of my
longer.
favorite
Oh, it took
things in
him
video
6 months.
games, and I get that
So I
out of
assume
almost
it will
every
take a
single
year.
one of Just Walls.
Well,
Someone needs to teach you how to
I
mod.
imagine that maybe it took 6 months before the first build came out, but I imagine that
Yeah, or
you know,
DLL editing, or
like,
INI stuff.
because that's a pretty big game. I imagine they did localization
Yeah,
and all that
really
stuff
easy.
later.
I think that's one of the things me and Rick have talked about.
I don't know
this,
why
but
I
the reason
autocorrected a
why
gun.
I have a game design document up
'Cause
for
you're
this
a
game I've
cowboy.
been wanting to make for like 6 years.
Right.
And I just don't have the time. There's so many other things I want to do that I think I'd have more fun with because I like engaging with other people. That I know the type of person I am.
Yeah, I
if
turn off
wanted to learn
autocorrect
game dev,
anytime
that
I
will be
can
all
because
I
it
eat
just
and
screws
breathe
me
for,
over.
like years.
But then I have
That's
my
fair.
own
I'm just not
bad
ready to
spelling and
do
bad
it.
grammar to deal with
dangerous.
them.
Yeah, only do it if you want to. That's my advice.
Yeah, and I
Consuming.
think there will hit a point where I'm like, screw it, I'm gonna go for it.
I love it, man.
But
like,
I have so many other
Luckily,
things.
a lot of this doesn't need
I
editing.
couldn't commit the time to actually getting good at it. I feel like it's not something you can do a bit of, then walk away for 2 months, then come back and do a little bit more of, because you're just constantly.
I need it
refreshing
because
your
I'm big
skills at
dumb.
that
you
point.
just
I don't
take-
claim to
It
be
goes back
smart,
that imposter syndrome,
but
too.
Yeah.
I do think
'Cause,
the
like,
more
you don't
you do
actually get
without
good. You
autocorrect,
get
the better
good
you
enough
get
to make
at
something,
not
and then
needing
you still wish
autocorrect.
you were better.
Yeah.
It would probably be one of those.
Now I
things
can
I've
catch your
worked
stream
on
and podcast
never
at the same
released,
time.
Even if it's like perfect.
That's the
and
attitude.
Awesome.
I appreciate you
I
hanging
would
out.
still be working on it and never release it.
You know, it's,
There's a
That
cute
happens.
emote too, by the way.
I was just gonna say it's funny. I was just reading about this like kind of art manifesto called SOFA, which is what's it stand for? It's start often, finish rarely, where the A in rare forms the A in sofa. But you know, it's kind of the idea of the art manifesto was like, yeah, you don't even worry about finishing things. Like the whole purpose of production, you know, producing art is to create. So you need to be creating. You need to be pushing
Yeah.
that flow constantly.
Yeah.
And I've been thinking a lot about how to adjust my own thinking and style to that, because as fun as it is to be like, yeah, I've done 2 projects, I've only done 2 projects. So there's kind of this thing where it's like, oh yeah, I have all sorts of other dreams and ambitions about, you know, things I want to build, and they're just, you know, they're trapped in just that space of being an idea. You know, they're not even a sketch on a page. So I've been thinking about that a lot recently. Like, how do I adjust my style of working? Because I want to have a more forward-looking style and a faster speed of movement.
For me, being an artist has really kind of made that easy for me, because I have like a slew of unfinished art pieces like that I carry around with me. Even like I have a painting in my living room I started 10 years ago. Haven't finished it.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Art is that
So- and
kind of
that's
way.
just-
Yeah.
That's how it goes. I mean, you're gonna finish some things, and yeah, it might look like I'm someone who doesn't finish things if you look at all the things I haven't finished, but I do finish some things.
Sometimes I hate when you do finish something and you just feel lost.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
like, well, that's been
Oh,
my
yeah,
main
for sure.
thing for like 2 years, and now I have no idea what to do with myself. It's like when you get into a really good show and it's finally over, and you're like, well,
Yeah.
I'm going to bed for 3 months.
So my advice on that is to have more than one project, and have one that you don't really plan on finishing, one that you do just for fun, one that you know,
That's
like my
Sword
Retro
Sack for me.
Spaceball, yeah, I would love to finish it eventually, but I just kept
It was
adding
Retro
to it, and
Spaceball
now
for a
I'm to
long
the point
time.
Where like, well, now I need to cut a whole bunch of stuff to actually finish it. But for a long time, I was just adding to it and having fun, and it was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
For me, that's just like content creation. That's what I go back to if I'm I need to do something different,
Yeah. Go back.
because there's no end to it, and it's something I enjoy doing. So I always end up just going back to it.
Yeah, I always just have too many projects open, right? Like, I have a full-time game that is like about to release on Steam and was just in the Next Fest, but I'm also building a whole different game that's crazy, and I was also putting together an idle game. I really have been wanting to make an idle game. So like, yeah, I'm always just
Edson,
working
thank you.
on a whole bunch of crap. And,
I appreciate that,
You
Kixie.
ask me, too many
Wall
is the
says, I
perfect
just
number."
play
Yeah,
all
yeah.
the
I
videos
used
that
to-
I'm
I
watching
used
at the
to
same
shuffle them
time
to
so I don't
different
miss out on
places.
anything. There you
If
go.
It was like
I do that with
Game
streams.
Jam or just like real basic, I'd put them on Game
RSB needs a
Jolt.
release. It's too
If it,
damn
like,
fun
had
to not,
some
or to,
sustenance
not to
to it,
release.
I'd put it
It's
on
gonna get a
itch.
release.
And if I spent like a long time on it,
But yeah,
had a
there
bunch of
is an ad
systems,
starting
and it
soon,
goes
so
on
we're gonna take a
Steam,
break when the
right?
ad
So
starts.
I kinda
So no
like-
one will
Good
miss
hierarchy.
anything.
Yeah, just kind of throw stuff around, right? I'd be like, today I used to do a stream where I would build a game every Sunday, start to finish on
That's
stream.
intense.
And
How long were the streams?
about 7 hours, 8 hours. I have a
That's
game
still
done in
very
8
impressive.
hours. And then
that's
I'd put them
super
on Game Jolt, my Game Jolt. They're all still there. And I mean, some of them were great. Some of them were just the stupidest thing I ever made. But
How do we search that?
I think you just
Or
go.
do you not want people to know?
Oh no, absolutely. I think you just go to Game Jolt and search for Just Wall.
Just while on Game Jolt? I'm gonna add
Yeah.
you. I'm on Game Jolt.
Are you? Yeah, and I used that for a long time.
All right, we're in the ad now, so we'll do a quick break here. It'll only be 2 minutes, so I'll be there when we get back. I'm gonna grind that game. There you go. Nice. All right, we're back from the ad break. We'll turn down the music just a bit again. And we'll start from about where we left off here.
Used that for a long time. I just never. I always just put my weird games there, pretty much. Like,
Let's talk about
and
Game Jolt.
the one that I did specifically. Oh yeah, person going through. Oh come on, quit it with the ad. Person going through an obstacle course. I had my son draw everything. There's one in there that my daughter drew everything, and I put it into a game for on a Sunday. But that really honed my skills with that engine specifically. Is I was starting, every time I'd build it all, right? The player controls and the collisions, and after I did that about 400 times, I kind of know what to do now, right? Fun stuff though. I mean, it can be like improv music. I do improv gaming, right? That's kind of how game dev, improv game dev. Just some weird shit comes out and I release it and then I move on and I learn something.
Did you say that was Game Maker?
Game Maker Studio, yeah, that's what I've been working in, yeah.
Yeah.
I've worked in Unity and I worked originally in what's the one? Unreal. I think it was like Unreal 3, so I'm dating myself. It was a long time ago. But,
I remember Unreal 3. I didn't get far in it, but I remember it.
Yeah, I built a couple worlds and stuff, but never any game mechanics. It was when they had Kismet instead of whatever the Blueprints is now. they had a whole different thing. But I mean, I really want to get into 3D game development, but I keep never pulling the trigger, right? Like, just like Michael was talking about, it's like 6 months of work. I know I could sit and like, if I just dedicated 6 months of time, I could figure out Unity and build a game, but I don't know if I have 6 months to mess around right now.
Yep.
Me and a buddy just did a 7-day roguelike challenge. We used Godot. I've never touched that before.
Yeah.
That was interesting. I don't really have any game engine experience to begin with.
That was weird because
I
he
just
came
write
in
stuff
early.
from scratch. So
That's cool though. Yeah, like
7-day roguelike challenge. We used Godot. I've never touched that before.
Yeah.
That was interesting. I don't really have any game engine experience to begin with. Like challenge, we used Godot. I've never touched that before.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was interesting. I don't really have any game engine experience to begin with. I just write stuff from scratch. So
Right. That's cool though. Yeah, like
Yeah, how was that experience with Godot?
Cryptic says Unreal 3
Man,
was my first introduction to game dev.
it's like whenever
Interesting.
you start
Yeah,
using some new
I
giant paradigm like that.
played with it
such
a little bit, but I didn't get very
What
far
do
at
I
all.
even
Like I
Google
said,
to get the
I,
answer for what I'm trying to do.
I basically downloaded it,
overwhelming.
looked at it, and said,
Yeah,
"This is
back
too
to the
hard."
AI, yeah, like ChatGPT, man.
I didn't
Like,
understand
it wouldn't
anything
tell
back
you
then.
what
though.
to
it's messed up because like even if I Google it, now they've got their own AI that's trying to answer my
I had an
question
easier time in
before I
XNA.
get to like Stack Overflow or whatever.
yeah.
So
Dude, well, I've worked in Godot. I like it and I don't. I get confused in there because of how you have to like assign everything, all the different things in the hierarchy list. I get very confused with that. But again, if I did it 400 times, I probably could just fly through creating a game in there. Do you guys do 2D in Godot?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a roguelike, so it's like a tile-based, turn-based thing.
That's cool.
Is that playable anywhere?
Yeah, I just put it up like at 3 a.m. last night.
Oh,
That was
did you?
the end of the thing. It's on my low blast itch.
Oh,
it's
okay.
called Ipsilial the Minotaur.
Oh,
I'll
cool.
have to check it
I'll
out.
check it out. Yeah, absolutely.
We used somebody's asset pack for the graphics,
Cool.
and halfway through the week
I got
didn't
lost
think we were
so
gonna
fast, switched
keep
to
doing
Unity
it,
the
and all of a
next
sudden
attempt.
just, like,
Right
dumped a
on.
whole bunch of work on
Yeah,
me.
it took me a
Oh,
while
God,
to find
I
Unity, but once I found Unity, I felt
gotta
very
finish
at
this dungeon
home,
generator.
and then it was hard for me to switch to
yeah.
anything else.
That's cool though, doing generation of the dungeons. That stuff's beyond me. I like I said, I'm not the best programmer, but I love that kind of stuff that randomly generates different worlds. It's just so neat to me.
Yeah, I don't say I have a lot of experience with it, but I find generative content and like emergent behavior is like fascinating.
Yeah.
You know, like you set up some simple rules and all of a sudden you see stuff you never expected to see.
Yeah, it's
But
amazing.
I'm more on the watching YouTube videos about it side of that stuff. But I try and implement it where I can.
Yeah, this game looks
Yeah,
cool.
that's
How do you
awesome.
pronounce it? Ipsilial?
There's a Solosis in chat.
Ipsilial. There we go. Ipsilial the Minotaur on itch. Everyone should check that out. It looks really cool.
Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out. Yeah, making games is a lot of fun. Sometimes I just get the itch to go into Game Jam, and I go do
Yeah.
it. I think I even
I hear
joined
that.
one with you, Rick, and I made Pocket Pool, and yeah, I love
right.
doing that stuff.
Yeah, I remember playing Pocket Pool.
Yeah, and it's like I never try too hard, and it's just a lot of fun. There's a game out there called it's similar to Factorio, and it's called Dyson Sphere Program, and they have this
Yeah, I keep meaning to get into that.
so good, but they have this big roadmap, right? And they're a larger company. I think they're Chinese. I think. Don't quote me on that, but they have this big roadmap, and they posted this announcement. They're like, hey, we're gonna divert our roadmap, and we're gonna do 3 weeks of internal game jams to build creativity and fun and culture. I'm like, that is awesome. I'd love to hear that.
There's another dev collective, I think Punkcake Delassue, who committed to doing a full game every month, and a lot of their games have ended up being like hits,
Oh yeah.
which always surprised me. I don't know. I can't even begin to imagine how much structure must go into a dev plan like that. 'Cause as far as I know, they've never deviated.
Yeah, listeners might know Shotgun King, The Final Checkmate, is on Steam.
I love that game.
That's by the devs we're talking about here. Yeah, I've got that
I
one
did
too.
testing for them, and that was kind of interesting. Just because you don't have a lot of time to make a report for a game like that. It comes out in a month.
Yeah. I mean, they do have a small team, but I think only 1 or 2 people work on a game at a time, and then they've got other people working on another game, so that way they can kind of stagger their releases, I think is the way they do it. I would love to interview them, but I'm not
That's a
sure
smart
that
game dev
they're-
company. The Pancake Delasu, yeah.
Or if that's their first language.
Sock Pop is another
Can I have my
company
wife as a
that does that.
That would be interesting.
It'd be
But yeah,
awesome to join a team like that, but I think
That's a
I'm
good
too slow.
example Of, what rapid prototyping, right?
I think it's just limitation breeds creativity. Like when you set
absolutely.
a deadline for yourself, you can make some of the coolest, weirdest stuff that you might be able to bring back as a full-fledged project sometime.
That's one of the main tenets of chiptune.
Go further in the
limitations breed creativity.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I feel that way about Homebrew as well. In fact, when I started with GB Studio, that was the reason why I picked that up, is because I was doing this really deep stuff in Unity for Little Screamies, and I just wanted to do something simple and easy. You know, something where you couldn't do 3D, you know, you couldn't do this crazy stuff. You kind of had to work with the limitations.
I felt that. I'm so slow. I've never got to the test phase.
And it worked really well. For me.
Well, it's just practice, you know. When I first started game dev, I was just spinning my tires, just grasping at straws.
And, you know, whatever the idea they have in their head is like
spinning my gears,
substantially
spinning
more
my tires.
complex
I was going nowhere
limitation
fast.
Studio would be, right? Maybe it's
It took
something
me
you grind
years
out pretty
before I was
quick,
actually able to finish
but,
something.
you know, it's not
At
gonna
one
work.
point,
Yeah.
I said,
So there's
"Fuck this
it's interesting
coding
kind of thing where
shit.
I think a lot of people
I'm gonna
are
make a dice
showing up to
game."
GB Studio and maybe bouncing off it because
And I
of
did.
the high degree of constraint. You know, the tool itself is so. Yeah, the tool.
And then
is
I
so
tried
easy
to code
use,
the
but
dice game
the
once I
things
felt
you
more
can
comfortable.
create with it are so constrained that I think
It's
a
a
lot
puzzle
of
in
people bounce
itself.
off that.
Yeah.
So there's a nice gap. We're gonna have to edit that one.
I believe that. I've also met a couple
Wait,
people
what
who
happened there?
were just found the tool itself inspiring. Like they
Oh
don't
yeah,
think they
for
would have
sure.
ever
I
made
mean,
it.
myself included.
Game Boy
I would have
game,
never made a Game Boy
or
game.
even had the
GB Studio
inclination
wasn't
to
such a,
without
you
like
know,
seeing somebody else
one-stop shop
playing around
for-
with
for
it.
so
Things
much
got
of the
weird here.
Toolchain stuff and just or such a sleek presentation.
Something happened.
I kind of waxed and waned about that in the interview I had with Rick on episode 25, but I definitely think the things
Did
you can
Just
create
Wall
with it are so constrained. that I
disappear?
think
It's
a
a
lot of
puzzle
people
in
bounce
itself.
off that.
Yeah.
At one point, he left. That must have been that. But something's going on here.
I believe that. I've also met a couple people who were just found the tool itself inspiring. Like they
Oh,
don't.
easy to use, but the things you can create with it are so constrained that I think
It's
a
a
lot
puzzle
of
in
people bounce
itself.
off that.
Yeah.
I believe that. I've also met a couple people who were just found the tool itself inspiring. Like they don't
Oh yeah,
think they
for
would have
sure.
ever
I
made
mean,
it.
myself included.
Game Boy
I would have
game.
never made a Game Boy game if GB Studio wasn't such a one-stop shop for so much of the tool is so easy.
I don't know
to
how
use,
that
but
got so
the
out of
things
sync
you can
there.
create with it are so constrained that I think a lot of people bounce off that.
It's a puzzle in itself. Yeah.
Maybe it has something to do with this.
I believe that. I've also met a couple people who were just found the tool itself inspiring. Like they don't think they would have ever made it.
I had to
Game Boy
cut
game,
things in
or
half
even had the
and then put them
inclination
back
to
together,
without, like,
so that's
seeing
probably
somebody
what
else
happened
playing
there.
around
For
with
sure. I mean, myself included. I would have never made a Game Boy game if GB Studio wasn't such a one-stop shop for so
Wait.
much of the tool chain
It
stuff.
sounds
and
fast,
just,
doesn't it?
Such a sleek presentation. No, I kind of waxed and waned about that.
Maybe not. It's not being
the
warped.
interview I had with Rick on episode 25, but I definitely think that the GB Studio is like it's a high watermark for homebrew tools. One of the things that I've noticed now is people use the word GB, or they use the name GB Studio to mean like an accessible tool.
Yeah.
Like I was just lurking in the N64 Discord, I don't know, it was a couple months ago, and someone showed up and was like, "Hey, when are we gonna have GB Studio for N64?" You know, they're not even saying when are we gonna have Unity,
Wow.
when are we gonna have Godot. Like
Holy
GB
cow.
Studio is the thing that people say. because
Holy
they're like,
cow.
they're
Welcome in,
pointing at that and saying
Pantheon.
That toolkit's so comprehensive,
How you
and so
doing?
straightforward, and so accessible. You know, I want that. When can we get that, right? It's funny. Like Nestmaker, and
Let me give you a shout out.
I've never used Nestmaker. I only know it by reputation.
Poor
That it kind of
Nestmaker.
has this clunky reputation.
What am I doing?
Paid tool,
I'm
but
hitting
it's
buttons.
not maybe the premium you'd expect from a paid tool.
Yo, brother. Hope you're doing good.
Whereas,
Thank you. I am. I'm doing pretty
GB Studio
good.
Seems to have this kind of clean reputation.
Shout out.
By, just kind of, I think by the fact that it is kind of Libre and free. Just kind of
Yeah,
avoid
everyone
that.
should check out
Whatever bugs
Pantheon
were
3D.
present were,
He's
kind
an
of like,
awesome
oh, okay,
3D
well, it's
Blender
free,
artist.
and,
Does a lot
as
of cool
always.
stuff professionally.
Yeah,
sells
yeah,
his
but,
his work, and he knows the ins and
Yeah,
outs
it does have bugs.
of Blender, which is always cool because there's a lot
That's
of
something,
ins and outs.
Argument I come into myself when I
Oh, yeah.
like earlier I talked about a dev putting out a free game.
He is an
I don't
awesome
think
dude.
Just because something is free
Yeah,
means you
yeah.
can cheap out on.
And you're
the quality
welcome.
of it. I
And
think
thanks-
that's,
thanks
like, the
again for dropping in.
laziest
Oh, yeah.
You know, I think
just
it's interesting because there's
half-assed.
like
Hope you're doing
tension
good.
about that
It's
I feel
free
as a
is not
developer.
like a valid excuse to me when I run
Because
into
on the one
something
hand,
like that.
I do agree.
All right,
I
things
think
got
we can hold
overlapped again
tools that
here.
They're free of charge to the same standard we hold paid tools. But it's also it's hard for me because sometimes like okay well it's free and then
I think it's because we're past the
as
halfway
always.
point.
Yeah. But
Wait,
like okay well it's free and then as always. Yeah. But
Yeah, it does have bugs. Yeah.
That's something argument I come into myself when I
Oh, yeah.
like earlier I talked about a dev putting
just kind of avoided that. Whatever bugs were present were kind of like okay well it's free.
Yeah, it
and,
does have bugs. Yeah.
As always. Yeah. But
that's something argument I come into myself when I like earlier I talked about
I'm like, oh, okay, well, it's free, and then, as always.
Yeah, it does have bugs.
Yeah. But,
Let me hear what this
that's
sounds
some
like.
Nestmaker, I only know it by
Poor
reputation. That it kind of
Nestmaker.
has this clunky reputation. So it's like, oh, it's a paid tool, but it's not maybe the print. It's funny. Like Nestmaker, and I don't know anything. I've never used Nestmaker. I only know it by reputation.
Poor
That it kind of
Nestmaker.
has this clunky reputation.
Something
so
is
it's like,
off
oh, it's
here.
a paid tool, but it's not maybe the premium
I
you'd
think
expect
this
from a
needs
paid
to be
tool.
scooched up.
Whereas GB
About
Studio seems to
there,
have
maybe?
this kind of clean reputation by just kind of for homebrew tools. One of the things that I've noticed now is people
Yeah.
use the word
Always up for
GB, or
supporting
they
Buddy.
use the name
Yeah,
GB Studio
Pantheon did a great
to
job
mean,
supporting Cryptic.
like,
I think he
an
made the
accessible
50 followers
toolkit.
because of
Like,
that.
I was
So
in the-
that's
I was just
that's
lurking in
freaking
the N64
awesome.
Discord. I don't know, it was a couple months ago. and
That
someone
female
showed up and
character
was
is
like, "Hey,
getting
when are
there
we gonna
now.
have
I'm so
GB
happy.
Studio for
That's great to hear.
N64?"
She was looking
You know, they're not
awesome
even
when we
saying, when are we
when
gonna have
ended the
Unity?
stream.
When are we
I
gonna have
had
Godot?
left before
Like,
that, so I
GB
didn't get to
Studio
see
is
it.
the thing
But she
people
was
say
looking
because
good
they're
from
like,
when
they're
when we
pointing at that
joined
and
the
saying
stream.
that
That's
toolkit's
for sure.
So comprehensive and
It's looking
so
better now.
straightforward and
Awesome.
So accessible. I want
I
that.
need to hear this,
When
though.
can we get that, right? It's a high watermark for homebrew tools. One of the things that I've noticed now is people
Yeah.
use the word GB.
Yeah,
or
that
they use
sounds
the
like it
name
lines
GB
up.
Studio to mean like
56.
an
Holy cow,
accessible
cool.
toolkit.
Heck
Like
yeah.
I was just lurking in the N64 Discord. I don't know, it was a couple months ago, and someone showed up and was like, "Hey, when are we gonna have GB Studio for N64?" They're not even saying when are we gonna have Unity? When are we gonna have Godot? Like GB Studio is the thing that people say because they're like, they're pointing at that and saying that toolkit's so comprehensive and so straightforward and so.
Well, now it doesn't
accessible.
sound right.
I want that. When can we get that, right?
Poor Nestmaker.
It's funny. Like Nestmaker, and I don't know anything. I've never used Nestmaker. I only know it by reputation. That it kind of has this clunky reputation. So it's like one of the things that I've noticed
Yeah.
now is people use the word GB, or they use the name GB Studio to mean for homebrew tools. One of the
Yeah.
things that I've noticed now is people
That sounds
use
better.
the word GB, or they use the name GB Studio to mean like an accessible toolkit. Like I was just lurking
Wow.
in the N64 Discord.
Yeah, you can drop the link for sure. I've got links active, so you can totally drop that link. I'd love to share it. Yeah, Pantheon got me 14 follows. It was insane. He also helped out some other small streamers. Hell yeah, Pantheon, let's see it. Yeah, he got 52. Awesome. Oh, damn, he made his 50. Cool, yeah, let's check this out. Oh yeah, this is looking great. Look how realistic that looks. I love the lips. Like I've never actually modeled like lips to do that. I've always used textures to do that, but I noticed that you actually put the geometry in the lip, it looked like. So that's really cool. Like these ripples in the lip. But yeah, the hair looks fantastic too. Hair is something that I always struggled with. I always end up doing like low poly, like or like one time I did a self-portrait, but I had dreadlocks, so that made it easier because I just like put a texture on there and like modeled out the hair. But yeah, I hate hair. Yeah, hair is always a pain. But this looks really good. Nice work. Yeah, I can't wait to see her on her bike, you know? Well, thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. Like the flexion folds are so perfect. Like the nasolabial fold, and even this neck indentation looks so good. Very anatomically proportionate and correct. Also, the fabric, like the stitching on the hat and the lace even looks very good. And the earrings are a nice touch too. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. No references. Wow. Yeah, it looks sick. Can't wait to see it's finished. Absolutely. I would love to see that finished.
Lurking in the N64 Discord, I don't know, it was a couple months ago, and someone showed up and was like, hey, when are we going to have GB Studio?
Does that sound right?
To mean like an accessible toolkit. Like I was just lurking in the N64 Discord.
Let's fix that.
Months ago, and someone showed up and was like, hey, when are we going to have GB Studio for N64? You know, they're not even saying when are we going to have Unity, when are we going to have Godot. Like GB's to mean like an accessible toolkit. Like I was just lurking in the N64 Discord, I don't know, it was a couple months ago, and someone showed up and was like, hey, when are we going to have GB Studio for N64?
Sorry, things got a little bit out of sync there, so I had to sync them back up.
Like GB Studio is the thing.
The podcast is so long that I literally had to cut the recordings in half. Otherwise, Ableton wouldn't accept them.
When can we get that, right?
Poor Nestmaker.
Well, you know, it's funny, like Nestmaker, and I don't know anything. I've never used Nestmaker. I only know it by reputation, that it kind of has this clunky reputation. So it's like, oh, it's a paid tool, but it's not maybe the premium you'd expect from a paid tool. It
that sounds off too.
Clunky reputation. So it's like, oh, it's a paid tool, but it's not maybe the premium you'd expect. Pointing at that and saying that toolkit's so comprehensive and so straightforward and so accessible. You know, I want that. When can we get that, right?
Poor Nestmaker.
Well, you know, it's funny, like Nestmaker, and I don't know anything. I've never used Nestmaker. I only know it by reputation, that it kind of has this
tranquil in chat.
So it's like, oh, it's a paid tool, but it's not maybe the premium you'd expect from a paid tool. Whereas, you know, GB Studio seems to have this kind of clean reputation by, you know, just kind of...
I don't know where this laughter fits in.
It's kind of libre and free. You know, just we kind of avoided that. Whatever bugs were present were you know, kind of like, oh, okay, well, it's free, and then you know, as always.
Yeah, it does have bugs.
Yeah. But you know,
that's something argument I come into myself when I earlier I talked about a dev putting out a free game.
I kind of like, oh, okay, well, it's free, and then you know. As always.
It does have bugs.
Yeah. But you know,
that's something argument I come into myself when I earlier I talked about a dev putting out
that should be,
you know, they're not even saying when are we going to have Unity, when are we going to have Godot. Like GB Studio is the thing that people say, because they're like, you know, they're pointing at that and saying that toolkit's so comprehensive and so straightforward and so accessible. I want that. When can we get that, right? Showed up and was like, hey, when are we going to have GB Studio for N64? They're not even saying, when are we going to have Unity? When are we going to have Godot? Like, GB going to have GB Studio for N64.
BRB, yeah, take your time.
They're not even saying, when are we going to have Unity? When are we going to have Godot? Like, GB Studio is the thing that people say because they're like, they're pointing at that, and that toolkit's
there is a
so
Discord link there.
so straightforward
In
and
case
so
anyone's interested, you can share your work
I want
in my
that.
Discord.
When can we get that, right?
I'm on your Discord already. Oh, well,
So
thank you very much.
It's funny.
Feel
like,
free to
next
share your
week,
work in the share
I
your
don't
work
know
channel,
anything. I've
or
never
when
used
you go
Netsmaker.
live, you
I only know by
can share that
reputation that it
link in
kinda has
the
this
public going
clunky
live channel.
reputation. So it's like, oh, it's a paid tool, but it's not maybe the premium you'd expect from a paid. It's funny. Like Netsmaker, and I
Let's
don't know
move that
anything.
over
I've never
just a
used
bit.
Netsmaker. I only know it by reputation. That it kind of has this clunky reputation.
All right, that should be fixed.
It does have bugs.
Yeah. But
That's something an argument I come into myself when like earlier I talked about a dev putting out a free game. I don't think just because something is free means you can cheap out on the quality of it.
oh yeah,
I think that's like a lazy excuse for just half-assing something.
yeah.
It's free is not a valid excuse to me when I run into something like that.
I think it's interesting because there's like a tension about that I feel as a developer. Because on the one hand, I do agree. I think we can hold tools that are free of charge to the same standard we hold paid tools. But it's also it's hard for me because sometimes I see people, and there's a great sense of entitlement that I see in people when they'll say like, well, why don't you do this, or you need to fix this. And it's like, this person has a life. Like, Chris Mulvey and the GB Studio team have a life, and they don't have to go implement the thing that you.
I think
want.
that's another big thing that I've noticed, or at least I get the impression that a lot of devs don't understand. And it's like kind of heartbreaking, but it's the reality. The people who aren't devs that are just buying your game, they don't give a shit how much time it takes you.
Yeah.
Or how much effort it took or anything like that. They care about the price. They care if the product's good.
Yeah.
That's it. And it's
They
kinda,
really
like I
don't.
said, it's kind of heartbreaking, but it is the reality. Like I go and I'll make like a bunch of
Why am I
a
off again?
retro album and I'll release it, and it'll how much effort it took or anything like that. They care about the price. They care if the product's good.
Yeah.
That's it. And it's
They really
kinda, like I
don't.
said, it's kind of heartbreaking, but it is the reality. Like I go and I'll make like a bunch of a retro album and I'll release it, and it'll get shit that a lot of devs don't understand. And it's like kind of heartbreaking, but it's the reality. The people who aren't devs that are just buying your game, they don't give a shit how much time it takes you.
Yeah.
Or how much effort it took or anything
They
like
really
that. They
don't.
care about the price. They care if the product's good.
Yeah.
That's it. And it's kind of like I said, it's kind of heartbreaking, but it is the reality. Like I go and I'll make
Chris Mulvey and the GB Studio team have a life, and they don't have to go implement the thing that you.
I think
want.
that's another big thing that I've noticed. Or at
How is
least
it
I get
so
the
off?
impression that a lot of devs don't understand. And it's like kind of heartbreaking, but it's the reality. The people who aren't devs that are just buying your game, they don't give a shit how much time it takes you.
They really
Or
don't.
how much effort it took or anything like that. They care about the price. They care if the product's good.
Yeah.
That's it. And it's kind of like I said, it's kind of heartbreaking.
I think
but it is the reality.
I squished something
I go
over
and I'll
like when I
make,
was
like, a
editing
bunch of
and
retro
didn't
album
realize it.
and I'll release it, and it'll get shit on, or no one will even care about
We'll
it.
have to see
or stuff
how
like
this
that, or
lines
people
up
ask me, "Hey,
here,
will you make
but
this?" And
this should be good now.
they have no idea how much time it takes, and they don't care. They just want it.
Mhm.
And I've noticed that a lot of devs take it very personally, but sometimes you just gotta understand that to the consumer, who's purely a consumer, they don't care how much time it takes or what you're gonna have to do to do it.
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent point.
It's a harsh reality of a lot of, I find, creative hobbies or work is
All right,
I mean, it's,
so
it's true
this
of
is
any
squeezed
product,
over.
right? Like when you're in a store, you don't think about every single product on any shelf. I mean, it's true of any when you're in a store.
reality of a lot of, I find, creative hobbies
Yeah.
or work.
I mean,
is-
it's true of any product, right? Like
All right, that sounds right.
when you're in a store,
We do have an
you don't
ad
think
coming up
about,
soon, so we'll take a break
you
when
know,
that
what
starts.
you're holding in your hand. You're just like, do I want this or not? Like there's every single product on any shelf has like a crazy story behind it. You know?
Yeah,
Mhm,
and if you
mhm.
paid money for it, then you are entitled to a comment if there's an issue with it.
Yeah, I run 2-minute ads every
Right, a
30
nasty
minutes or so,
email.
so that way, just in case someone
Yeah.
drops into
I
the
think you're
stream
entitled
or
to
they switch
feedback, but I still
platforms or
don't
they need to
think
refresh
just
their
because someone
stream,
paid for
then
it
they don't get
means
stuck
that their
in
feedback is
pre-rolls,
valuable. I've
you know?
definitely seen
I
a
always
lot of
hate that when that
in
happens to me.
Steam reviews
Oh, yeah.
where someone dislikes it because it's from their own kind of explanation, not the game they were looking for. Like they were looking for a different game.
Yup. Yeah, Steam reviews are crazy, just crazy. But they're also kind of entertaining sometimes, you know. But for the most part, just crazy.
Probably similar to YouTube comments, right? Like
Yeah, it's very similar. Yeah, you
I have
off
a
the
hate
wall.
relationship with reviews and the discussion boards for Steam. I don't.
Oh, yeah.
I don't go there anymore.
So I think we can scooch that off the wall in a bit, and that will take care of some of that weird silence there. That awkward silence.
like
Yeah, it's very similar. Yeah, you off the wall.
I have a hate relationship with reviews.
All right, so the
and
ad is started
discussion
here, so
boards
we'll
for
take a little
Steam.
break here. That way no one misses anything, and I'll be back shortly. All right, we're back from the ad break. We're going to start
I don't,
this
I
here
don't
again.
go there anymore. I don't.
Oh, yeah.
I don't go there anymore.
Yeah.
Wait,
Like
Was
I
that a-
still read reviews,
a
but
bug?
I always take it with
I have a hate relationship with reviews and the discussion boards for Steam. I don't.
Oh, yeah.
I don't go there anymore.
Yep. Like I still read reviews, but I always take it with a grain of salt. You know, with Little Screamies, we got I think we got 21 reviews, and only one of them was negative, and it was funny because
Which is awesome.
yeah, I thought that was pretty good. But the one negative review was because they thought we ripped off Poppy Playtime because we have a
That's not a real review.
vent in our game, and there's a vent in Poppy Playtime. So. Okay, there's vents.
I
in
hope they
tons
don't
of
look
games.
around their house. The architects ripped off Poppy's Playtime.
Yeah, pretty much.
my favorite bad review was I was running the Kickstarter for Guntner, and like I barely even had a video game. All I had was like
So
a
we're about
ship on the
halfway
screen
through
and
the
I could shoot,
entirety
like,
of
3
it.
different enemies, and I got a write up in Nintendo Life. One of the comments was just plainly, "The game looks bad."
The game looks bad.
I hate that so much.
And I'm like, I can't argue with the guy because there's barely even a game there. You're like, yes, it looks terrible. I can't believe people are pledging for this thing right now.
Wow. I had a similar experience when I first uploaded Retro Spaceball to itch. And I always bring this up. I've mentioned it on the podcast probably a couple times before. But one person got a hold of me on Discord and told me that the game made them want to kill themselves. And I was just like, oh, okay. But you know what I said was like, thank you for your feedback. I'm sorry it didn't live up to your expectations, and I just kind of like left it at that. And then they responded with actual feedback that was useful. And I think it's because I kept a cool head, and because I was able to just like roll with the punches. Like they realized that like, oh well, maybe I'll help this guy out, kind of thing.
That's kind of an interesting thing too, because I've definitely chose to not buy a game.
Okay, I'll be
regardless of
lurking, but
quality
need to get
because of how
started.
dev
Have an
reacted
awesome
in
stream,
reviews
brother. Yeah, cool.
to
I
when they
appreciate the
comment
lurk,
back to
and
the
thank
reviewer.
you.
There's been sometimes I've seen a dev get like brutally.
Once again, everyone
defensive
should check out
about
Pantheon's stream,
something, and I've
especially
been
if they're
like, I'm not
interested in
even
any
going to
3D
use this
art or
anymore.
Blender. Very
Yeah,
cool
yeah.
stuff there.
No, I feel that too.
Yeah. Like recently, every once in a while, the Orange Island backers just start freaking out because Ted barely ever gives out any updates, and we're like 6 years deep since the Kickstarter. So like, they're justified, and like, I'm not even in charge of the product or project, and like, man, it's a real struggle not to like just jump in there and be a total ass.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I think is actually interesting that Steam added is an alert to let you know if an early access game has not had an update in like 8 months.
Oh wow.
So like for Exanima, which is a game I've done a lot of streams on, it's kind of a love-hate with that because I think the devs have kind of lost the plot on it. I mean, they're not supposed to be making Exanima, but they now have an alert on their game page letting people know that it hasn't been updated. It's an early access game that has not been updated in 8 months, so if you buy it, be prepared that this could be the only version you get.
Explain a little bit more on that for the listeners. I know what you're talking about, but on the topic of Kickstarters, I think this is kind of
This gets interesting here.
story.
That's weird that I said interesting right when I said interesting.
Exanima is not the game the devs were supposed to be making. There was a game I funded called Sui Generis, almost a decade ago now, that was going to be this open world action RPG that was 100% physics run. So like you could be running through the woods and trip over a branch and actually fall over. It's so funny to watch. But then the developer said, do you want to wait for Sui Generis, or do you want to play something now while we test and perfect features? People wanted something now, so they made Exanima, which is supposed to be a single dungeon out of the entire game. And they only communicate through their Discord, which I don't agree with. If you have a game on Steam, you need to be letting people know who aren't going to join a Discord, which there are a lot of people, what's going on. But every piece of news pretty much they have released has been about Exanima. They're doing this stuff in Exanima. And to the point where people are now saying Sui Generis will never happen. But that might be great I had an argument with someone about this recently, actually, because they said, well, people bought Exanima, so they are getting the real game. And I was like, yeah, but Exanima is not a game. It's supposed to be a tech demo, like pretty much a look at what the game you're going to be getting is. And that is where Exanima kind of sits, where you need to be
A wild Noibat in chat.
They had people like me fund this game, and now people don't even know if it's ever going to be made because Exanima has seen so much success.
So and just to cue in our listeners here, Sui Generis had 6,931 backers pledge 160,000 pounds. So that's quite a bit of money.
It was not like a small thing, and I get what they're talking about, but when you see how long it's taken them to work on Exanima, I now don't even believe that the devs can produce what I've backed anymore. Because this is supposed to be, Exanima's been worked on for, I'm just going to quickly check when that game came out.
So it says 2015 on Steam, and then it's got 11,070 very positive reviews. Or no, that's all the reviews. It's very positive, but then recent reviews say mixed, and then there's 73 in the last 30 days.
So it's almost been 10 years.
But it's still in
And-
early access.
Well, and even then, it's not supposed to be the game. It's supposed to be like a part. It's supposed to be one dungeon in the open world action RPG that we're supposed to be getting. So I don't even know.
And then the
I
note,
don't know, man.
the note says the last update made by the developers was over 16 months ago. So that's, yeah.
Oh wow! So I guess maybe 8 months is the point where it starts telling you, but I didn't realize that it told you when the last update was. That I like that even more, honestly, because I feel like early access can be a fantastic tool, but there are people who are making others dislike any game that has the early access title, which isn't fair. Like Subnautica was early access. I believe Hunt Showdown was early access. That's a widely popular game now. There have been tons of early access games that have been done right. And I don't think it's fair for anyone who marks their game as early access to immediately have almost a negative perception because they're early access.
Some of these reviews are very interesting. This one here, 1 step forward, 5 steps back, the game, or development hell simulator. And then this one person,
Yeah,
this
that-
person
that
says
one
they
last
love
one,
the
yeah.
game and everything about the world and the devs have created. However, you should not buy this game because it hasn't been updated in 16 months and it's still early access. Yeah, so
Yeah, it's one of those games where they would bring out the phrase dead game. Like it's a dead game. But the thing is, and this is
Vaporware.
what I was talking about earlier, the devs communicate quite a bit on their Discord. But if you look at the news for the game on Steam, they never talk about the development or anything of the project to the actual people on Steam purchasing it, which is going to be the majority of your people.
Cryptic says
only
I'm
a
back. Welcome
handful
back,
of people are
Cryptic.
gonna join
Appreciate
your
it.
Discord.
Yeah.
it's true.
You know,
So I don't know. I'm salty about that. I'm
Someone
still
did a
mad
lip
'cause
smack
I gave
there.
quite a bit of money to the exam.
you know,
So I don't know.
Oh,
I'm
is that
still
a
in
mouse
Discord.
click?
Yeah.
It's true.
you know,
So I don't know. I'm salty about that. I'm still mad because
We'll
I
remove
gave
that.
quite a bit of money to the like. Only a handful of people are going to join your Discord.
Yeah.
It's true.
Oh,
So I don't know. I'm salty
Maybe it
about
was
that. I'm still mad because
Puke
I
that
gave
did
quite
it.
a bit of money. People are going to
or
join.
was
your
it a
Discord.
double?
Yeah.
It's true.
you know,
So I don't know. I'm salty about that. I'm
It was
still
a double
mad
lip
because I
smack-
gave quite
lip
a bit
smack.
of money to the Exanima
Don't
devs.
call me
or-
out on my
sorry,
gum
see what I'm
chewing.
even doing? Exanima devs, the sui generis devs, and I still have not seen an inkling of what I paid for.
I didn't know you chewed gum.
Like, what good does your name in the credits do if the game never comes out?
That's a good point.
No, actually, I think
and,
you did mention this before.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
I'm not a fan of gum chewers, but only when they
about Kickstarter.
throw their gum
Well,
on
I
the
was just
ground
gonna
in the
say, like,
parking lot.
there's a
That
similar
pisses
sentiment
me
to
off
that
because I
was
always
seen
manage to
yesterday.
step on
A
it.
handful of people on the Orange Island Discord were
I do chew
being
gum.
disgruntled about lack of updates, and it, like
I don't
they're,
mind it as long as you
know,
dispose
they
of
don't
it
wanna
properly.
Use Kickstarter anymore is what they're saying. I'm just like, geez. Like I've backed 20 some projects on Kickstarter, and yeah, a couple of them didn't go through. It just like it just happened.
Those are just
But
assholes.
Kickstarter allows refunds, doesn't
No,
it?
no,
If
no,
the
no,
project
no.
isn't finished. Oh no, it
No,
doesn't.
and they tell you in print.
Well, what if your
before you
jaw
say,
hurts
yes, charge my
and there's
credit
no
card,
trash can around?
Like it's bold text. saying
you-
you're not
it's lost the
guaranteed to get
flavor.
anything here.
Your
like,
jaw hurts.
People
There's no
forget that,
trash
but-
can. Uh-oh,
yeah,
something
it has to be funded.
something happened there. What happened there?
It only takes when you're
Everyone
funded,
agreed
right?
on
Or
nothing.
when the Kickstarter's funded.
Anything here, like people forget that, but
Yeah,
yeah,
it has to be funded.
yeah, but
Yeah. Yeah.
It only takes when you're funded, right? Or when
I-
the
I think
Kickstarter's funded.
This one's
Is that how it
off.
works?
Yeah.
And I will
Yeah, so
say,
once it's
Sui
funded, you don't
Generis
get-
was
you
the
can't-
last game I ever funded.
It's bold text. Hey, you're not guaranteed to get anything here.
Oh, because he left and came back.
People forget that, but
It only takes when you're funded, right? Or when the Kickstarter's funded. Is that how it works?
It has to be
Yeah.
funded.
Yeah. So once it's funded, you can't get your money back, even if they don't deliver what you've put money into.
And I will say,
I chew gum.
Sui Generis was the last game
I either
I
toss it
ever
in the trash or swallow.
funded on Kickstarter
You're not supposed to
because my
swallow
experience
it.
with that was so negative.
I'm just
that
kidding,
I
though.
have never done one since.
Because it
I
just
bookmarked
goes through your
the
digestive
Kickstarter
tract.
page so I could go back and see when the game was on Steam. But I
I'm a
don't
bit
do
obsessed
Kickstarters
about how
anymore,
I
and
throw it
don't do
out. It must be
Patreons, because
wrapped.
That one's even worse in my opinion.
Then you swallow it. Wait, so you
as a
wrap it
dev,
and then swallow
you know,
it?
when Kickstarter was first popular, I was like, oh, this is really cool. You know, maybe I'll
'Cause
do a
that's weird.
Kickstarter. But now I see it as more of like a second job, right? It sounds
I was
like a
hoping that
huge
wasn't the
pain in
case.
butt,
But yeah,
and
if I chew gum, I wrap
know,
it in a
lot
like
more
either a
pressure
napkin
than
or
it's
something
even
like that
maybe a
because
publisher.
it sticks
It's
to the
really
trash
intense
can,
setting up a Kickstarter
and
correctly,
it's just it's.
yeah, you talk about like imposter
I've done. I think I've mentioned it before that I used to bust tables, and sometimes you like grab the fucking dish, and there's gum stuck to the bottom of it. Like what the fuck?
Well, everything's got to be in line, right? The amount.
I was
of
saying
money you're
swallow
asking
if you
for and
can't
the
throw it away. Oh,
product
right
and-
on.
And the
Yeah.
people you've got working on your team, or if you're by yourself, how many projects you've got.
It digests
to
like
show
other
that,
food.
you know,
Old
like your
wives' tale. It
portfolio
takes
to show
years.
that you
That
can
it takes
do it.
years.
And then there's
Yeah.
things that you get.
I
the
don't
rewards, that
really
all of that
chew
has
enough
to
gum
be,
to swallow
like,
it. To
together.
be
It has
honest.
to work, you know.
I
Some
don't
of the
buy
biggest,
gum.
like,
Gum
my
is an
favorite Kickstarter
expense,
pages, they're almost
and
passion
there's no
dumps.
nutritional value,
Like,
and
it
yet
has to
there's
be
sugar.
concise and easy to navigate,
So-
but it's almost like the dev just like vomiting
Um,
everything they love about the project and what they want the project to
Yeah.
be, and backing up like why they're excited about it.
I'm too
Like, when they
cheap
talk
for
about the
gum. Let's put it that
story,
way.
like, going balls to the walls, like
I don't even really buy
I
candy.
don't know, just hype.
I'll eat
I
it
like
if
seeing
people
that
give it to
passion
me,
in the devs. That's
but I
something
don't
that makes me
buy
follow
it.
them. If I see a dev that it looks like they're just trying to put out another game, I don't follow them as much. But if I see someone who loves talking to the
All these
community,
gummy
loves
bears are from
talking
my
about their
mom.
game, I will follow that dev.
It's,
So we
it
should all
definitely
go-
requires charisma.
We should all kickstarted the Chronicles of Illyria. Is that what you're telling me?
I have this urge to constantly eat, so it curbs that. Right
I
on.
think
For me, the biggest
I
like,
don't tend to
loss
eat all that
I've
much.
seen when it comes to indie games was Kins.
I'll
Chronicles.
like snack
Rick might
sometimes
know
if it's like
Kins
right in front of me.
Chronicles? Kins.
Yeah.
That and a
Rick
gallon of
was
water.
Kins
Yeah,
at
I
King
drink a gallon of
Chronicles,
water a day
which was
too.
just some guy who was making
Probably more than you're supposed to have. I've heard people say
final,
that
like a
you're supposed to have a
RPG
gallon. Other
style
people
game,
say you're supposed to have like
turn-based RPG, but
3/4
you
of a
could
gallon.
recruit
But
any of the enemies, including bosses.
you don't
onto
want to
your list.
overhydrate.
And if you,
from what I
like,
understand,
recruited one that
but
you already had,
you don't want to
could
underhydrate.
use that
Overhydrating
new
is better than
recruit
underhydrating.
to buff the one you already had. And then the dev just, life happens and they stop working on it. And that was
I
like the
remember you
biggest loss
playing
for
this. I
me.
remember you playing that game. Yeah.
That was, I think about that game, no joke, at least
I
once a
thought the
month.
dev was in your
I hope that
stream.
developer's doing
Was
well.
he in your stream? Yeah.
He is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still talk to him every once in a while, and life's just life. you
Oh
know?
yeah, oh yeah. Well, it's hard too because you get a project out and you're super passionate about it, and then you dump it
I'm
on
on a
Steam
med
and-
that
and
requires me
excited do
to,
your
otherwise my
posts, you
blood
do
would
your
get too
marketing,
thick.
and then
Oh, well,
just kind of
I hope that
dwindles
you're
away. You're
you've got it all under
I think he
control
actually
then.
changed
That sucks
his
that you
Steam
gotta take
page to
meds.
say that it
I know that
wasn't
gets
actually being
expensive.
Worked on anymore.
It does
That
say
was
early
heartbreaking to
access.
read.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never released a game
But,
in early access. I've looked at it and thought about
I feel
it.
like
Even the ones
Just
I
Walt
I
is
don't think I
just
have
a
any
little
friends
bit
have-
quick
Any of the
now.
friends I have
Like, it
done
seemed
an early
okay
access game.
here.
I don't even think Rick has a Steam page for retro.
hey, you're not guaranteed to get anything here. Like, people forget that, but
It only takes when you're funded, right? Or when the Kickstarter's funded.
Yeah,
Is that how it
it has
works?
to be funded.
yeah.
Yeah. So once it's funded, you can't get your money back, even if they don't deliver what you've put money into. Yeah, man.
I don't know.
250 a month. That sounds crazy, but it makes my life so much better. Well, then it's worth it.
Instantly watches the video, isn't that how
It's
it works?
everything. The video, you gotta have like the good. Well, everything's got to be in line, right? The amount of money you're
Right.
asking for, and the product, and the people you've got working on your team, or if you're by yourself, how many projects you've got to show that like your portfolio to show that you can do it. And then there's
Well,
the
that
things
was
that you get, the rewards. That all of that has to be like
You can
together.
probably get
It
rid
has
of
to
that.
work,
some of the biggest, like my favorite Kickstarter pages. They're almost passion dumps. like it has to be concise and easy to navigate, but it's almost like the dev just like vomiting everything they love about the project and what they want the project to be, and backing up like why they're excited about it. Like when they talk about the story, like going balls to the walls, like I don't know, just hype. I like seeing that passion of the devs.
It's one of those diseases that you don't think about, but once you get tested, everything starts to make sense.
I don't follow them as much, but if I see someone who loves talking to the community, loves
is that
talking about their game, I will follow that dev.
It
we
definitely
should
What is
all-
it? Anemia?
We should have all kickstarted the Chronicles of Illyria. Is that what you're telling me? Is that what?
I think
For me, the biggest like loss that I've seen when it comes to indie games was Kin's Chronicles. Rick might know the game.
Kin's
but
Chronicles? Kins?
yeah, I think it was Kin's or Kin Chronicles, which was just some guy.
I mean, you don't have to go into detail if you don't need to, if you don't want to.
Like a
I know
RPG
that can be
style
kind of a
game,
personal
turn-based
thing.
RPG, but you could recruit any of the enemies, including bosses, onto your
nice.
team. And if you like recruited one that you already had, you could use that new recruit to buff the one you already had. And then the dev just, life happens and they stop working on it. And that was like the
I
biggest
remember you
loss for
playing
me.
this. I remember you playing that game. Yeah.
That was, I think about that game, no joke, at least once a month.
I thought the dev was in
hope
your
that
stream.
developer's doing well.
Was he in your
He
stream?
is.
Yeah.
I still talk to him every once in a while. And
No, nothing like
life's
that.
just life,
It's
Oh, yeah. Well, it's hard
hypogonadism.
too. 'Cause you get a project out and you're
and an
super
increase in
passionate
estrogen.
about
Oh,
it, and then,
interesting.
you dump it on Steam and you're excited. You do your
Yeah, I don't know
posts, you do your
anything about
marketing, and then it just kind of dwindles away,
gonadism.
right? Like,
Hypogonadism.
Changed his Steam page to say that it wasn't actively being worked on.
I didn't know gonads were a
anymore.
thing.
That was
I thought that was just one of those things people say. Hypogonadism.
Yeah, I've never released a
I got
game
it
in early
after a
access.
second. I had to
I've
read
looked at
it a
and
few
thought
times.
about clicking it. Even the ones
I don't think I have
updated.
any friends have. Any of the friends
People
I have
always use the
have
term
done it in
gonads
early access.
as
I don't
like
even think
a
Rick has Steam
as a
page for
nad,
Retro Space
right?
Ball.
Like in the nads, in the gonads.
I do, but I don't have anything up on there yet. I don't
I
have
like
a
the
demo
new
up on
name a
there. I'm
lot.
actually
All right, so
planning
I'm
to
off
I like it
here.
more
the
than
game
Retro
entirely.
Space Ball.
Change the name, change the trailer, but
That's
think
good.
that's
That's cool.
the
Yeah, Steam page for Retro Space Ball.
I do, but I don't have anything up on there yet. I don't have a demo up on there. I'm actually planning to rebrand the game entirely. Change the
I
name,
like the new
change
name a
the
lot.
trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the
I like it
name.
more than Retro Space Ball.
Yeah, me too. It took a while to come up with, but
That's
I think
good. That's
that's
cool.
right.
Yeah.
See, I love that you're working on that project just like over a long period of time while other projects are happening. I think that's super
I
cool.
will intentionally.
Pretty much
ask
means my
Rick
body just
about
shut
Retro
off
Space Ball just
testosterone
to be
production.
sure he's still
Oh
working
wow.
on it, because I like that game.
Well, and I've
yeah,
been
recently I
following.
tried
So,
really, like, a
testosterone is
roguelike
what makes you
thing, and
bald,
it
right?
was working, but then it wasn't working, and that's like,
So,
well, this is taking a lot more time.
I guess
than
there's that to
expected.
look forward to.
I'm not a great programmer. I'll be the first to admit that. I'm an artist first and foremost, and I've learned, I love game design, so I learned programming to figure out game design.
You know,
But yeah, making
I haven't thought about it in a
lists
long
and
time,
stuff
but
like that,
there was
and
a girl that I
looking
was
through the
dating
list to do things,
back
and
in like
I've got it working,
2015,
but then all
and
of a sudden the
her
gameplay is lacking, and it's like,
stepdad had a similar
One of the
issue
things I will say
where
is,
he had
and
an
I've noticed this
increased
from doing work for Free Lives,
estrogen
um,
and lower
they
testosterone
kind of,
and had
from
to
what
take
I've
pills
seen,
for
I can
it.
talk about this now because the games are out where they've done
I don't
this.
care if I go bald. Most
But
people
if
don't
they
care
are
that they
in
go bald
development
until
and
they go
start
bald,
working on,
and then
like
they
you
start to
said,
care.
a roguelike version. They'll
I'm
embrace it
not
and they'll make it a
balding, so
bonus game.
I don't care.
Yeah.
But when I start
And
going
I
bald, I'm
always-
probably gonna care.
I don't know why they commit so much time to it, but then at the end, when you're playing the release game, you're like,
Oh, we got a
holy
Pokemon
crap, they
chat. A
got this, like,
love
other
disc, a
game mode,
loop
and it's
disc.
just as like fleshed out and cared about as the main game mode, and it does add a lot to the game.
2 shots
Just
a
for
week.
something to come back to
That's
and do.
that's a
And that
lot.
was my original.
I'm sorry that you
intention
gotta
with
go through
Retro
that.
Spaceball's roguelite mode, and then more recently, I was like, well, maybe I should just make the whole game roguelite. And now I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should just leave that behind for a sequel or something like in the future.
So how do you approach?
Sounded like a burp.
Do you
We'll
ever
get rid of that.
inspired by, like, I think we were talking about Demon Tilt?
Oh yeah, Devil's Crush.
Like,
and
do you ever get?
Demon?
Yeah, do you ever get like inspired by those? And if, as a dev, when you find a game similar to yours with features that you like, is there a line you draw personally where you start to kind of feel like, do you ever worry that you're copying, or do you understand that inspiration can be just an inspiration?
Well, yeah, I mean, those are kind of two different questions. First of all,
Yeah.
on Demon's Toll, so I was playing a lot of Devil's Crush when I came up with Retro Spaceball, and I was like, man, I really want to make a spiritual successor to Devil's Crush. I want to make like a 3-screen tall pinball game that has shoot 'em up elements. And then the longer I thought about that, I thought about it for at least a couple months. And I was like, you know what?
It's really not that bad.
Someone
I'm
else
used to
is gonna
needles
make
because
this
I donate
first, and they're
plasma.
gonna
Oh,
be
well, there you
better
go.
At making it, and they're gonna beat me to the market. So I better just do something like more innovative and different that no one else was gonna think of.
I've had lots of
And that's
blood
when I came
tests,
up with Retro Spaceball.
but I
And then
don't
sure
I don't
enough,
really donate
Demon's
blood
Toll
or
was
anything
made.
like that.
I really
But yeah,
I wish that wasn't
I've done
such a
lots of
thing,
blood tests,
because
and
I like
I'm okay with
there
it
can be games that
as
are
long
really
as the
similar, but
phlebotomist
just
is
different enough
good.
to
Sometimes
be
they're
like,
not.
You know,
Oh yeah.
I mentioned
that
the game
sucks.
earlier, but look at like Vampire Survivors. That is like spawned a whole
I just look
series of
away. I'm okay if I don't
releases
look at it. If I look
that
at it, then it hurts a lot
you
more
could
for
say
some
are
reason.
copies, but they're like a guilty pleasure of mine. And there's tons of games that, yeah, okay, they're like extremely similar, but they're different enough that I'll still sit there and play it for 40 hours.
And
How
that,
many
that
ru-
brings us
how
to
many-
part 2 of the question, where like, where do you draw the line of mechanics, right? Because honestly, you can take
What was he gonna say
mechanics.
there?
It's not.
Still sit there and play it for 40 hours.
And
How
that,
many
that
ru-
brings us
how
to
many-
part 2 of the question, where,
Alright, we'll
where,
just
like,
cut
where
that,
do you draw the
'cause
line of
you can't-
mechanics?
'cause he
right?
cut himself
Because
off.
Honestly, you can take mechanics. It's not stealing. I mean, as long as
Nope.
it's not patented, you can use that mechanic. And so that's the way I look at it. There is no line unless it's a patent. The patent is the line.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah, don't throw Pokeballs. Just don't do that. That's gonna be
Don't throw
patented.
Pokeballs.
Patented.
You can use the arrow now, though. That patent expired, right? The crazy
arrow above
text,
the head.
arrow.
Right, yeah. I'm pretty sure you can throw square cubes at something to capture.
I wish
but
I could
not
look
a
away. I
round
have to
circle.
know when it's about to
What
enter.
about Tetris?
It's
That's
scary when I
crazy,
don't
right?
know.
There's all these
Hey, whatever
Tetris
works
that's
for
coming
you.
out, and yet people have been sued over this. And yet
What
they still
about
keep
what about
coming out.
anesthetics?
Still keep-
Like when I got stitches in my
You
thumb,
can't stop
they're like,
creativity. You can
"Are you
try your
okay with
damnedest,
needles?" I was like,
but
"Yeah,
people are
I'm just gonna
still
look
going to do
away."
it. And they'll
They're like,
find
"It's
ways
gonna
to do it.
sting." I was like,
I love
"This
Tetris.
isn't my
In fact,
first
I've been playing this one
rodeo."
called Tetris Sweeper. It's a
'Cause
mix of
anesthetics do sting a
Minesweeper
little.
and Tetris.
It's
Oh,
gonna
wow.
it's gonna sting and then
It's
it'll go
on itch
away.
right
It'll
now,
feel
but
fine after that.
It's also coming soon to Steam. I wish listed it on Steam, but you can play it for free on itch. I recommend it. It's fun. It's like a mouse and keyboard game, so you're using the mouse to play.
Am I talking about Tetris Sweeper?
Minesweeper, but you're
Yeah.
also using the keyboard to drop the blocks, right?
The
Holy
the
crap,
dev
it's
for
pretty
that
crazy.
recently
Interesting. Yeah, I
liked
love-
something that
love
I wrote
mashup
about it
games
on
like that.
on
I mean,
Twitch or
pretty much
Blue
any
Sky,
game
one of
I've
them.
ever worked on, I would say is, I'm not gonna say.
I've only been put
stealing,
under
but
once.
it's-
Oh,
I
I
get
meant
inspired
just
by some
general
other game, and I'm
aesthetic.
like,
But
that's
yeah,
such
I've
a
been
cool
put
concept.
under
And then you just kind of
few
throw
times,
a
at
different
least.
theme on top of it, like.
We're all standing on the shoulders of giants, you know.
Oh yeah.
For my wisdom
everything
teeth,
came from Mario and Duck, that dual cartridge, bro. Like
when I had my arm reduced, when I shattered my
everything
wrist,
came from the, well, for me it was more like
then when I
thick
had the
20s, but,
surgery,
like,
Oh damn.
and then
Language.
yeah, old school shit. Like put
And
a
then the
tape in
colonoscopy, so
and
4
type
times.
Some crap and
but
run,
the weirdest was when I had
throws up one of those
the
text
tumor
adventures,
removed
like,
from my
oh, yeah.
hand. That
If you
was
can
weird
handle a
because they
text
kept me
adventure, you
awake
can
for
handle
that.
anything.
Yeah, my thing.
Because it was just a minor surgery, but it was weird because they they really numb your hand.
Yeah.
They do like a
That's
nerve
good.
block,
So it was like
and
middle blobs. It wasn't the
Yeah.
total.
you can't
blobs,
feel
was,
it,
like,
but you can
better
feel the
looking
tugging,
blobs. But it wasn't
right?
70,
It doesn't
the
hurt,
same
but
as
you
the
feel the
arcade.
tugging. It's really
Right.
strange feeling.
At your house.
because I didn't really know the difference yet. But now looking back, it's like okay, I could.
But then
see the
yeah,
difference.
my
The 5200
entire
ports were
arm was numb
playable,
for
but they
hours
were not as
afterwards.
good
Like
as
I couldn't move it. Like I had to move it with
Right.
my
So
other
Looking at it
hand.
might
It
be
was really weird.
More similar.
Like driving home
Yeah.
was with one
That
hand.
was a great
Right.
game.
Well,
it
the
was on
5200
everything.
had those joysticks that everyone hated, but my
Oh, yeah.
parents had the trackball, which everyone loved.
Oh, that's
Ooh.
cool.
Yeah, it was like the size of the console.
Yeah, no.
For
I
your
have
ankle
it. That's
surgery you were
huge.
put under.
Yeah.
I don't like that thought. Yeah, it
those
was
things
a
are
weird
great,
feeling.
Man, they're nostalgic to me because
Even just
Atari
not
games
having
were,
feeling in your arm was
dare I
weird.
say it, fucking impossible. Like, like
Yeah,
even
they were
going
based
back
off
to them
the corn
now.
munchers, the coin
Most
munchers,
of
the
them.
corn munchers. The coin munchers.
Yeah, so crazy. But man, I loved Pitfall.
Is this
It was
off?
like my jam. They're nostalgic to me because Atari games were, dare I say it, fucking impossible. Like, like
Yeah,
even
they were
going
based
back
off
to them
the coin
now.
munchers. The coin
Mo-
munchers.
most
The
of 'em.
corn munchers. The coin munchers.
Yeah, so crazy. But man,
We're
going
based
back to
off
them
the corn
now.
munchers. The coin
Mo-
munchers.
most of 'em.
Corn munchers. The coin munchers.
Yeah, so crazy.
what
but,
is
man,
everyone
We're
saying
based
here?
off the corn munch. The coin munchers. The corn munchers. The coin munchers.
Yeah, so crazy. But I mean,
Yeah,
even
we're
going
based
back to
off
them
the corn
now.
munchers. The coin.
Most of them.
Most
The coin
of them.
munchers.
Yeah, so crazy. But man, I loved Pitfall. It was like my jam, dude. That
Oh,
was
on the 2600.
like
Yeah,
even
we're
going
based
back
off
to them
the corn
now.
munchers. The coin
Mo-
munchers.
most of 'em.
Corn munchers. The coin munchers.
Yeah, so crazy. But man, I loved Pitfall. It was like my jam. Fucking impossible. Like, like even going back to them now.
Most of them.
The coin munchers.
Yeah, so crazy. But man, I loved Pitfall. It was like my jam, dude. That
Oh,
was,
on the 2600.
yeah, I love pole position, all those
Oh yeah, my
classics,
dad
the
was really into pole
joust.
position.
I don't know how to fix
Even
this.
going back to them now.
The coin
Mo-
munchers.
most
The
of 'em.
corn munchers. The coin munchers.
Yeah,
corn
so
munchers.
crazy. But man, I loved Pitfall. It was like my jam, dude. That
I'm
was,
gonna get rid of
2600?
the corn muncher
yeah, I
part.
love pole position.
I think that'll
all
fix
those
it.
Oh, yeah, my
classics.
dad-
Going back to them now.
The coin munchers.
Most of them.
The coin munchers.
Yeah, so crazy. But man, I loved.
Alright, we don't need the
Pitfall.
second one.
It was like going back to them now.
The coin munchers.
Most of them.
Yeah, so crazy.
Pyrotoad,
but,
man.
I loved Pitfall. It was like my jam, dude.
Welcome
That
back,
was-
On the
Wallace.
2600.
Yeah, I love pole position, all those
Oh yeah, my
classics,
dad
the
was really into pole
joust.
position.
Kaboom.
Joust. I still play Joust, man.
Right,
There you
Kaboom.
go.
So many good.
We gotta
games, and
add, so we're gonna
when
take
I
a
was-
quick
when we
break
were
here.
Making,
I am a banana.
I love that one. All right, we're back from the ad/pickle break. I had a little snack. But yeah, let's get back to the podcast here. We're actually making some headway, so that's a good thing.
So many good games, and when we were making Turin, we were kind of like, it's like Dig Dug, but Metroid. But Minecraft? I don't even know. Yeah, it's like weird, right? You just start
That's an
smashing
interesting
these
parallel. I
concepts
never thought
together.
about that. Dig Dug.
Yeah. Yeah, I was really into Dig Dug when I was a kid. I liked that game. And now I look back on it, it's so hard and so basic and difficult. Like, it's very difficult.
Yeah, it's hard to even get
once
to
you get
like
a couple
level
levels.
3. Like, it's
Yeah, without dying, and you gotta pump them up.
Squished
And...
by a rock, trying to squish a dragon.
So that's what I love. I love taking the things that inspired me, those games that inspired me, and I try to spit them out into something, I guess, more modern. But
I'm
it
in
sure
that
is a lot of
same boat.
fun.
I think it's
that kind
really
of goes
cool.
to what I was saying though, where with homebrew games, you have to make a different type of game now than you made back when those consoles came
It's
out.
so
Oh, yeah.
true.
Because the games that we were playing back then, they're just not even close to the same as what you have to make now for a game to be considered acceptable to people.
So
Right.
there's a whole bunch of different types of game designers, but the one thing that kind of ties us all together is that we all love problem solving,
Mm-hmm.
And you all suffer.
and
We do all suffer. Yeah, we all do suffer. Yeah.
They need a support group for indie devs.
I'm sure there is one somewhere, some
Yeah.
Discord hidden away somewhere.
I guarantee it.
But yeah,
But we were talking about. Sorry. Go
Oh,
ahead.
I was just gonna say that, yeah, that's part of the challenge, right? And that challenge is kind of what draws people in, right? Because you want to make something that, relates to your nostalgia and your childhood and all that stuff, and you want to bring people into what experience you had and what experience you're trying to get out there, but also it needs to be palatable. So that's the challenge. How do you turn that into something that's palatable today?
Yeah, and sometimes I'll challenge myself, like old games, to build one where the screen's not moving, right? Like a lot of older games,
Oh,
like
yeah.
it was a single screen,
One screen
and all
game.
like Pac-Man, right? Like
Donkey Kong.
Dig Dug's one of them, right?
Galaga.
Tetris is another. And it's really challenging to try to build something in those constraints, because you're like, I'm used to having this big open world, and that's what makes it interesting. How do you keep it interesting on one screen, right?
Yeah,
It's kind of
true.
it's a trick.
my NES game Guntner is basically a one-screen game. Like the background scrolls the star field, but you're not interacting with it at all. It's yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's a little bit like Asteroids meets a Euro shmup, right?
Yeah.
That's a little bit. I mean, there's no asteroids,
The
but
game gave me stress. I was like dodging stars because I wasn't sure what would kill me and what wouldn't.
yeah, it is a little confusing at first. But once you realize you're supposed to pick up the power-ups and shoot the enemies, right?
Plays really well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun with that one too. I got it on my Miu Mini, so I pick it up when I'm on the toilet sometimes.
It is a short game. We were talking about the whatever that metric was earlier, dollars per hour of gameplay or something. I'm like, well, most people play through it and beat it in under 15 minutes on their first try. So
Yeah, exactly.
It's a skill
15
thing, right?
cents?
Like you
What
can
is that?
beat
Like-
Dark Souls in 4 or 5 hours if you're good enough.
yeah,
Yeah. Well,
But I
it's-
think that was really
Oh,
a big
there's a
thing
wild
for
sand shrew.
older games. Is
That's
they
a
had
first
to make them
gen.
really hard to make the purchase worth it.
yeah.
yeah, you couldn't beat it in one sitting, Teenage
that'd be
Mutant
a
Ninja Turtles,
quarter.
I'm looking at you. That's,
It'd be a quarter for 15 minutes then.
Yeah, I
I
definitely,
know.
definitely see like the people saying games just shouldn't be like that anymore because it's a antiquated concept, and I'm just like, I don't know. I'd rather play a game that demands that level of playership and like dedication to it than a game that I just play
Actually-
blow through in like half an hour or something.
Wasn't this one of Rick's topic discussions? What should a difficulty ramp look like?
Oh,
It's true.
Right.
And you know what's funny? I was in a Twitch stream the other day, and we were talking about old school arcade games, and they were like, "Why don't you use generative AI to make it more difficult so the player can't win?" It's like,
What do I
that's
need to
what
use
they were
AI
doing,
for
but
that?
without generative AI. That's like what coin munchers are, right? They, like Pac-Man, for example, just gets faster and faster and faster and faster until it's like really, 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 really hard, you know? And there's so many just like that. But yeah, what a difficulty ramp should look like, and I think there are multiple designers who have kind of like drawn pictures of it even, and it's basically a wavy line on an incline, on like a 45-degree angle incline, but it's a wavy line, and on either side of this wavy line, you've got too challenging above it, and then you've got too boring at the bottom. So
That's interesting.
you waver between becoming too challenging, and then you go back down to too boring, and then while you're doing this, you're constantly going up just a little bit in difficulty or in challenge, right? So that's to me what it should look like. And
Another
I think
lip
it was,
smack there. Or
what's his first name?
bubblegum
I
pop,
can't remember, but
if
Shell
you will.
Games wrote a book on this. What the heck is his first name? I should know this.
I'm gonna cut this out here because I looked up the guy's name.
Jesse
was-
Shell. Yeah.
Uh,
Sorry.
No, it's all good. I can't remember who I was watching on YouTube, some game developer, and they were talking about, for some reason in their games, they try to throw almost all the mechanics at the player in the first, like the first level's really easy, and then on level 2 and 3 or whatever, they like just throw all the mechanics at the player that they have to master right then, and then the rest of the game is just
What's his first name? I can't remember. But Shell Games wrote a book on this. Jesse Shell. Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's all good. I can't remember who I was watching on YouTube, some game developer, and they were talking about, for some reason in their games, they try to throw almost all the mechanics at the player in the first, like the first level's really easy, and then on level 2 and 3 or whatever, they like just throw right then, and then the rest of the game is just fun for them.
Jesse Shell. Yeah.
I can't remember who I was watching on YouTube, some game developer, and they were talking about,
Oh, these are all cut now.
for some reason in their
What happened
games,
there?
they try to throw almost all the mechanics at the player in the first, like the first level's really easy, and then on level 2 and 3 or whatever, they like just throw all the mechanics at the player that they have to
Oh,
master
because that's
out
where the half point is for them.
right then, and then the rest of the game is just fun for them. And it just like sounded so weird to me because I'm very aware of the 45-degree up and down wave.
All mechanics in second
concept.
level. Why?
Yeah, that's interesting. For
I
sure.
think the progression of mechanics
Yeah, interesting.
can almost artificially make
That
your
doesn't
game
line
seem
up.
like it has so much more scope. That's something I have always felt with.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
I think the progression of mechanics can almost artificially make your game seem like it has so much more scope. That's something I have always felt with this, like exploring different games, is if I'm like 8 hours in and you're still introducing like new mechanics, it makes the game feel bigger. It makes it feel more complex than it might be. But I always have, those are memorable games to me. Because I feel like if you hit the player with all the mechanics all at once and you say, here, this is what you have, master it, it can start to get a little boring. And then you flip to games like, let's say, the Souls series, where they do give you the few mechanics you actually have at the beginning, and then they counteract that by giving you weapons with very different play styles. So introducing a new weapon then becomes the thing, where you're getting something with a completely different play style or a different build. But I think having also progression of the mechanics and how a player feels like something's changing has a big impact on me with the games that I play.
I think there's room for both, you know, and the reason why I say this is because I play a lot of like retro games where they had the mechanics and those were the mechanics, and then everything else in the difficulty curve
or the difficulty ramp was
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
how do you make the game harder after that? They didn't add any mechanics. They added more enemies, or they made the enemies faster, or they added
I think
things that made it
Celeste.
difficult, like more mechanics. Celeste
Sounds
is
like
another good
I'm a
example.
little bit behind.
Yeah, it
I think there's room for both, and the reason why I say this is because I play a lot of like retro games where they had the mechanics, and those were the mechanics, and then everything else in the difficulty curve or the difficulty ramp was just how do you make the game
absolutely.
harder after that. They didn't add any mechanics. They added more enemies.
Give
or they made the
mechanic, then
enemies
give
faster,
unique
or,
challenges for that mechanic,
they
then
added
add
things that
another,
made it
I think
difficult
Celeste
then
to find,
challenge
or
with
like
a new
Robotron.
mechanic, then
You
combine
don't
those
get any
mechanics.
more
Yeah, I mean,
mechanics.
there's
Celeste is
no
another good
like
example.
one right answer to this, and I think that's why it's good for a discussion
all
like
comes
this.
down to
But
game
that is
balancing,
definitely
and
one
it's
way of
actually
doing it.
One of my most
Back in the
enjoyed
day,
parts of
they
creating
didn't
a
have
video
that
game
type of bandwidth
is
as
like
far
that
as
whole balance
data
of
space. They didn't have enough
all
physical
the stuff. Like this last
ROM
one,
space
I literally
for
balanced a survival game,
multiple
right?
mechanics.
So everybody knows
So
what a
they
survival
couldn't
game
just
is. You
add
gotta eat,
mechanics
you gotta drink,
when they
it's
needed
hot,
to.
it's cold,
They had to
right? You
decide
gotta-
something that would fit in the
Just
game,
pass-
that
yeah,
they
I mean,
could fit a whole
it's
bunch of
it's a
levels to,
survival game
and figure out
crafting.
some
You
way to
can
make it
eat,
harder.
You can poop,
Um,
drink.
You can't
So, yeah.
yet, no, but you
Definitely
should,
some
you should
variety
be able to. Writing that down as a next feature
Don't.
for you, Mike.
Don't.
God.
That's like
No, but
purely
like
a
just
Michael
balancing
fever
all
dream.
that is, yeah, balancing all that is really fun. It's very hard though, because you have to start by going, okay, so how many sticks and stones should be laying around?
Are those
Right?
are those
Because
bat
as soon as-
emotes?
so
They're
as soon
cute.
as you have too many sticks and too many stones,
Mhm.
it's too fast for the player, and they're like, oh, now I got everything I need. So then you start limiting it, and you have to find the perfect balance for that, and then every other aspect of the game, right? Because now you have a pickaxe.
So do you use like spreadsheets for this then? What's your technique
So
like for balancing?
I think the initial way is, we write down all the recipes and what can be crafted, and that's on a spreadsheet. And while I'm doing that, and it's basically me trying to get in there and do all that. I'm trying to think about player progression, right?
Are you
when
subbed to
find
Peanut?
this
I didn't
item,
realize
now
that.
you
That's
can craft
awesome.
This thing, which is higher tier, that means you need to find this other thing later. So you have to like time all these things so that it works out. Did we do it perfectly? No. Is there a perfect balance for a survival game for every player? Absolutely not.
Oh, perfect.
That's why
is
there's
subjective.
yeah, that's why there's 72 survival games in my wish list, right? Like, because there's so many of them, and they all have a slightly different balance and some pros and some cons, right? But that balancing it's a challenge, but it
We're saying she's
truly
awesome. She
the
is
game,
very awesome.
right?
I need to start
could
subbing
replace
more
all the
people.
art, I could replace
I've been
all the
kind of
music,
stingy with my subs.
but that balance within that code of how many things it takes to craft this and getting to this too soon, and that the balance that we've come up with, how long it takes you to become dying of thirst and dying of hunger, all those balances, all those pieces together could be reskinned, and it'd be a totally different game with the same balance. That's what I'm most proud of, right? Is that balance.
You have 10 subs
After
you
the
pay
spreadsheet,
for, and
though,
then
it's all
like
play
7
tested.
gifted subs. Wow.
And then it's those tweaks, right? You're playing through, and you're like, I think I got to this
That's
too
that's an
quick.
expense at that point.
I'll do an
you know?
hour of play testing just to say, nope, that's not the
But
build.
it's entertainment.
You know what I mean?
If you get something out of it, then
So
you
then
know
after
it's
that point, it's
worthwhile.
all
When it
in
goes
your
into
head
Trello,
and
yeah, then it's
how
all
it
just
feels.
goes into Trello, and both of us play the game, and we kind of make minor tweaks. So you basically kind of get it balanced. You get it balanced okay.
I think I need to be
but then
scooched
a
in
lot
just
of
a
stuff's
bit
OP
here.
or underpowered. Is that UP? I don't know if they call it that. But yeah, then you have to nerf some things. Nope, that's not the build. You know what I mean?
So then after that point, it's all in your head, and
Then it
how
goes
it
into
feels.
Trello. Yeah, then it's all just goes into Trello, and both of us play the game, and we kind of make minor tweaks. So you basically kind of get it
I
balanced.
think the more you
get
gift, the more gifted you
it
get.
balanced okay.
That's one way to look
but
at
then
it for
a lot
sure.
of stuff's OP or underpowered.
I tend to get gifted a lot, even though I don't gift.
But yeah,
I've never
then you
gifted a
have to,
sub, and I
you
get
have to
gifted
nerf some
subs every
things
weekend
to make
It's-
it work.
Sometimes I'm not even in the
it's
stream.
just a lot to balance,
Um,
and I've made a lot of more
I've gifted a
retro
lot,
style
like
games, and there's
150
a
worth
lot
this
less
month. Wow,
balancing,
that is a lot.
right? When you have just
That's
3
commendable,
lives
though.
and some coins to collect,
Very,
as opposed to
kind,
170 items that can be crafted into even more things. That's like your mind just goes. like when that happens. But
I always, because I'm like a
then when it's all
freelancer,
done,
I
it's
don't have
cool.
like a
it's cool. And then you know,
a
the biggest problem with making a survival
concise
game is
income, right?
there's 72
It's not
survival
always
games on my
there.
wish list, right? How do you even
Sometimes
stand
it's
out in
just
that
not there for
crowd? And you
months,
just don't.
and
That's what I'm learning.
so I always,
Right?
in the back of
You
my
make
mind,
your
I'm always
game, you
thinking
make
of
it
ways
how you
to
think it is,
like
and you make it so you can
minimize
play
my
it.
expenses,
Really.
so that way I
At the end
can
of the day,
ensure
you
my
make
own
it so you can be
survival.
like, I made this,
So
and I'm
sometimes
gonna
I
play
find
it now.
myself being kind of stingy.
And then you
Just
help
because
others.
it's like
And then there's
it's at this point it's
And
ingrained in my
there's-
blood.
You should probably chat about marketing a little bit. I mean, I know that it sucks and no one likes doing it. And
That's super sweet of
and
you. It is
we're
very sweet
game
of you.
Designers, so we're probably not
I
even
like supporting
great
Twitch
at it.
homies, and that's
But without,
I'm sure
without
that's
it,
very
you know,
appreciated.
Michael might not even hear
Absolutely.
about it. You know.
Yeah, and that Next Fest was great because of if you can get a game and you can get your demo in a good state.
Survival
and you can
comes
get it
first.
on
Yeah.
Next Fest,
Sometimes
it
I
actually
feel like
is
I can
in
be
a
kind of cheap
smaller group of
because
games
I
that-
fall into that.
Because the hardest part
And,
about marketing on Steam is
I'm just like so
that there's
used
just
to it.
so many
It's so
games. How
ingrained
do
in my
you-
thinking now.
how do you stand out?
I'm gonna try to break
right?
out of it
How
now.
do you?
Absolutely.
How do you stand out? And we all stand out. And
I
our
also give
friends
free
play it,
art
and people I
for
know and
artwork for
colleagues
small
on here
streamers so they can
and
get a
stuff.
nice
Like, I'll
start.
try anybody's game
Bills paid.
who's here on
Yeah,
this
I do.
podcast.
I do that a lot where
I'll give you
I
feedback.
I
I'll even
tend
buy it for
to
$5, $10,
give my
$20, whatever you're selling it for,
services
right?
more than give money
We always
or
have
give
that local,
gifts
like, close
because
marketing
I
that
don't
we're
have a
good
lot
at.
of money,
How
but
do you
I know
reach
my
into
services
the-
are worth money because people
the
pay me a
upper
lot of
tier?
money
How do
when
you
they do
become
pay
that?
me.
You talk about lethal
Of
company.
course, it's never
Like, how do you
enough
become that
because I
lethal
don't have
company?
constant
I have to
work.
say,
Studio.
But
Rick said at the beginning.
that's
that
kind of
I
how it
might
goes
not
when you're
know about,
freelancing.
But if you take everything just while
Yeah, 'cause
Jeff
you end
said
up paying
and
for
change
your
the
own insurance,
concentration,
right?
It's the exact same.
And that's not
Oh, it's
cheap.
the same thing, yeah.
I
Same
think I'm
thing
paying
in a
over
band and
$200 a
promoting your own
month
band.
for
You
insurance
have
right
to-
now.
it's
Same thing.
Every
So,
I
yeah.
kept kind of sitting here.
Oh, and then there's
smiling,
house
listening to it,
insurance, which
because
is
if
like
you change the
another
game dev
150 or
to
something a
content
month.
creation, it's the exact same thing. How do you become the big
Yeah,
person? How do you
I have
reach that
expenses,
higher tier
and
of, like, person
they
you're looking
are
for?
more than my income at
It's
this
the
point.
Get
exact
out
So
of your little friend zone.
constantly
Get out of
looking
the
at
friend
ways
zone.
to
Friends
make
and
more
family
money.
will always watch your shit until
Always.
they stop.
Well, and then I meet people like Rick, right? And he's been helping me, and he's played games and given me feedback and invites me to podcasts. So now I'm always on his streams and giving him crap, and so you get this like close knit friends.
Yep.
And I feel like that's what developers and content creators are good at. We're all good at getting that close knit friends.
You need
The
to sell
hardest
your
part about
throw
marketing
assets
is
on Itch and Etsy.
outside
That's a
of
good
the
plan.
friends.
I really need
Yeah,
to
it's
to
really
buckle down and do
Yeah.
that.
Actual marketing.
It's
You
definitely
guys
not
are all
on the
super
front
cool
of
for
my
hanging out
priority
on my
list,
stream, by
but
the
it
way.
it
I'm
should.
sorry in
You know
advance that no
what I
one's gonna
really need to
hear
do
this.
is
that's-
get
yeah, I just
on
genuinely
the
find
Oklahoma
these
healthcare thing
interesting
because
because I'm
I'm
not
paying way too much for my health insurance right now.
But when I'm listening to kind of you speaking, you're talking to yourself. I pick up a lot from that.
But
Like,
I
have-
should get
closest
on
I ever
the
came to actually
asset
making
selling
the game
thing.
that I wanted to make was from listening to your streams, because you made game devs.
But if I
seem
could spend,
fun, seem like a
like,
puzzle I wanted to solve.
You know, around 100 a month
man,
on
it is.
on
what it
insurance,
Yeah.
health
I think
insurance.
it's the
That
best
would be
game
a
out
lot
there.
cooler.
Like when I'm in a game hole and
Also, I don't
know
have
what game to
dental
play, 'cause I
insurance,
love
so I'm
playing
gonna have to
games.
like pay out of
It's
pocket
game
the next
dev
time I see
is
the
what I'm-
dentist, and
like,
that's not
what I'm
cheap.
craving, actually. It's weird.
I don't mean to complain about my expenses on stream though.
Are you?
I'm
Wow,
like
yeah.
95%.
See, you have a
game
superpower.
dev.
Insurance
man.
is a
That's
big one. Yeah,
superpower.
I need to like get a cheaper health insurance and then
I don't
figure
know.
out some
I think-
type of
I think
out-of-pocket
programming
plan
in
for
general
dental.
is just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
one of the only ways.
When
I
you
feel
said you
like I
built
have
some engines and
control.
stuff from the ground
Luckily,
up,
my
and
teeth are
have
pretty
you built,
good.
like applications, have you done development outside of gaming before?
I take good care of them. So there's a wild basculin in
Well,
chat.
I learned how to do
Yeah.
what you call a lamp stack, PHP, and stuff.
Nah,
to
it's
make
human and
valid
relatable.
grids. I taught myself
Yeah.
that stuff, and that got me into.
I just I don't like talking about it
working for a
because it
couple
makes me feel
startups.
anxious.
And yeah, so I don't know. After that, I had some savings. and I
I'm still
spent
trying
time a lot of
to
different things, but yeah,
pin
making
down a
Gunner,
burn
I
rate
made that
now
engine
that
from
I'm out of
scratch
my
on
my
65
mom's
to assembly
house.
language. And I've also spent a lot of
because they
time
were
also
helping me out a lot. Because I was helping them, so I didn't really feel bad about it.
That's
But
so amazing.
I was very grateful. They were paying for my groceries and stuff like that. But of course, they weren't always giving me the best food.
Idea that it only needed to be
like
24 kilobytes.
it was really hard
which
to
would
get gluten-free
help me
stuff.
finish it faster, and I just wound up
Eventually,
spending, like, the last
they started
month
getting
or
better
two
about
just
it, but they
fighting
would
that.
still
So
make
the soundtrack is mostly
dinner
generative,
that
so
wasn't
it uses an
gluten-free,
algorithm
and
to produce it.
I'd be like, oh, well, I'll just figure something else out. I'll eat potatoes for dinner. It's fine.
They taught me everything I needed to start.
But now
making
that I'm buying
games,
my own
but
food,
for some reason I gravitated
it's expensive for the
towards
gluten-free stuff. I get
calculators
it.
that no one will ever use. That's by far my favorite thing to make. I love math, so I never actually started working on any game. I would make these obscure calculators, like how much force do you have
I want to
to
make sure this is lined
A lot
up.
of different things, but yeah, making Guntner, I made that engine from scratch, all in 6502 assembly language, and I've also spent a lot of time messing with C and
Langle
STL.
wrote his own audio.
Yeah,
engine
see,
for
that's
that
not
game.
lined up.
That's epic, dude. That's so amazing.
Thanks. I had this.
Both of these aren't
idea
lined
that
up.
it
I don't
only needed
know
to be
how
24
this happened.
kilobytes, which would help me finish it faster, and I just wound up spending like the last month or two just fighting that. So the soundtrack is
Or
mostly
maybe
generative.
Langle's
uses
not
an
lined
algorithm
up.
to produce
when
it.
I was in school,
it
they
sounds
taught me
great.
how.
I think Langle's the
and
one
I
that's
did have
not
a
lined up.
program for
No.
my course. They taught me everything.
Because he didn't
like,
say a
everything I
whole
needed
lot
to
there,
start
so that
making
makes
games,
sense.
But for some reason, I gravitated towards calculators that no one will ever use. That's by far my favorite thing to make.
Langle is Puke 7, by the way.
Math, so
gluten-free in the
never
US is
actually
hard.
started working on any game. I would make
Well,
these
I imagine it's
obscure
hard to be
calculators, like how much
gluten-free
force do you have to
anywhere, but the
exert
thing is
to
that
get a
there's a
swish
lot
of
of gluten
basketball
in the
a net
US,
that's like this far
so
away.
like you
And
end
then make a
up with more
calculator
gluten
for it.
allergies because of
And
that.
I
So here's the
love
thing
it.
about gluten allergies.
So I know
It was never
I
really
have
a
learned the
big
basics
issue,
of how to code,
but also
and
people
structure
didn't
and
really
stuff like
know
that.
about it for
But
a
I
long
never did
time. So
anything
people
game
probably did have gluten issues, but it wasn't as big
make
of
a
an
game dev
issue
out of you, yeah.
because there wasn't as
Yeah,
much
man,
gluten.
yeah.
But
All
since
it's gonna take is you're
the
gonna type,
discovery of
Your
gluten,
first little like
people
code that
who
actually works, and
produce
it'd be like,
gluten
hook.
products,
Well, I get that.
bread
I love
mostly, wheat
figuring out
mostly,
why something
but
wasn't
also
working. I love
barley
figuring-
and
my big thing
other
was
products that are
optimization.
made
I
for
love
bread mostly
figuring out how to make something
is
faster, how
and
to make
pasta
something
is that
smaller.
they've been breeding
optimization
the
is
wheat
I would
important.
to
focus on
contain
that
more gluten.
so much. I also
Ever since
would
the
write my
discovery of
fucking
gluten,
comments
they've
a
like
diary
doubled the
entry.
amount of
Like,
gluten
that was a ton of
in
fun
wheat.
for me.
I'm not sure
Just
doubled
building
is
out
the
a
exact
like a
number, but they've been
story.
getting more and more
Well, that's
gluten
I
by
worked with, a coder
means of
who-
crossbreeding,
You know,
right?
a younger coder.
Kind
but
of
he's
like
good.
how you
He's
get
better
really
than me
potent
at
pot
coding.
now
But
that you didn't have in
I
the
was
70s
managing it
because of
I spent
crossbreeding.
more time
That's what
in
they're
teams.
doing with. That's
And
what
one
they've been
thing that
doing
he
with
said was
gluten
that,
in wheat.
he didn't realize
So
that comments
people
were as
are
important as they
developing
were,
allergies
mostly
in the
because he was
U.S.
a
because
solo dev,
other
but
countries
because
haven't been
he
doing
also
that as
felt like
much.
It was
Um,
an indication that you weren't
So
very good.
yeah,
Oh,
it's
For me,
it's more of an
Which is
issue
the
here, but
opposite.
also
No,
there's
I
been
was
more of
I
a
used
increase
to
of gluten-free products
index
because
my
of the need.
comments,
So
like I do in my
it's
reports.
it's
So
interesting,
I
but
would
it's
have
shitty.
like a list of different, all the like functions, all of the like, every single loop, every statement would be indexed in this list. So if something
Are we
broke,
lined up now?
for me, it
Which is the opposite.
That's
Oh
how
man,
I
it's
was
so
when I
hard
was young.
without the.
I used to
Was it? Yeah.
index my comments like I do in my reports.
I want to make sure it's
So
still lined
I
up.
would have like, was a ton of fun for me, was
good.
building out a
Yeah, that
program
is
like a
really good.
story. And
Well, that's.
No, I worked with
Okay,
a
it
coder.
sounds
who-
lined up.
He was, a younger coder, but he's good. He's better
European
than
countries
me
are
at
more
coding.
stringent with
But,
gluten labels. I
was
imagine so.
managing him because
There's
I
definitely
spent more
times
time
that I've been
in teams. And one thing
glutened
that he
by
said
things
was
that were
that,
supposedly gluten-free. In
he
fact,
didn't realize that
just
comments were as
just the
important
other
as they
day
were,
when I
mostly
was on
because
my
he was a
way
solo dev,
back home,
but
there's not
because he
there's
also felt
eating
like
getting
it
food
was,
on the road is
an
like
indication that you
impossible
weren't very
when
good.
you're when it has to be
man.
gluten free.
it,
And there's
is
this
the
one
opposite.
restaurant that I've been
No, I
going
wouldn't
to
hard
called
I used
Naf
to
Naf Grill,
index my
and
comments
I hadn't had any
like I do
gluten
in my
issues
reports. So
because
I would
a
have,
lot
like,
of their menu is
list
gluten free,
of
and they have like an
different-
allergy
all the,
chart and stuff like that.
functions,
But
all
this
of the,
last
like,
this last time
every
I got
single loop,
two
every statement would be indexed
bowls,
in this list.
one for
So if something broke, And
You know,
I
to
had
get
a
me
kind of
across
an
the country,
idea
I
of
needed
what
to
it
eat
was.
2
I
meals.
could
It's a 12-hour
immediately
drive,
jump to the code
and
that explained how it
or it's
worked
like 11 and a
and
half
take a
hours or
look
so.
at it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got glutened
Yeah, I mean,
by both of them,
it's-
so
Coding is
that
really
sucks.
cool. I enjoy. I wish I was better at it. I wish I knew. I wish I hadn't. Well, I don't want to say that. I started with that game maker language, right? And it's got all these kind of not variables. They're like commands almost that are doing code in the back. Like, so I didn't really learn.
I feel like we should
how to
cut
write.
that.
I wish I hadn't. Well, I don't want to say that. I started with that game maker language, right? And it's got all these kind of not variables. They're like commands almost that are doing code in the back. Like, so I didn't really learn like how to write the collision code.
Well, C# has stuff like that too.
Does it?
Right. Yeah.
It has the functions and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Built-in functions.
Yeah. And see, I just need to
Where
sit down
if
and
you were
learn that stuff.
Taking your
I get
engine
what
from
you're saying.
scratch, then you would have
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole idea of like piecing it all together. I started with that game maker language, right? And it's got all these kind of not variables. They're like commands almost that are doing code in the back. Like, so I didn't really. They're like commands almost that are doing code in the back. Like, so I didn't really learn like how to write the collision code.
Well, C# has stuff like that too.
Does it?
Right. Yeah.
It has the functions and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Built-in functions.
Yeah. And see, I just need
Where
to sit down
if
and
you were
learn that stuff.
Taking your
I get
engine
what
from
you're saying.
scratch, then you would have
Yeah.
to do that.
It's just those things aren't. They're like commands.
Oh, there's an
almost
ad.
that are doing
We'll take a
code
little
in the
ad
back.
break.
Like, so I didn't really learn like how to write the collision. They're like commands almost.
Alright, we're back from the ad break. We'll turn down the music a little bit. And we'll start back up.
They're like commands almost that are doing code in the back. Like, so I didn't really learn like how to write the
We're getting really far though.
collision code.
Well, C# has.
We're
stuff
at
like
nearly
that too.
140
Yeah.
minutes,
Yeah.
It has the functions and stuff.
Mhm.
which is
Built-in functions.
Yeah.
just
And see,
over
I
2
need to sit
hours.
down and learn that stuff.
Taking your
I
engine
get what
from
you're saying.
scratch, then you would have
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just those things aren't just built in there for you, but the whole idea of like piecing it all together and writing the code and then playing it and then seeing if it's working and then being able to actually fix a problem. is So
Your engine from scratch, then you would
I
have
get
to
what
do
you're
that.
saying. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. It's just those things aren't just built in there.
Then you would have to do that.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's just those things aren't just built in there for you, But the whole idea of like piecing it all together and writing the code and then playing it and then seeing if it's working and then being able to actually fix a problem is so rewarding. I mean, fixing a bug is so rewarding, like especially a nasty one.
Yep.
Right? Like
Right.
Yeah.
You're pulling your hair out, and for maybe a few hours even, or longer, days even,
Yeah.
or even longer sometimes, and then you finally figure it out. It's just you can't even describe that feeling.
It's just some stupid syntax.
My worst thing was, and I think about this all the time, but it would be this phase of like, it's not working. Why the hell isn't it working? You'd walk away, go make like a hot pocket or grab a coffee and come back, and you're like, it's working, and I don't know why it's working.
Yeah.
You're in this middle phase of like, I
feeling.
don't know why it's not working. I don't know why it's working, but it's not happening inconsistent enough for me to think it's something wrong.
That's when it's time for sleep, and then it'll come to you in your dreams. That's what'll happen.
We talked about that, dude. You'd walk away from it, and it suddenly starts making sense. But I remember so many times in school being like, this isn't working, but I swear I've done everything right. And then I'd come back and it's working, and I'm like, what is happening?
Gremlins work on it while you're away.
Like the underwear gnomes from South Park.
There you go.
And there's still nothing better though than like firing up a game that you completed, regardless of the level of effort or the level of quality and polish, and play your way through it.
That was
There's
music
kind of no other
for
feeling,
me, making
right?
music. I think I cried the first time. Like I listened to the first song I made, and it was actually like really good.
Yeah.
It's just like it's surreal. Like I made this.
It's similar
There's
feelings.
definitely a similarity.
Like building music in like
It's
a
a little
program
bit different.
is like moving the
Like-
waves around and editing it and turning up the volume. Like using that software, the DAW, is similar to using a game engine.
Well,
for
also
sure.
like I never thought
Absolutely.
I could be someone who could like I had this music in my head. I never thought that I could be someone who could put that into something other people can listen to. So when it's done and you hear it, but not only hear it, but you like it, like it's something you'll listen to every once in a while. Like that's it's an emotional experience.
Well, yeah, and a lot of
It
people
even
wouldn't
sounds
start-
better the longer you wait, right?
Yeah,
Because when it's like fresh in your mind, it's like you remember making it more.
No, I
than you
totally love
are
listening to the same
it, right?
5-second segment for 3,000 times. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm sure your roommates do too.
Oh, dude, you gotta use headphones without it. You're just an asshole.
You were talking about the sound for Guntner, and that it was like basically generated by code. Have you worked any more in that, in like procedural music generation?
Oh yeah, a bit. Actually, there's a program I wrote for the VIC-20 that's a wall of sound. I think I made a YouTube video out of it. That was over a decade ago, but
that's cool though. I love that kind of stuff. I've messed around with that kind of stuff before, where I just like they basically just take really small MP3s and it's just the sound, and so then I'll have it like pitch it and all this stuff with code, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like I have one keyboard sample and I'm pitching it to the different keys, and then I have multiple of them going on, and then all this code's running, and you can make some pretty chaotic stuff. But
yeah,
I do it in Ableton, but never with code. That sounds really intense with code.
Oh, it's so trippy. Yeah, it's so trippy. I actually have a game out that is all that way.
Music generation.
I mean, yeah. That did you ever, Mike? Did you ever play that game that I made, the Riding Wood?
Yeah, I did. I love every single joke in that game.
Yeah, I don't know if that was two. Two had real music that I wrote, but the first one was all generated by code.
That's
so like every time you play that game, it's not the same song. It's the same sounds, but it's never the same song.
While we're kind of
There's a
talking
wild
about it, I really gotta
Ponita.
say, I
Ponita?
like the acoustic
Ponita.
tracks in Hunter's Path a lot.
Oh,
it reminds me of like when I was younger
fantastic work with
playing
that.
Stalker, and you come up to a campfire where someone's playing an acoustic guitar and all these people are sitting around. Like it's relaxing, dude.
It's funny you bring that up. It was actually the hardest soundtrack I ever did. I actually wrote 3 soundtracks for that game, and I trashed 2 of them.
Well, it's kind of
Like, they just
out of your comfort
didn't
zone
fit.
for.
Well, no, I make a lot of acoustic music. I just couldn't find the vibe that worked for the game. And then I finally was just like, I think it sounds like sitting around a campfire with a guitar or something. I just went totally a way I would never go. And it just seemed to click.
It definitely
seemed
paid
to work.
off. I like that a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it was much
Yeah,
different.
did you light an actual fire to get the vibe?
Nah, well, I mean, in the bowl I did, but that was about it.
There you go.
yeah, I had to get that vibe, but I did it all live, and I didn't, edit anything. It was all just real live.
I liked it because it's
Stuff.
I don't know how this is gonna sound, but it's kind of depressing.
Yeah,
Like
Seattle
and that's the
music. Yeah,
that's what reminded me kind of Stalker. It's relaxing, but it's kind of bleak, which fits the game
Yeah.
because all of the POIs in the game are destroyed buildings. Like something obviously happened, and it kind of
Right.
gives this sense of it's cozy, but it's also a little like, I mean, it's the end of times almost.
right. It was really hard to find that vibe. I've never really struggled with that before. It was the first game I ever kind of struggled there, and I thought I was losing my touch. Right? Like, when you're a dev and stuff, you're trying to get all this stuff done. You're like, oh man, am I losing it? Can I not make music? And I'm a musician first. Rick, you probably understand that. Like, I can't lose that skill. That's the one skill I got.
Well, I don't think it's a
The games is
skill
tough.
you
It's
just
like-
master. Like that's something that's constantly developing. So you can't really lose
Yeah.
something that
Yeah.
you're actively growing.
It's cool to step out of my
So-
comfort zone, though. That was cool. Like, it worked.
The way I see it with music and games is it's a lot like music and film. It's
Yeah.
very, very different from like something that you throw on to listen to or something you work out to or something like that. It's made to work with something else.
Right.
And that's what makes it so difficult sometimes.
Well, then just finding that thing that works with the vibe that you have in your head, right? Because I have music in my head all the time. Dude, I have written the sickest metal riffs ever in my mind. If I could just get them down onto recording, it's just like kind of like that, right? Because when you're building your games, you probably have in your mind like the soundtrack. But here's a good question about music, because we're all kind of jack of all trades, right? Kind of coming up with all of our own stuff in these games. Do you ever write the soundtrack first and then build a game to it?
It's kind of worked that way with Retro Spaceball, where I'm kind of doing both at the same time.
Yeah.
But then I go further than I should with one, and then I go pick up the slack with the other kind of thing.
It's a
But yeah, I
teeter-totter
wouldn't say
catching
that
up.
I don't think I've done the music first
So-
ever though. I've definitely come up with sketches though of music.
I have experienced this just because when I do make every album I've ever made is a concept album. And some of them started out as a full-fledged like novel that I wrote that I wanted to make music for, where each track was a chapter. And I have ended up having it go the other direction, where I've made a couple tracks and been like inspired to write this massive story for it, and then developed the rest of the album based off how the story turned out. I
Off
have
of
had that.
Yeah. Music's weird that way, that it can kind of come at different points, right?
I think for me,
So,
what
like,
surprised me the most is once you start making music, there comes a point where, at least for me, you're not even writing it anymore. Like the music is telling you what it wants to be. It's telling you what it wants the next section
Exactly.
to be, what the next sound is supposed to be. So you're just following the music. Your general idea got the song
And that's
started,
when you know it's good.
but you're just listening to what the music tells you. I found that to be something I wasn't expecting from making music. I just figured you always had to come up with ideas, but you don't. The music tells you what it wants to be when you're working on it.
And believe it or not, at a certain point, game design is like that too.
Right.
Like, don't get me wrong, you're still coming up with mechanics and ideas and stuff. But after a while, it's what can I do that this game needs? What does this game need? What can I provide for this game? And it's a relationship between the player and the experience more than it is with the developer and the mechanics.
Absolutely.
If that makes,
That makes
sense.
sense.
You know
no,
what's
that-
funny? I'm
totally
not
does
a
make
musician. I can't play music. I can't read music. Never been able to. But It's very interesting. There are a lot of, in fact, the first game I think I ever tried to make was just directly inspired by an album. It just produced such a vivid image in my mind. I was like, well, this is what it is. This is the thing. And it was Boards of Canada.
Which
They
album was
released an
that?
album, Tomorrow's Harvest, and that really.
Nice. I don't
So-
know that.
This is what it is. This is the thing. And,
He hasn't said a whole
it
lot,
was,
so I think
Boards of
he.
Canada.
Which
They
album was
released an
that?
album, Tomorrow's
Does-
Harvest.
I said which
And
album is
really-
that,
Nice.
and I think
I
he's
don't
a
know
little
that album,
early.
but I know the band. Boards Canada. If that
That
makes
makes
sense.
Yeah,
sense.
no, that totally does make sense.
You know, it's funny. I'm not a musician. I can't play music. I can't read music. Never been able to. But it's very interesting. There are a lot of. In fact, the first
He didn't-
game I think I ever
Sequel
tried to
didn't
make,
say a whole lot
was just
in this
directly
podcast.
inspired
I felt
by an
bad.
album.
I
It
tried
just-
to get
it
him
just produced
to.
such a vivid image
I
in
tried
my
to prompt
mind. I
him a
was
little
like,
bit,
well,
but
this is what it is. This is the thing.
yeah.
And
Which album was that?
it was Boards
that
of
sounds much
Canada.
better.
They released an album, Tomorrow's Harvest,
Nice.
and that really.
I don't know that album, but I know the band. Boards Canada. That's some really cool stuff.
Yeah. It's their, as of now, latest as of recording, their latest album, which is like over a decade ago. So we'll see if they get around to
Do you
it.
listen to? Do you like Aphex Twin?
Oh yeah, love them. Yeah,
Nice,
yeah,
nice.
classic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny, like obviously that was very powerful, artistic experience. But for a lot of the projects I have kind of sitting in my to-do scrap box, so many of them, the core piece of inspiration it's not an image first, it's a song. That'll be the first thing where it's like, oh, like
Sure.
this song will have, like, I'll get an idea related to it and be like, oh, that song can put me back right in that mental headspace, in a way that an image just can't.
That's awesome, because then you can actually like listen to something that will bring you back to the core.
Yeah, which is very funny because, like, Meadow, the longest project I've ever worked on, I don't actually have any songs to do that. Like that, hilariously, that project is like soundless in my head. Of course it has a soundtrack now, but for a long time it was just like, I don't know what this ought to sound like.
That's awesome that you affiliate it with the vibe. Like I do that so much to where
Yeah.
I was asking about, recording first, because many of the projects I've worked on, I've really sat down and we have the basic idea of what the game's going to be, but then I just record 5, 6, 10 tracks, as many as I can, and then I utilize that to draw the art and be in that same vibe. And then again, now I listen to those albums and they just bring me right back to the time I was building that game.
Yeah.
So around like 2012 or 2013, when I first started messing with Unity,
I don't think
was,
we're gonna
like,
finish
really
this
bad
tonight.
at
I'm
it.
already
I was
getting
making
sleepy.
stuff that I wasn't gonna finish, And at that point, I
Although it
definitely
is
wrote a song,
2:45,
and
so
then made a game based
that's
on that song.
par for the course.
And the song is in the game, and the game, nothing ever happened with the game. I never released it. There's like one video of it that's not even on YouTube. But that song still has the title of the game, and I still have the song up on my SoundCloud.
Yeah.
So that's
Right.
Yeah.
One thing I also noticed too is like music-wise, I always am trying to. I want to write this vibe, this certain sound, and when there's a point after about 2 or 3 songs writing in that vibe where you kind of like sink in and you're just kind of like you were talking about on autopilot, and songs are just like flowing and you're not in a writer's block basically, and I just want to keep writing, but because I don't want it to run out. Because sometimes when you write like a whole bunch of tracks for a game, I have to like pull some out because some of them just didn't hit the vibe right. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah.
like they
I
gotta
scrap so
go,
much.
and yeah, it's weird.
It's
that
better
way.
to have like more colors on your palette than you actually use in the piece. That's the way I look at it,
Yeah, and then I have this SoundCloud channel where I literally just throw random stuff that I've pulled out of other soundtracks in there, and I just throw it in this one playlist.
Yeah.
Away it goes to
That's
rot
pretty cool.
or whatever. But I wrote 100 songs in a year was my record. That's how I learned how to like use DAWs and interfaces
That's
and
impressive.
mics. And so I would wake up every single day and I would spend 4 hours writing a whole song, no vocals, all programmed. I'm not playing live drums, right? I'm not using a microphone. But yeah, 100 songs in 365 days. Were they all good?
And it's crazy.
No, but
Well,
yeah.
I mean, the music is not always going to be good, anyways. That's
No.
even some of the greats out there have written some crap songs, and that goes back to what we were saying earlier. You need a wake of unfinished or scrapped projects behind you,
Totally.
in order to have some good ones.
And then,
But yeah, I was in the same boat where I didn't do 100 in a year or anything like that, but I was, slowly getting faster, and now I'm to the point where I can write a song in 30, 40 minutes.
yeah,
Right?
yeah, and then it's all.
But I just don't do it
mix
that
it.
often.
Yeah, I usually try to take like 2 or 3 hours on a song and really mix it up if it's gonna be good. But the one thing about that year, though, was after that year of doing that, I was so much better at those programs.
Yeah, that's the whole point, I think.
It's all about the workflow, right? If I go into a new engine, I'm lost. If I go into Godot, I'm like, what am I doing? I gotta look up videos. I'm gonna work so slow. But because I have like 9,000 hours in Game Maker Studio, I just go in there and it just flows. It just happens. That's how I could build a
I
game
feel
in
the same
6
way
hours.
about Godot. I
Do
would
you?
love to learn Godot, but it's so hard to step away from Unity when you know that you can just like get that flow real quick.
Yeah, bam, bam, bam. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and Godot is a good engine. I mean, I've worked in there. I don't mind it. It's just different.
But on the fact of or the point you made about producing lots of music over a shorter period of time, it reminds me of when I was in art school, like freshman year, and we were doing gesture drawings where we had a live model and they would do 15-second poses.
Oh god.
Right, or 30-second poses, or 1 minute poses, and we were like working ourselves down to 15-second poses, and we would get this big, thick 18 by 24 pad of newsprint paper, like the cheapest of the cheap paper.
Yeah, and just draw
we'd
the
use
pencil.
like a Conte crayon even. So and he showed us this technique to use the Conte crayon on its side. We'd break it in half and use half a Conte crayon on its side, and use your whole arm to draw, not just your wrist, but the whole arm, because we're on an 18 by 24 pad, right? So it's a pretty big pad.
So you're just like
we
circling their face as fast as you can and getting the nose and the eye lines and all that stuff, right?
It's all about the gestures,
Yeah.
right? So you're getting the weight and the movement, and then before you know it, they're already in another pose. You grab your page and you go to the next one and you do that. We went through a whole notepad of it, and then I went through and we started doing the back side of it. Some people bought another pad. I just bought it. I just used the back side.
Wow, that's crazy.
Because you just kind of throw that stuff away anyways. Actually, I still have it, which is kind of funny. But yeah, that's how we got good at art school. Yeah, take your time.
Do you?
And so I think there's
gonna
a
cut
lot
that
of
out.
there like today
Repetition.
there's like repetition is huge.
Yeah.
But today there's PewDiePie, right?
Yeah.
Who recently started doing art, and he's like, oh, I've got this PewDiePie style of doing a drawing every day. It's like, he didn't make that.
Yeah, that's how you do
That's
it.
been how you do it forever.
Oh yeah, there's
Yeah,
you see those musicians who are like, we made it. We all did a track in an hour. Let's listen to it. And it's got like 200,000 views, and I'm like, man, that happens like 5 times a day on my website. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's marketing at that point.
Yeah. Do you, Rick? Do you do more? I guess I call it real art instead of digital art, physical art as
Traditional?
well. Yeah, traditional.
I have a background in traditional
Do
art,
you?
but honestly, I don't do that much. You know what's cool though? I got all of my clay from college still, and I'm actually like gearing up to do like sculpting streams.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's part of my plan. Yeah.
My daughter is
Because
really into
sculpture
art,
is just so cool.
and so physical art and stuff. She's drawing and shading. She's 12 and she crushes me. Absolutely crushes my skills in art. She doesn't
Some of these
do
some of these
digital.
up and coming new
Wild
kids,
Gruben
man, they're
in
like,
chat.
Crazy.
They got some talent.
So I
Like,
bought her
when
one
I was
of those.
12, I was struggled.
I bought her one of those, an iPad with the pencil, the Apple Pencil, and she just flourished, man. She just went.
Oh, cool.
She learned layers.
Because I feel like that's where
and stuff,
everything going.
right?
Everything's going that way.
And so now she knows how
And
to
it's
have
not
different
easy to do.
layers and can move them around and combine them and give me a picture with background or no background, and I'm like, I'm so proud of you.
I watch a lot of art streams on Twitch, and one of the streamers I watch, Peanut Pump is her name. She's got a really awesome stream.
Oh,
But recently she had what they call a magma board, right? It's a magma is the website, and it's like a whiteboarding site, but it's made more for artists. Like it has artist tools on there, kind of like Photoshop-esque.
Right.
But yeah, it was so cool. She had all of her community just drawing on a magma board, like on the side of her stream, and like my mind was just blown because it's like a draw together.
I like
type
that
thing.
feature.
Right.
I'm
Like
probably
art
gonna
school.
steal that at some point.
You should, because that's really.
I would
really
love
cool.
to let
I was very
the
impressed
people
with that.
watching just show their creativity, because that's my favorite part of meeting new people, is seeing, like, there's a reason why most of the new friends I've made over the last like 67 years have been devs.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, we
Yeah.
just start rapping and start chatting about anything, music. I know you're a big Muse fan, and like it's just like I know you through game development.
Don't bring up me.
never met you.
It's not a safe topic to bring up with me because
No,
I
yeah.
go on tangents. I've like derailed entire
Derail the whole
streams
podcast.
because someone has like brought up Muse. So, but
Like,
yeah,
bro,
I am.
1996.
Yeah.
Yeah, like go back to old school days. Yeah. Oh man. But yeah, I love that kind of stuff. Like what you were talking about, just like being into art and stuff. And it's great to see my daughter doing a lot of that. So I get to work with clay, and I get to work with paints. We have tons of paints here. And,
Clay's the bomb.
yeah, it's a lot of fun. And so we're always kind of doing art projects. We got really into cardboard. We've been saving cardboard, and you can like cut with a razor, you just kind of cut one side and then it bends real nicely. She was like learning this in school, so we're like building all this crazy houses and yeah, just all sorts of weird stuff. And it's great to stay just creative and doing
Very
that.
cool.
Yeah, that's what
often.
they don't talk about. The parents always complain about having to do their kid's science project, but when it actually comes time, they're like, "Fuck yeah, I want to do a science project."
Yeah. Well, and I just didn't like.
Yeah.
I want my daughter to make art for a game. You know, I'd love for
That would
her to
be
see
cool.
that whole experience and understand. You know, I drew like 500 different sprites for the Hunter's Path. It was not a small amount of art. It's a ton, and it has to be animated.
You know what
right?
would be really cool for the position
I
you're
see
in?
a lot of projects like that.
Is if you started the game now, including like
Yeah.
the game starts with the drawings and art she's making now. And
Oh, I know,
as
and then
she
it
gives you like better
continues.
art as she grows, you just like start evolving the art in the game.
The game. Oh man, that is actually a really good idea.
That's a really good idea. Yeah.
It would be the coolest type of
But
keepsake.
one thing I would say is that you got to make sure that you're not like exploiting, right? Because this is your own kid you're talking about, and you don't want them to just be a marketing tool. You know, obviously
Yeah,
they're more than that to you, but you don't want it to appear that way either.
All about
Because I see some projects
experiences.
where
Yeah.
I see some projects where it almost ends up looking that way. It's like, hey everyone, you should check out my project because I made it with my kid, and
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
I think it's how you present it. For me, I didn't even look at it from that point of view. I was more looking at it as it's like, it's such a good memory to have, and it's such a cool thing. Like you
Yeah.
see people who do like someone who took took pictures every day for like 6 years, and you get to see this
Yeah.
like whole memory album of when they were small to when they were big. Like that's a big reason
Seen
why
some of
I
that.
do like my content still. Like in one degree it's fun, but the whole reason why Twitch putting on this 100-hour limit to highlights was so big for me is because I want my kids to see their dad from when he was 15 till he was in his 30s. I like that's such a rare thing for someone to have
Agreed.
once you're gone.
That is something about being like a streamer and being on camera and doing tons of hours of content that you have tons of hours of content, right? That are saved there forever. Or so you thought.
So you thought, yeah.
Until recently. Hey, Zoom did the same thing to me at work, so
That was a huge
all my
panic
videos are
for
gone.
Me. I'm still
Bye.
working on
Like-
fixing it.
yeah, nightmare fuel. I've been following along with what's been going there. It's no fun, but
I don't want to derail the conversation at all, but it is a pretty big deal. Speedrun community's freaking out.
right.
I was
Yeah, 'cause
shocked I
then
only had
those-
33 hours of content. I don't understand how that's possible, but that's what the thing tells me.
It sounds like they just don't like do highlights because it automatically deletes your VODs after, I think, 3 months or something.
Yeah,
It was 90 days now. Yeah. Yeah, they're tired of storing your data apparently.
Oh, I didn't even realize they were doing that. That makes sense.
Yeah, one of
Well, you guys were
the, one
talking
of the
about-
largest
putting it on
owners of
YouTube.
server centers in the world stressed out about it.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, exactly. Well, you guys were talking about kids and stuff. I've always used my kids. Like I let my kids like, you remember Evidence of Life, the old school one, Mike?
Yeah.
My son's voice is the big boss at the end.
But I think you
I
also
let him
told me
voice the
that
character.
you ended up doing co-op in Turin purely because,
Of my daughter.
yeah, your daughter.
My daughter was like, I want to play as the dog. And so then I was like, yeah, we should play as the dog. And so then we implemented couch co-op so that I could play.
So I agree,
with
Rick.
my daughter.
There are, in my opinion, scumbags out there who will use their kids as a marketing tool. But I don't think it's
Yeah,
as
yeah.
simple as that. I think it's a lot more complex.
Yeah, not even scumbags. Just sometimes it rubs me the
I mean,
wrong
I
way
call them
when I see their
scumbags
marketing stuff.
because I
Yeah.
like those are your
We'll
kids.
take a
man.
break here
I
for the
mean,
ad in just a second when it
nowadays,
starts.
after knowing what I know, I don't even want my kids to be on social media. So forcing them to be on social
Yeah.
media is like, I don't know. It feels scummy to me.
I'm too scared to have kids. I just won't.
Yeah, I was too scared too. And then, damn it, it happened.
That should be going.
All right. Yeah. Well, thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate
Yeah,
it.
it was a good time. Nice
Do
meeting
you
you.
want to like say anything else before you leave about your projects or anything like that, or just everyone go check out Low Blast?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just realized what time it is, and I'm like behind on something, so I gotta.
Oh, cool. Well, I appreciate you
Yeah,
hanging
thanks for
out,
having
and,
me. Have a good time.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to chat with you, man.
Awesome.
Great to meet you.
You too.
Take care.
Yep. Later.
All right, so we got an ad, so we're gonna take
yeah,
a little
so I
break
was
here
actually
for
gonna
that.
Bring up,
Wallace with the bad emote. The cute bad emote. We're back from the ad break. Yep. Turn down the music again. And we're back to editing this podcast. Like I said, I don't think we're gonna finish it. We're getting really close to the end. But I think there's some stuff in here that I want to cut out and then keep the rest, and that's gonna be I don't know. It's already 3 a.m. Part of me wants to finish it. So I don't know, maybe there's a chance we'll finish it, but Also 3 a.m. I stayed up till like 4 last night.
Kid.
I'm gonna
Skate
screw up
Cat.
my sleep
That's-
schedule. I know it.
Skate Cat. Yeah, it's not. It's actually not terrible.
I
either.
almost had it fixed, and then I started
But
staying
yeah,
up
I'm
too
sure.
late.
I'm sure Langle's heard of it, but he just dropped off. But yeah, the developer's dad is like a well-known NES developer. I say well-known, but now I'm having trouble remembering who his dad is.
Dale Coop.
Dale
Good
Coop,
night. You must sleep.
exactly, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it
Dale
is.
Coop's
It's
well
it's
known.
old school. Kind of.
But
has
I'm
a
not
Mega
tired
Man
yet,
vibe
because I
of, like,
slept until like
side-scroller
1. so-
Size-wise. Yeah.
This
Cool.
is interesting.
It's like that,
to me
except it's got like endless runner
for our
vibes.
last
okay.
conversation.
And I really want to
because
finish this.
At nowhere on the Steam page does he mention it was made by a 10-year-old.
Exactly, and that was kind of the point that I'm bringing up, is that it's in a way it's done well. The kid was passionate about it. It wasn't like a dad forcing his son to make a game because hey, if you make it, it's gonna sell. If
Yeah.
I make it, it
No one
won't sell, kind of
cares.
thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So not a scumbag.
Yeah.
Not a scumbag.
Not a scumbag.
exactly.
Not a scumbag.
That's how I'm a very plain person, man. I don't got a lot.
Yeah.
Of,
Well, I just want my kids to have those experiences, right? If they want to have them. I'm a weird dad like that. Like I don't like forced experiences. I don't like the dad who's just like, you're gonna play basketball and you're gonna be the best.
sit
And
down
it's
and
like,
code right friggin' now. If I don't see 20 if statements in the next 4 hours, I'm grounding
scream it
you.
in. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a lot
20
of
if statements in 4
like,
hours.
all my friends have had kids and they've all
That's
raised their
funny.
kids differently, and it's all about experiences, and art is experiences, right? And music and art, all that stuff's combined, and just your kind of life experiences and being able to like do things. So the more you cut around with cardboard, the better you get at it. The more you pixel art and Aseprite, I think that's how you say it, the better you get at it, right? Like, and that's kind of like, that's kind of how I have raised my kids. And what's funny about it is one got really into it and the other has no interest, and I would never force them, you know.
Although
like
it's
do
like
anything
silently
artistic.
heartbreaking.
Well, yeah, I mean, he
Like, I want you.
He's-
I made you to love what I love. Why do you not love what I love?
I like that.
Another
he's-
reason why I'm afraid to have kids.
Yeah. It's nice to see him. He's more
Maybe
like
like
my
a
wife.
football player
Exactly. That's
boxer.
what
Exactly,
I
exactly.
Oh,
I know, I'm like a
wanna
metalhead
play
and
football.
stuff, and was in a signed metal band touring, and my son only listens to hip hop. That's it. That's like, I think that's how it works. But yeah, having children. is
Because
pretty-
you listen to metal, you realize that. Right?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
did it too.
I did it.
If
games
you
like-
listen to hip hop, he would listen to
He would
metal. You
listen to
should have
metal.
made the switch as soon as
Yeah,
he
you
was born.
I
should've.
should have just listened to what my parents listened to. Apparently, that forces
There
you
you
to be a
go.
metalhead.
You know, metalheads have
pretty
a
good
lot of
taste in music.
crossover with classical music, love.
Right. That's what I
believe it.
love.
I love classical music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I played violin in school and learned a bunch of. I loved Bach. He was always my favorite. Bach's,
Rachmaninoff is always someone I
Doesn't-
bring up because when you watch someone play, like, I can't remember what song it is. It's one of his nocturnes. They use 2 hands, but he still holds the record for the largest span from the tip of his pinky to his thumb. He had a 12-inch span
That's insane.
between his pinky and his thumb. So he used to
What do
play
I got?
the
I
chord
literally have a.
with
I literally have
one
this here.
hand. And
Holy
when
shit!
you watch them do a cover of his music, they use 2.
You said it was 12 and a half inches?
12.
Gosh. Dude, I'm like,
So Beethoven and
8
everyone was
3/4.
writing these like
that's
fuck you
a
songs.
massive hand.
Every classical musician had a fuck you song that was something only they
Right.
could play. So they made these really complex pieces.
That's
but him,
amazing.
he would just like stretch his hand out and do it. And that's like his
Oh,
fuck
that's
you song.
hilarious.
But I always bring him up. But
What did he play? He played a violin?
he played piano.
There's a wild
Oh,
Muna,
piano,
Mana,
doing the long
some type of
stretches.
Pokemon.
Yeah.
So
In the
it
Poke
was,
chat.
and I got into classical music because Muse has a lot of classical inspirations in it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So I've seen studies where they found that metalheads, like heavy metalheads, actually have a ton of crossover and enjoyment in classical music because metal also can be very technical.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree with that sentiment, and that's what I was talking about, like those old video game songs sounding like metal. right? All the old chiptune stuff that's like, I'm trying to think of one. I think Contra had a bunch that were like really upbeat and fast, and it basically is a metal song.
And a lot of that was like arpeggios.
12 inches is crazy. I'm still measuring my finger spread here. I've got a 8.5 by 11, and I can beat the 8.5, but I can't imagine beating the 11. You know?
Yeah,
what I mean?
So he had a foot long span between the tip of his pinky and the tip of his thumb when he would be playing.
That's just crazy.
That is
crazy.
Was he like 7 foot tall?
Yeah,
I
you're
met some
back.
7 foot tall people that have that. That's just crazy.
Yeah, you're back.
I'm pretty tall.
I've been here.
I've
Where?
got giant hands, but I guess
What
I
do you
don't.
mean? Was I
got
gone?
12-inch hands. That's nuts.
No one caught the
You got me,
Pokemon.
like, curious now. I don't know.
You have to
how
look.
tall
You
he
gotta.
was.
I don't know. It might not even be documented.
Hey fellas,
Yeah.
I gotta take off. But great chat. Thank you for having me. A lot of fun.
Thank you.
I feel so bad because he was just like
Oh, yeah,
listening
yeah.
for like
And I hope you
the
guys
end of
have
it.
a great rest of the day. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone should check out.
I left on your
MetoGB,
break, came
and,
back, and it was still
you
BRB, so I
take a
left
look
again.
At your Twitter and Blue Sky content because you're
Oh,
posting.
and the shoot 'em
Well,
up. That game's
You
dope.
probably came back 30 minutes later when I was on my next break, because I was pretty good about not hanging on the BRB screen today.
Anyhow, I will talk to you later. Have a great rest
Take
of the day.
care. Thank you so much for joining.
Great chatting, man.
I was in Pantheon's chat. Right
I
on,
think the
right
shoot 'em
on.
up was
Yeah, it
Langle's-
totally was, and I
Langle's
realized
game,
it after I said
Gundy.
it. Yeah.
It's okay.
Failed.
Yeah, that was.
I'll put him
that
up
was
on another
bad,
screen here.
honestly, and heartbreaking for
man.
him. But I
How
don't
you-
have anything to show me who's talking. So,
Well,
man,
good thing that it was a. Yeah.
no, it wasn't.
Alright,
Dude.
so
That was
I need
so
to edit
bad.
this stuff out.
There's no like bright side to that. Oh,
Yeah.
shoot 'em
We'll have more updates on Runic.
Just shoot him up.
And you should check out MetoGB and take a look at your Twitter and Blue Sky content because you're
Oh,
posting
and the shoot 'em up. That-
N64 dev.
Because he didn't make the shoot him up.
Yeah.
shoot 'em
We'll
up.
have more updates
shoot 'em
on Runic and more things to come. More things to come. Anyhow,
Yeah,
I will talk
man.
to you later. Have a great rest
Take
of the day.
care. Thank you so much for joining.
Great chatting, man.
I think the shoot 'em up was
yeah, it
Langle's.
totally was,
Langle's
and I
game,
realized it after I said
Gundy.
it. Yeah.
It's okay.
Failed.
Yeah, that was
We
that
can
was
edit that out.
brutal, honestly, and heartbreaking for
man.
him. But I
How
don't
you-
have anything to show me who's talking. So,
Well,
man,
good thing that it was a. Yeah.
no, it wasn't, dude. That was so bad. There's no like bright side to that. Oh,
The
We
bright
can
side
edit
is
it
that
out, that's
it
the
can be
great-
You're
edited.
good. Yeah.
so what is?
He was
what's our
showing you
next
some
topic?
tricks. Awesome. I missed out.
Well, we could talk some more, or we can wind down. It's up to you guys. We've lost half of our crew.
Oh, it's up to you.
Well, I guess there's still me, so that's 3 out of 5, right?
It was great. Though.
Well, I've got time. I've got time.
don't-
if you,
yeah,
if you want to chat some more.
I'm just chilling here, so if you need more content, you probably have more than enough content, audio than you need now.
That's fair.
Oh, absolutely.
But-
Yeah, we're at 3 hours.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, either way, I love talking this stuff. I could talk about this
Same.
till tomorrow morning. Yeah, so if you have what you need, then we don't have to continue, in my opinion.
Well, I don't have a problem talking some more. I
Yeah.
love talking about it too.
Were there some?
I will have to edit it, but that's not that big of a deal.
There were some
I was
other
thinking about editing it on
topics,
stream actually.
You're editing it
Oh,
on
yeah?
stream. How
Yeah.
does that?
Editing on stream.
See, that's one
Why
thing.
not?
Like, I'm obsessive about what is worth it. And that's why I've mentioned it to you with your.
Being entertained because it's another way for me to.
You need to
But as far as like a stream goes, like a live stream, I think
always try and chat a lot in someone's stream to get up, because that's what I want when I'm
do both.
streaming. Is I
Absolutely.
want people to talk
Yeah.
to me. I don't get
That's
a
what I
lot of
try to
that.
do.
if I'm working and I can't chat,
The face reveal.
The face reveal.
Yeah,
Dude, you don't have to
Pixel.
deal with lighting.
it's not
Well, I just love that
Yeah,
you
you
made a
get to make
pixel
your own
guy. Like
pixel
that's
gloves. So she has like
Oh,
full
yeah.
finger tracking for
Motion
all
tracking.
of
Yep.
her stuff. Yeah, like
Yeah,
your main character
yeah,
needs to be a rectangle, and
Okay,
everything
yeah,
else is
yeah, I
very
love that,
basic
yeah.
shapes. But if a game is fun, like I brought it up before, but if you took Vampire Jam, because you could spend
oh,
2
you can do
weeks
anything
making the
in a game
music.
jam. Well, you could just make a simple
you
one,
gotta-
right? Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta cut down your scope, and
Yeah.
that's a huge thing to learn. It's one of the harder things.
It's to be a solo dev. Absolutely.
I would like
especially
to
to
be
launch a game.
A solo dev in a perfect world,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
Dev, because
Some
I've
of
heard
this
you
might be
talk
usable.
about wanting to do game development numerous times, streaming, and I'll have his commercials on in the background on another monitor.
but I had no idea about
That's
that.
great.
This has been a pretty cool experience being on. I mean, I've never
Maybe
done a podcast before.
From
And I
there.
was exceptionally
Yeah,
nervous about
wonderful.
this one because I really didn't feel like I belonged in this one. But
Oh, you absolutely did, man. yeah.
after the what's happened so far in the podcast, I feel a lot more in tune with. I mean, I do know, but I had no idea about that. This has been a pretty cool experience being on. I mean, I've never done a podcast before, and I was exceptionally nervous
Yeah,
about
wonderful.
this one because I really didn't feel like I belonged in this one. But
Oh, you absolutely did, man. yeah.
after the what's happened so far in the podcast, that making this stuff is therapeutic.
Hey fellas,
Yeah.
I gotta take off. But great chat. Thank you for having me. A lot of fun.
Thank you for coming.
Oh yeah. And I hope you guys have a great rest of the day. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone should check out Meadow GB, and
If I really cut things
Twitter and
down,
Blue Sky
we might be
content,
able to
because you're
finish this
posting,
tonight.
N64 dev.
There's only that much left.
Yeah, we'll have more updates on Runic and more things to come. More things to come. Anyhow,
Yeah,
I will talk
man.
to you later. Have a great rest of
take
the
care.
day.
So this is
Thank you so
5
much for
minutes,
joining. Great
10
chatting, man.
minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Wait, no. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
This has
30,
been a pretty
35,
cool
40,
experience being on. I mean, I've never done a podcast
45
before,
minutes.
and I was exceptionally
Yeah,
nervous about
wonderful.
this one because I really
Got any
didn't
plans
feel
for
like I belonged
after
in this one.
editing? Are you gonna rate
Oh, you
out?
absolutely
Yeah,
did.
gonna rate out.
After hearing
after that.
what's happened
It's
so
past
far
my
in the
bedtime.
podcast, I feel a lot more.
As much as I'd love to play
in
some
tune with-
games,
I mean, I do know a lot about kind of what we
kind of
talk
already
about,
used up my
even
time.
though I'm not.
Oh,
a
absolutely.
dev.
Probably raid
Pretty
Pantheon.
close though, and in ways
I haven't
you're
rated him a long
inspiring, Dev,
time.
because I've heard you talk about wanting to. do
Actually, I
game
think I've only
development
rated him once
numerous
before.
times now.
Yeah.
You have game
And
ideas.
that's how I
Yeah,
found him.
Beatsmith.
You're literally one step away.
It was like super
from
late
becoming a
night,
dev.
I'm just not ready to
and
plunge yet.
All you need to
actually it
do-
was like morning already.
Yeah, all you need to do is download the software
And
and start.
I was
tinkering,
searching
and then
for
you're
Yeah,
done.
people to
probably
raid,
gonna
and
go in with
Takes-
Godot
His stream looked
when
cool.
when I do it.
I could see the
It's so
talent
much
in what he
easier
was
than that.
doing.
All you have to do is write me 3 chords, and I put your song in a video game, and now you're a game dev.
Yep.
Although last night's raid was pretty cool
Yeah,
too.
you don't even have to do the. Some people forget that you don't have to do the whole thing.
Oh, thanks for giving him a shout out.
Yep.
Right? It's a good learning experience to be a solo dev. Absolutely.
I would like
especially
to
to
be
launch a game.
A solo dev in a perfect world,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
and I feel like it's one of those things where even like I feel like you're a shit friend if you have a game dev friend and you ask them to do something for you. I would never ask any of the devs that I wanted like to do something for me. And I know
Oh,
how
man.
much time it would take me to learn all of it, but at that point I would want to do it all myself.
Dude, that's why you just do like a game jam and like basically we'd have 2 weeks to make a game. It's not some big huge scope thing. It's not the next big thing we're trying to build.
But I
It's just-
want to make rhythm games, and that's the thing.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Is
Rhythm games would be cool. Like
When-
you can just
I don't
all
think
you
they
have to
work
do
in a
is set
game jam because you could spend
oh,
2
you can do
weeks
anything
making the
in a game
music.
jam. Well, you could just make a simple
you
one,
gotta-
right?
Yeah, you gotta cut down your scope, and
Yeah.
that's a huge thing to learn. It's one of the harder things to learn in game development. So
Yeah.
I get it that it won't come easy or natural to you, but that's what game jams are all about.
Yeah, the hardest
Oh.
part is trying to do too big of a project first. You gotta like you got to make something simple like box
Baby
walk
steps.
across a screen, and you have to jump over some holes.
That is
And
one
that's it.
like invisible standard I created. I know I didn't ever make a game, but that was one thing that I decided when I was younger was any game I do make needs to be fun with shapes.
With shapes.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
your main character
yeah,
needs to be a rectangle and
Okay,
everything else is
yeah, I
very
love that,
basic
yeah.
shapes. But if a game is fun, like I brought it up before, but if you took Vampire Survivors and your character was a rectangle and all the enemies were a circle, and then all of your attacks were just different colored circles, that game would
Right.
still be fun.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that to me
Dude,
is
the
Programmer
how
art, we
I
call it.
always determined how I would make a game. If it's fun with base shapes, then you can add in everything else
Right.
on top.
My favorite games that I've ever made. I mean, I made a bunch. Right? I put them on Steam. My favorite games was with this dude Ed, who now has removed himself from the internet. Basically,
Well, we
He's
talk
on
about Ed
socials,
for
he's
like a while
nowhere.
here.
I have one place
I
can
tried to get him on the
hold of him.
podcast.
Ed has one of the best
You're talking
YouTube
to Ed
channels
Atkins?
I've ever seen.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
So
good friends with
making
Ed.
games with him, we would do the
We
the
just start
Rex
gushing about
Toolkit
Ed.
Jam or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. Game
Right.
Breakers Toolkit. And basically it
remember,
was it was make the worst game possible. So I just drew the shittiest art. I made the most horrible sounds you could ever make, and I did it in about 20 minutes. Right? And
It was
and
hilarious.
the games were amazing, and so all the mechanics were like you'd press up and you'd go right, or it would just be choosing random things when you're pressing up, right? Like the idea was to program the worst possible thing, and Ed could do that. He could do that magically.
Ed has, I don't know if you've watched his YouTube videos.
Oh, it's yeah, subscriber notifications on, you know. Like,
He makes some of the
I
most
see the garbage
interesting,
can.
cool videos that I've ever seen. The biggest thing for me is he made a video on slime volleyball.
oh yeah,
And
He
slime
made multiple.
volleyball is a game that I grew up playing every single day. And
Exactly.
when he had the reveal that he got a hold of the devs and got like an unreleased build of it to play it,
Right.
I was like blowing up in my seat. Ed is a gaming genius, in my opinion, because he doesn't look at games how we do. But
Yeah.
not just that, it's a competent take on these broken, busted games that I
Right.
would download, I'd open, I'd be like, fuck this, close it, uninstall it, forget it. He will like beat it 20 times and love every second of it. He's a brilliant
Absolutely.
mind.
I know,
And we
I
haven't
miss
even
these
brought
guys.
up Other Minds, right?
No, we never even brought up Other Minds. I loved Other Minds. I played.
Other Minds was very difficult.
I
for
did
me.
a lot of
I'm not a huge
testing for
platformer
other
person,
minds.
Did you?
but it was great. Yeah, I couldn't beat that boss with the like the mad
Yeah, the
scientist
balls
boss
or
guy.
the lasers that would shoot out at you at different layers. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is a tough one.
I couldn't.
But one
beat
thing
it,
I respect
but,
about Ed
yeah, I had a blast testing.
is I talked to him about that boss fight, and he respectfully told me it's as difficult as it should be. So
It's as difficult as it should
pretty
be.
much
yeah.
like
Yeah.
I'm not changing anything about it. He actually made it harder from when I was testing.
Hey, Malcat, thank you.
And
How you
I
doing?
love
Welcome
that
in. I appreciate the
uncompromising
follow.
Kind of like he had a vision for exactly what
We're
that
editing a
was supposed to
podcast
be.
that I recorded a couple
And
weeks
he
ago.
did it,
Right.
but I know the big thing for him is the Easter eggs. He
We're
planted,
nearly
like,
done
a
with
shit
it. We're
ton
trying
of
to
Easter
finish
eggs
it
in
up.
that
There's
game.
only,
And
I don't
they
know,
are, even
30
for
minutes
me,
left or so.
like, ridiculous to find.
But I hope you're doing well. I really appreciate you dropping in.
Absolutely. It's really
I didn't
hard.
find any of them, I don't think.
It's like I should contact him and tell him I want to put it on Steam. I just want people to experience that game.
Yeah,
But
I think
I
it's.
did, I did 4 songs on that album or on that game. Did
I
you know
hope
that?
Ed's doing well.
Oh, really?
I did know
Yeah,
that actually.
yeah, I
He
hope
told
so
me
too.
that.
And I helped him make the logo that's like the main logo or whatever.
He still messages me every now and then, so I should just pop him a quick message, ask him how he's doing.
Yeah,
So what happened with Other Minds? Did he decide to stop
It's
developing it, or what happened?
yeah,
Like, it's
done.
finished,
Yeah,
but
he's-
did he not release
No,
it?
he
it's on
did.
itch only.
It's on itch
Yeah,
only.
he
yeah.
never went
Oh,
to
it's on
But
Steam.
it's
itch
done.
only.
Yeah, it's completed.
Ed,
It's done as in he's
I have
completed.
never
Yeah.
got a sense from Ed that he even gives a fuck if his games are ever seen. Like, I think he genuinely is just making these
I'm
games
doing
for
good.
him.
Hope you're doing well too. Thank you. I appreciate that.
He wanted them to.
I'm
I
doing
think
all
that,
right.
like,
Yeah, this
I don't
week
wanna
has
put
been
words in his mouth
pretty good
'cause,
so
it's a
far.
podcast,
So
but he's such a great
Yeah.
guy, and he was a huge influence to me, right? And like I think he did, but it's a tough business out here, right? You can spend years making a game and release it, and it's just crickets.
Yeah.
You know, and that it's happened to me before.
It's
I mean,
a hard pill to
yeah.
swallow for anybody.
It's almost expected.
It's all it's pretty much.
But you don't believe it is gonna be.
Everything that
You
he
always
does
hope
is
that
great.
it's not going to be.
Yep.
He puts his heart and soul into things, and then it doesn't go viral or whatever. But
Yeah.
you know, I think it was a smart move for him. He ditched all his socials and like was just trying to live life. I'm like, that's good, man. It's never a bad
That is
choice.
good, but
right?
that
There's a
is-
lot of stress.
That is something I've actually I think I recently talked to Rick about this, where
thank
I
you,
obviously
Pantheon.
wanted to grow.
I appreciate you
content,
giving me a shout out.
but-
That's
Of
huge.
course, yeah.
Ever since I started back in
We're nearly done here,
2004,
and I was thinking about
I've
raiding you.
never grown.
So
So there was this
prepare
period
yourself.
I went
Might
through
be
where
might be another
first
few
I went
minutes here
through,
though.
like, is there something wrong with me? And then I started like trying to follow trends, and I hated it because I don't like doing that. And I get where he's coming from, but and as sad as it sounds, there comes a part where you just kind of, if you love it, keep doing it, and you are just gonna have to accept that this is what's happened. This is the reality. You haven't grown. No one is really watching your stuff, but you got to still love it to keep doing it.
Yeah. Well, and I've watched. I agree with you, man. I've watched, you know, my followship and all that just drop. It happens, right? You come out with a bunch of games, you do the thing, and then, you know, meh. You know, and I'm guilty of the same thing. When I go look through Steam, I see a game and I'm like, nah, I'm not skipping. I'm skipping that one, right? And so, you know, it's a tough world out there, and you feel chewed up and spit out a bunch. And
That's where I think you got to fall into.
just
You
keep
just
going.
love creating it. It's fun for you. And honestly,
Yeah.
no one can
In the thick
deny
skin.
that making this stuff is therapeutic.
oh,
Like
100%.
anything you make, it's so much for you, and you put so much of yourself into it. And then it's weird that in the end we end up focusing on what other people will think about it. You walk through your entire day not caring what other people are going to think about you for the majority of it. And then
Right.
you make something and all you do is worry what other people are going to think of it. So I don't think we should stop making things because we're not getting popular.
Right.
And I
It's not
wanted
about
that
popularity.
so bad. Yeah, but it
course.
sometimes it takes
Of course.
people a long time to realize that at the end, it's not about being popular. For a lot of people, it is. And once they
Yeah.
realize that, they'll ditch. But for the people that continue,
Popular and rich.
it was never about being popular. Like, the whole reason any of my content exists, my best friend Paul, when I was a kid, he would come over, sit beside me, and watch me play games. And every time I asked him, like, man, this is 2-player, do you want to play? He's like, no, I just want to watch. And he would have a friggin' blast watching me play through these games. So that's the whole reason why I started making content in the first place, was now I can do that same thing for other people. But because
Yeah, because you were pre-Twitch, right? You were pre-YouTube.
That
I
statement's
was
so
I
true.
started on Google Video.
I'm not
and
sure
that
which
was in
one,
2004.
but yeah, there's a lot of truth being
And
said
then I
here.
went to
Holy crap.
Justin TV.
Don't
for
make
my
games to get
first,
rich, make games to build those
streaming
ideas. Yeah,
experience. And I had like a
that is
camcorder
very solid.
propped up on a pile of socks to face
That's
my
epic.
CRT screen.
Oh, amazing.
And it's I
And
went through.
so you were filming the television to stream that.
yeah, I was
That's
just filming the
crazy.
TV, and
Yeah, no video capture
I've
and
gone
stuff.
through
Yeah.
probably 2 or 3 times that phase of nobody fucking likes me.
Oh man, dude, that's like every 4 months for me. Like I'm over it.
And
I
you
have
eventually do
and then
settle in
I'm
this
right back
spot
to
where
it.
you're like, I love what I do. Like, I love doing this. But the recent Twitch thing scared the shit out of me, because it's like, I love doing this, but I love having a record of it, and not having a record of it makes it pointless to me.
Right. No, I understand that as well. Yeah, that's.
The day I got the notice about Twitch's new 100-hour limit on highlights, I ran out and bought a 5 terabyte hard drive. I spent a week downloading all of my VODs from Twitch, and now I'm sitting on about 4 days of uploading them to YouTube. We still have 954 videos to do.
That's so epic that you did that though. Like, I'd have been like, fuck this.
Well, I was
Like,
doing it so that my kids could like see me get older. So if it's
amazing
gone,
that you did that.
I can't do that.
I'm so lazy.
I panicked, dude.
5
when
terabyte
when I
cheese.
got that
Yeah,
notice,
he
I
just
cried.
finished. Just
Yeah, that's-
yesterday,
but
he gave me
you
a
have spent
message
so
and was
much
like,
time.
"I
That's like
finally finished
before
uploading
I-
all of my
That was
my
21
videos.
years ago.
Yeah, it's
All his
and, like,
VODs.
for me.
Yeah,
It's
that's a long
when
time.
I'm 15.
That was before I
There is another ad starting
ever-
soon, so we'll take another break.
Well,
I lied
built
last
the
time
game
when I
was
said that was
younger,
the
but-
last break, but
yeah, I
there's
wasn't
going to
doing
be
anything
this break,
computer-wise.
and hopefully
So-
this is the last break.
That was a it was a scary thing for me to think
But we'll
that
pause
all
it
of this effort I put
when
in
when the
for my
break
reasons
when the ad break comes up.
was going to be gone. And
right.
but I think
I
that-
really want to finish this now. We're getting
I
so
always wonder if
close.
that happens to
We're so close,
game
Wallace.
devs,
We're
too,
so close.
where
I mean, you don't have to stay up, but I'm
something
gonna
happens, like, you see
finish
these games
this.
that get pulled from Steam, or you see something random. Like I've seen legal naming disputes that got a game
Right.
pulled from Steam. Like you put all this work in, and then it gets pulled for something unrelated to all this effort you put in.
Yeah. I just think of that 5 terabyte hard drive and think about going through all that and clipping it out.
Dude,
Right? You know how
it's
some of
getting
these
put
like
to work.
streamers have. You know, how, like.
So
some of
we'll
these
pause it
streamers have-
here, and we'll put up the BRB screen, and I'll be back shortly. All right, we're back. Sorry, it took a second. I had another little snack. This time I just shoved some greens in my mouth and then shoved some salami in my mouth, and it was like a breadless sandwich. And then I had some yogurt, so I had to round it all off with some dairy. All right, so we'll turn down the music again, and we'll start.
Thing happens, like you see
Here.
these games that get pulled from Steam, or you see something random. Like I've seen legal naming disputes that got a game
Right.
pulled from Steam. Like you put all this work in,
We'll skip around a
and then
bit
it
here.
gets pulled for.
It's amazing.
And then I had to pay about $30 to get something called YouTube bulk uploader for the lazy,
Okay.
and I just dump all the downloads in that.
And then it then
So
uploads.
I'm
those.
looking this up. At he will leave.
Yeah, he won't.
Oh, we're talking about that bot. We can probably get rid of that.
So they're using that same program to. Okay.
And I just dump all the downloads in that.
And then it.
I thought it was a bot. I wanted them gone.
Because we kind of get on a tangent here.
So there's this app called Twitch, unrelated to all this effort you put in.
Yeah. I just think of that 5 terabyte hard drive and think about going through all that and clipping it out.
Dude,
Right, you know how
it's
some of
getting
these
put
like
to work.
streamers have. You know, how, like some of these streamers have like staffs, people, like employees and shit, and they're like going through all their VODs and editing.
So have you ever looked at
And,
your
like-
viewers list on Twitch?
I haven't, not for a long time.
Have you ever seen someone named Commander Root? Like you put all this work in, and then it gets pulled for something unrelated to all this effort you put in.
Yeah. I just think of that 5 terabyte hard.
Because he's going on the he's bringing the
it's getting
tangent
put
about.
Streamers have, you know,
Yeah.
like some of
We'll
these
cut
streamers
there
have like
and then
staffs, like
see if we can get back into something
That
that's
Is a bot designed to collect data for the game Path of Exile.
That-
See your chat. He will leave.
Yeah, he won't.
Oh yeah, I see that.
every-
My vault.
For every content creator out there who wants,
sounds like.
So how come you don't just restream to YouTube?
I'm probably going to start doing that now. My experience with Restream is very mixed. I started using Restream.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, the only option I have it does.
The restream chat is that you can't have the chat of YouTube.
I'm not popular enough for Twitch to care about me. So I just kind of like
Yeah. I'll definitely leave that out of the podcast.
Look, man, I'm pirating DVDs all day, bro.
It's the truth though. But
So I hear you, man.
no, I get it.
I feel that same sometimes that nobody.
So
nobody
you
really
guys are
cares, so
indie
it doesn't matter.
devs. I just want to know,
Yeah.
do you have any favorite
This
indie
might-
devs
this might be a
that
couple.
you found? Like for me, I mentioned earlier the dev team behind like Dead Seeding and Lethal Company. But do you guys have any devs that you really follow?
I follow a lot. Talking about
the Hunter's
which one?
Path.
Hunter's Path
Yeah.
or it worked fine on my Steam Deck. I thought.
New and stuff. It's not as arcade.
Effort you put in.
Yeah.
So you guys are indie devs. I just want to know, do you have any favorite indie devs that you've found? Like for me,
There's a
I mentioned
wild
earlier,
quancher in chat. If anyone wants to try to catch that.
the dev team behind like Dead Seeding and Lethal Company.
What am I doing? Oh, I'm on the wrong.
But do you guys have any devs
Keyboard.
that you really follow?
Or no, I'm on the right keyboard. I'm hitting the wrong button.
I follow lots and lots of devs.
Yeah, I do as well. I mean, I have some favorite games that are from small teams for sure. I love Necess. I find that to be now a bit more popular, and they had a recent free weekend, and they had thousands of players.
Dude, the biggest thing
And-
for that game is they released an update that was an entire graphical overhaul for the entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. But they came out in 2019. That's the same year that Turin came out. So they're still working on it, right? Like, they're still going. They're still going. And I love to see them get a little bit of success. That makes me happy. But you gotta remember, they've had years of 10 players, 5 players, years of it. And then they had thousands one weekend. So it's nice to see a success story, right? Like, where if you keep at your dream, like, it can happen. Because I find myself giving up, you know, a lot and stuff like that, just trying to like stay more realistic about it. But it's good to see them. I also follow a guy named what is it, Schmidt Studios.
I will say I don't like to hear you feel like giving up, because you're one of the best indie devs that I've gotten to meet.
I always go through waves and phases. Like, one moment I'm not into doing it and think it's gonna fail, and then the next moment I'm like, I'm so excited and ready to do this. I go through a lot of waves like that, right? And development comes in waves too, right? And we're a 2-person team, so like, he'll be vibing, I'm not vibing, I'll be vibing, he's vibing, we're both vibing together, then we're both not vibing. You know, like, it kind of goes every which way. But in the end of it, like,
Yeah, teams are like bands a little bit.
yeah, absolutely. Not everybody's always feeling good or in a good place, you know, like,
Or even has the time.
or has the time.
Sometimes time
Yeah.
just doesn't line up.
And so, like, the reason that we're able to achieve what we're able to achieve is just because there is no timeline, and everybody's allowed to be human, right? Some days you don't want to do stuff, other days you get so much done.
That's the big one. You can keep making better
yes.
stuff, and that was actually what I tailed. And it
16
all,
times more. Oh, yeah.
I mean, think
And it all
about it.
works.
Like, you had
Just
mining
works.
and gathering. That was what you had. It's a completely different.
And so then, you know, we're at the very end. We're just checking the check boxes, right? Has it got controller support? Check. It's got multiplayer? No checkbox there, right? Like, has it got cloud saves? Yeah. Did we do the Steam Deck compatibility? We haven't yet. It's not as good on a controller. Like, we're realistic to ourselves, right? Like, we've tested
It works fine on the Steam Deck. You're talking about
the Hunter's
which one?
Path.
Hunter's Path,
Yeah.
or it worked fine on my Steam Deck. I thought the part
Oh, yeah.
that's a little bit difficult is reading the small text.
Yeah,
It
absolutely.
worked fine on my Steam Deck. I thought
Oh, yeah.
difficult is reading the small text.
Yeah, absolutely. Small text, and, you know, so like the menu and stuff, it's not as arcade, right? We need
I
more
do have one
arcade.
question for PC players.
Yeah.
Can we move yet if we have our mouse over the inventory?
No, you can't move yet, but when you aim back, like, they mean things.
I used to try and position myself so the animal could only really be on my right. 6 hours after I was playing the game that I could even.
It'd be cool if you had a chopping block where you could make.
We talk a
fire
lot
with
about the Hunter's Path here,
compost
which is fine,
and then food.
We'll leave it in,
expiration
but
to make
I don't
rum.
need to hear it.
Yeah. And we extended the day. It was a 5-minute for your stuff. We made we added water collectors that you can set. Yeah.
As soon as I learned I had to fill up an individual can, makes
You know
it
what I mean?
more. I'm just so pumped that we have the planks now, because being able to burn or just so.
Right now it's to build things. Now it's to build chairs.
But I
and
never
tables.
expected you to even add a furniture bench.
Hard, man.
You go
Like-
friggin' hard, man, and not just that, it's not lazy.
Yeah, you just put it in there. So now you got to find these little fish. They're little shadows, like, and they're random little stuff flies around. You know, you have those little effects. So we had little sparks.
So do you have a tentative release date?
I mean, I don't really. I think it's set because in Steam you just have to set it to a date. I think it's set for like the end of this month, but I figure I don't know, we'll probably talk about it. Maybe I'll release it for my birthday. It's at the end of April. I don't know. It's pretty close. Basically, all we're doing right now is finishing up the scenarios, because there's a bunch of scenarios that are in there. There's a creative mode, a hardcore survival mode, and a regular survival mode. And then there's this cabin life that's just a cabin that you get. It's all, we did our thing. We achieved the goal that we tried from Next Fest today, so.
Cool. Well, I appreciate you guys both hanging out and chatting.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, no problem.
You're the best. We'll see both of you guys in streams for sure.
Eventually.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I see you in chat now. I'm gonna hang out with Rick. I'm like, what's up, dude?
Yeah, I know. I haven't been watching many streams recently. I've been watching download bars and upload bars.
That sounds horrible.
It sucks.
That's painful.
It is. One time I muscle memory turned off my PC.
Really appreciate that.
Yeah, and as always, man, take
But
rest
thank
test
you
in
so
the
much
thing.
for hanging out, man. It was so cool to talk to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you guys are the best. Thanks for being part of this. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, and as always, man, take your time getting it all together. I love that you do this. It's cool.
Yeah, like I said, I'll probably edit it on stream.
Yeah, I should start throwing your name out. Are you actively trying to get different single devs?
I've actually got a list.
Do you?
That I've been
Okay, yeah.
struggling to get through.
Okay,
so
so
I don't
you're
necessarily need to add to that.
Yeah.
But if you feel like there's someone you want me to interview, I can definitely put them, mark them down and reach out to them or whatever.
Okay, yeah. I was just wondering.
So I'm probably gonna
Your
cut
name
it
out. Are you active? Yeah, absolutely.
around you guys
Yeah,
are
you
the
guys are
best.
the best. Thanks for being part of this. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, and as always, man, take your time getting it all together. I love that you do this. It's cool.
Yeah, like I said, I'll probably edit it on stream.
Yeah, I should
We don't need
start
that.
throwing your name out. Are you actively trying to
What are
get different
those?
single devs?
For this.
I've actually got a list.
Do you?
That I've been
Okay, yeah.
struggling to get through.
And then just
So
make sure
I
we're
don't
not missing anything
necessarily
good.
need.
What's gone on there?
Mhm.
They made a game called One True Hero. It was kind of like
Speak English. They're not comfortable doing that. But then there's also time zones to deal.
had
I see that he's having trouble making money. So this dude, Anthony Rosebottom, who worked on Forsaken 64, because he's been in the. I mean, he was in the industry like way back in the day. Chat again sometime. You don't have to always be uploading or downloading. You can always take a break and
I really tried to do my best, man.
it's.
And then just from me when I hope I was all right.
Did good, man.
You did awesome.
Perfect.
Well, I'll probably edit a lot of this ending
Oh, yeah.
out.
Oh, yeah,
because
yeah.
it's real long at this point. But I appreciate chatting with you guys for sure.
Yeah, Rick. Thank you for having me, man.
Yeah, thank you
We'll
very
catch up
much.
with you.
Yeah.
Later, Mike.
See you guys.
Peace.
Bye.
So we'll chop off the end there. I don't know what I said there. I forget.
I hope I was all right.
Did good, man.
You did awesome.
Perfect.
Well, I'll probably edit a lot of this ending
Oh, yeah.
out.
Oh, yeah,
Because
yeah.
it's real long at this point. But I appreciate chatting with you guys for sure.
Yeah, Rick. Thank you for having me, man.
Yeah, thank you
We'll
very
catch up
much.
with you.
Yeah.
Later, Mike.
See you guys.
Peace.
Bye.
Cool. So we'll get that, and then we're done. Well, almost. Done with the interview part. The rest of it's going to be really quick and easy. But we want that to be in sync. All right, now we gotta hear how this sounds together.
Yeah, and as always, man, take your time getting it all together. I love that you do this. It's
Something
cool.
Over there, we don't
Yeah, Rick.
need.
Thank you for having me,
None of
man.
Yeah,
this.
thank you
We'll
very
catch up with
much.
you.
Yeah.
We actually
Later,
want
Mike.
up here.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Now you have to animate it. That's something that I've thought about doing, is like doing like a video that has like talking head type things. But I do actually make videos for it, believe it or not. Hurry up. That's perfect. I do actually make videos for it, and I'm not gonna do that on stream because I Well, I guess I could, but it's not as exciting.
Yeah.
Hey,
and as always,
Tanker,
man,
how's it
take your
going?
time
Morning.
getting it all together.
Yeah, it is
I love
morning,
that you
isn't
do
it?
this. It's cool.
About 3:45.
Yeah, Rick, thank you for having me, man.
Yeah, thank you
We'll
very
catch up
much.
with you.
Yeah.
Later, Mike.
Yeah, we're just
Bye,
finishing
guys.
up this
Peace.
podcast,
Bye.
and then I'll be raiding out. So you're catching the end of it, but I appreciate you dropping in, Tanker. How you doing? What am I trying to do? This one? Here we go. So we can throw this about here. We want that about there, and then that, oops. There we go, that's what I want.
Nice.
Alright, so now I'm gonna turn off the music so I can hear.
This kitty. All right. Well, I should probably go
Well, it
and
is getting kind
do,
of late.
do
Yeah.
some stuff with. I gotta go drive around, and my
All
son
right.
came home sick today. So,
Cool. Well, I appreciate.
and yeah, and then we'll release, and it'll be great. It'll be fun. And then we'll probably update it for a little bit, I would guess.
Nice.
Oh, look at this kitty. All right. Well, I should probably go
Well, it
and
is getting kind of late.
do
Yeah.
some stuff with. I gotta go drive around, and my
All
son
right.
came home sick today. So.
Cool. Well, I appreciate you guys both hanging out and chatting.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, no
You're
problem.
the best. We'll see both of you guys in streams for sure.
Hell
Eventually.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Well, I see you in chat now. I'm gonna hang out with Rick. I'm like, what's up, dude?
Yeah, I know. I haven't been watching many streams recently. I've been watching download bars and upload bars.
That sounds horrible.
It
Understood.
sucks.
That's painful.
It is. One time I muscle memory turned off my PC and I corrupted a bunch
Oh,
of
geez.
shit and I had to redo all of it because
And
I feel so bad for this external hard drive because I bought it and it has been running since I plugged it into my damn PC. I'm stress testing it right now. But
Stress
thank you
testing
so
the
much
thing.
for hanging out, man. It was so cool to talk to you.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you guys are the best. Thanks for being part of this. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, yeah, and as always, man, take your time getting it all together. I love that you do this. It's
This
cool.
seemed low. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
Eric,
turn it up
thank
just a
you for
little
having
bit
me,
in the
man.
Yeah, thank
game.
you
We'll
very
catch up
much.
with you
Yeah.
later, Mike.
All right,
See you
guys. Peace.
Bye.
And this doesn't need to be that long.
Path. Puke 7's NES game Guntner.
We can turn up the gain on this.
Sal's Game Boy game Meadow GB. Also his N64 game Runic. And also be sure to check out the Electric Mindset stream on Twitch. Thank you again and have a great rest of your day.
Give me the little dot. Or just give me a new dot. Alright, I want to hear it one more time.
Yeah, and as always, man, take your time getting it
Just
all
waking
together.
up.
I love that you do this. It's cool.
Caught the
Yeah,
end of the
Eric,
stream, gonna
thank you
rate a
for
three
having me.
cool
Yeah,
3
thank you
yards.
very
It's
much.
true.
Yeah.
Later, Mike.
All
See
right,
you
guys.
guys.
Peace.
Bye.
Yeah, just waking up, that makes me feel like a degenerate.
Thank you everyone for listening. Check out Just Wall's recent project on Steam, A Hunter's Path. Puke 7's NES game Guntner. Sal's Game Boy game Meadow GB. Also his N64 game Runic. And also be sure to check out the Electric Mindset stream on Twitch. Thank you again and have a great rest of your day.
There's a Weedle in chat. That's a first gen. Cool. So I'm gonna save this. And I think it might be cool to render it. What's going on with the beginning? Is the beginning cool? Oh, it's all just cut up so much that it doesn't look cool. Hey everybody, welcome back. This is episode 26 of Indie Game Dev Report. Cool. So it's saved. We'll go to export. We'll see if it will export. Let's see here. IGDR. I don't know how long this is going to take. A while, apparently. But that's okay. I need to like brush my teeth and prepare for bed anyways, so I'll come back when I'm like ready for bed, and it will be done by then, I'm thinking, because yeah, it's already at 3%. So we will raid out. Throw the music back on for a second while we figure that out. And I appreciate everyone that hung out in the chat, everyone that was lurking, everyone that dropped in. Pantheon for the shout out on his channel. Mao for the follow. Appreciate that, hardcore. And yeah. Let's make sure I'm not missing anything here. I appreciate everyone with the redeems, that's always fun. And yeah, we're gonna raid Pantheon, so it should be cool. Cryptic, you got any good ideas for a nice raid message for Pantheon? Otherwise, we'll just do the wave raid. Also, I can show you how to do the raid message, right? If you do explanation set raid message, and then type the message, just like that, and then you can do raid message like that, and then it'll put what you wrote in between the emotes. So yeah, if you got one, do the set raid message. Since you're a mod, you can do it, and then put your raid message after set raid message, and then when we do the raid message command, it will be in there. And I thank you for coming up with a raid message. That's always difficult for me. Wow, that's a thing. It's a thing that I set up on Mix It Up. Oh, you gotta do it one word though. And you gotta type the raid message after it. Not like that. Like how I did it. You've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds to figure out, or we get another ad. Two minutes. That was 30 seconds. I guess I better get the raid set up. Prepare yourself to be invaded. So the emotes won't work because they're only for subs. So if you were to try that, well, you can always test it by doing raid message. So it didn't work. But I think it's because you use the emotes. And also because you spelled raid message all the way out. You gotta do, like, just like I did, set raid MSG, like that. And then don't use emotes because it already has emotes. It's okay, you're learning. We've got 48 seconds. Actually, I'm gonna snooze the ad. So you've got 5 minutes. But I could do it for you for the prepare yourself to be invaded. So like that, and then we do raid message, and see now it's in there. So there's the raid message for everyone. If you want to copy the top one if you're subbed, or the bottom one if you're, I said body because I'm looking at the steampunk body. But yeah, if you want to copy your raid message, we're gonna raid Pantheon, who's an awesome 3D streamer. And apparently you're not subbed, so you gotta use the bottom one. It didn't work for you. Yeah, the top one's only for subs. Are you subbed? It says you're a 2-month subscriber. I don't know why it didn't work. It works for me. Oh, it's a mobile glitch. Well, it says that you're a founder 2-month subscriber. They just have a first badge. It says tier 1 sub for 2 months. For being one of 12 people who first subbed, yeah. But I'm pretty sure he's subbed. If not, he's subbed for 2 months before. But anyways, you want to copy any message or just write your own message when you get there, that works too. But yeah, we're gonna raid out here, so I appreciate everyone hanging out. Sorry for the raid nonsense. It's always like that here. We always have trouble raiding. Prepare yourself to be invaded. There you go, you got it working. See, you're subbed. Fixed it. Word. Alright. Well, let's get this raid going here. Everyone's got their message copied, so we'll go ahead and hit the raid button. And starting the raid now. So I definitely appreciate it if you guys all say hi when you're over there, or do whatever you need to do, and should be lots of fun. And thanks again for hanging out while I did the boring editing part and the super fun pixel art where I copy and pasted everything. It wasn't the most insane content, but it was fun, and I got a lot of stuff done, and I thank you guys for chatting with me while I got a lot of stuff done, and that means a lot to me. All right, so thank you everyone again, and let's head on over there. I'll see you on the other side. Prepare yourself to be invaded. Nice. All right, I'm hitting the button. See you there.